Good morning, and welcome to the New York City Council Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Intergroup. Please do not approach the dais at any time during this hearing. Please place your phone on silent mode. Chair, thank you for your cooperation. We are ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeants. Good morning, and thank you to everyone joining us today for the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Relations Fiscal Year 2027 Preliminary Budget Hearing. I would like to welcome the representatives from the three public library systems, members of the public, and my colleagues in the Council. Our public libraries are among the most trusted and widely used institutions in our city. As I convene my first budget hearing as chair of this committee, I must emphasize the critical role libraries play for New Yorkers. Far beyond housing books, libraries are vital community hubs providing job training, tech access, and educational support, serving as a true lifeline for residents citywide. However, year after year, the council finds itself returning to the same conversation during the budget process. At the preliminary budget stage, the full level of funding libraries require is often absent, creating uncertainty for the systems and the communities that rely on them. I was very disappointed to see that the preliminary plan did not include the one-time funding of $30.7 million added at adoption of the fiscal 2026 budget. I would have liked to see this funding baselined. This recurring pattern forces the council to step in each year to restore or add funding simply to maintain existing services, rather than allowing the library systems to plan with stability and focus on expanding programs and resources for New Yorkers. This cycle makes it extremely difficult for library systems to plan ahead. Without stable funding at the start of the fiscal year, libraries face uncertainty in staffing, programming, and long-term service planning. Our library system should not have to operate with this level of uncertainty when they are providing essential services to millions of New Yorkers. Today, we will also be discussing the significant challenges libraries face in completing capital projects in a timely manner. Across the city, many library branches require renovations, accessibility upgrades, and critical infrastructure improvements. Yet, these projects often take many years to move from planning to completion. Lengthy timelines, complex approval and procurement processes, and rising construction costs can delay projects well beyond their original schedules, leaving communities waiting far too long for modernized and fully accessible library spaces. If we want libraries to continue serving as the cornerstone institutions they are, we must ensure they have both the operating support and capital resources necessary to maintain and modernize their facilities. I look forward to hearing from the leadership of our three library systems today about how the preliminary budget impacts their ability to serve New Yorkers and how we can work together to provide the stability and investments they need. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge my colleagues who are present. We have Finance Chair Lee, Councilmember Maloney, Councilmember Lewis, and Councilmember Hudson. I would also like to thank the finance staff, Carolina and Aaliyah, for their work on this hearing, as well as committee staff, Alejandro and Regina, for their support. Finally, I would also like to thank my staff, Priyanka and Shaki. I would also like to remind everyone from the public who wishes to testify in person today that you must fill out an appearance card, which is located on the desk of the Sergeant at Arms at the back of the room. Please fill out the slip even if you have already registered to testify in advance. When you are called, please limit your testimony to 2 minutes, whether you are testifying in person or in Zoom. I am also going to ask my colleagues to limit their questions and comments to 5 minutes. Okay, so I will now invite the libraries to testify.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning. I'm Tony Marks, and I'm the president of the New York Public Library, and it's an honor and pleasure to be with you here this morning. I want to start by thanking City Council Speaker Menon, as well as Deputy Speaker and Committee Chair Dr. Natasha Williams. Congratulations on your new post, and thank you for those comments. I couldn't have said it better myself. and also thanks to the whole committee and its staff for the opportunity to testify today on the mayor's fiscal 2027 preliminary budget. Over the last several years, the library has repeatedly faced significant cuts to its operating budget. Each year starts with a setback that we spend the subsequent months spending resources to reverse. Last year, uncharacteristically started off better. We were held harmless, even allocated an additional $2 million to expand Sunday services by the City Council. But we still had to campaign to be baselined, and we weren't, even though our peer institutions in the city were. This is still the budget dance, as the chair has referred to it. It is laborious, it is costly, and it diverts valuable staff and other resources from our vital offerings in the fight to keep even. This near annual exercise has left us with mostly flat budgets for several years amid rising costs. Naturally, we were thrilled to learn of the then mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani's promise to literally end the budget dance with consistent baseline funding of 0.5% of the city's budget. His mayoralty represents, in his own words, a new era for both the city at large and for libraries in particular. We can together turn the page on the past with an administration that understands that libraries are an integral part to a more affordable New York. We've already had some great interactions with the administration. We lent the mayor the Quran that he was sworn in on. We hosted him for the city's annual interfaith breakfast. We've discussed future partnership and shared priorities on digital equity and literacy, as well as on co-locations of affordable housing above new libraries. This positive relationship has extended to encouraging discussions about the city budget. We are grateful for his baselining of the City Council's $2 million in the mayor's preliminary budget to maintain the added Sunday service locations from last year. The administration has also been receptive to the impacts of the proposed savings targets for the current and forthcoming year, as well as reductions in the FY27 preliminary budget on our offerings. We are aware of the $5 billion budget deficit that the city faces and its ongoing conversations with the state. But we are heartened by the administration's acknowledgement of the outsized returns on investments that libraries provide to all New Yorkers. It is still early in the process, and we are confident that the mayor is intent on delivering on both of his campaign promises. Baseline funding at 0.5% stands to transform library services into a resource with a credible presence that New Yorkers never have to question or wonder about. We can fortify our services, which means more hours and days of operations with more of our great staff. And more hours and days of operations and staff means that the branches can provide college and career advice for graduating high school seniors. Our teen centers can do their work for young adults to socialize with their peers. We can provide an open place for kids to drop in for after-school tutoring, a trusted place for New Yorkers. And we are the most trusted place for all New Yorkers in every neighborhood, for all income levels, for instance, to help filing their taxes. The demand for these and other services is very real. Last year, our after-school attendance was over 68,000 students. We'll surpass that this year as a quarter-over-quarter growth already shows a 25% increase. A recent Career Resources Fair for teens hosted 1,600 attendees with over 40 businesses and other organizations. The FY26 PMMR shows a steady increase of program attendance, library card holders, computer and wireless sessions from FY23 through FY25. And in January, the New York Times survey of 35,000 New Yorkers showed more funding for libraries to be their very top choice. We can also address our unmet needs of $24 million, a product of operating on this flat budget, along with the rising costs of collections, staff wages, and IT. We hope this commitment to libraries will also include, as the chair mentioned, our capital agenda. Our services are of little value if they do not happen in places that feel safe, welcoming, and respectful of New Yorkers' rights to knowledge and opportunity, let alone if those spaces are not open. The libraries currently have $1.2 billion in unmet capital needs. $485 million of that is just at the New York Public Library. This is because most of our buildings are aging. They're small structures, beloved but small and aging. The city's capital process also often results in costly budget shortfalls and significant delays, also as the chair has mentioned. Mayor Mamdani's commitment to excellence in government makes us hopeful that we can finally address these systemic issues with reform in the near future. We look forward to partnership in the meantime on short-term fixes. One example, it would be a transformative investment in the 10-year capital plan, much as happened in 2016 with $100 million that allowed us to fully renovate 5 century-old Carnegie libraries in high-needs neighborhoods in the Bronx, Manhattan, and Staten Island. Another, as I've mentioned, is the co-location projects, which allow us to take advantage of the air above old libraries, build new libraries with affordable housing above, as we did in the first instance in Inwood. And we can experiment with other ways to streamline our design, construction, and that are already being employed at the new library at Westchester Square. The council has always been and continues to be a most reliable ally. Every time the library has faced significant cuts in the past, it was the Library Council who took up our cause and joined in the fight for restoration, including the additional funding in FY26. Speaker Menon, a longtime friend of the library, has confirmed that this continues to be the case recently when she stated that libraries are New Yorkers' most trusted institutions, as indeed they are. We know and recognize this is a challenging time for this city financially. And we understand that these challenges were inherited as well as the intergovernmental dynamics at play. We also know that it is still early. The City Council is, as always, with us, and we have a new mayor who appreciates the libraries as an unparalleled, crucial public good within the lives of New Yorkers. We are living with a different mayor and a different city council in a different day. Everyone is paying attention. Everyone is committed to investing in the libraries so that we can continue to invest in all New Yorkers. I look forward to retiring my dancing shoes. Thank you, Madam Chair, and all my colleagues.
Who knew Tony had dancing shoes? Good morning. Sorry, excuse me. I'm Linda Johnson, President and CEO of Brooklyn Public Library. Thank you to Speaker Menon and to our new chair, Deputy Speaker Dr. Williams, as well as Finance Chair Lee, the members of the committee and the entire City Council for your steadfast support of New York City's libraries. Your commitment to libraries makes it possible for us to deliver the programs, services, and resources New Yorkers count on every day. I would also like to recognize and thank the library workers who make this work possible, including our partners at DC 37 and Brooklyn Public Library's Local 1482. Library staff are the front line of service for millions of New Yorkers, and their dedication is the reason libraries are among the most beloved and trusted institutions in our cities. Forgive me, some of my testimony is going to repeat what my colleague from the New York Public Library has just stated, but I think it bears repeating. For years, libraries have endured an annual ritual no city organization should face, with or without dancing shoes. Funded, allocated as a temporary measure, only to vanish from the next preliminary budget, requiring us to return here to make the case all over again. That pattern has had real consequences for staff morale, for our ability to plan, and for the New Yorkers who depend upon us. The mayor's preliminary budget takes a step toward ending the budget dance, both baselining the $2 million of the $32.7 million increase the council secured in fiscal 2026, and pledging to work with us to maintain service levels. We have had many productive conversations with the administration, and they have been transparent about the city's budget pressures. They also understand what the council has long championed, that libraries are central to the city's affordability agenda and must be a priority. We are hopeful, and we will continue that conversation. I often say that libraries are the modern-day town square, a trusted space to access information, to connect with neighbors, and discuss critical questions of our time. We welcome New Yorkers from every neighborhood and every walk of life, and we ask for nothing in return. Your investment last year marked an important step forward for libraries. At Brooklyn Public Library, your support enabled us to open Bay Ridge and Bedford libraries on Sundays, hire additional staff, expand our collections, and address emergency building maintenance. New Yorkers noticed this investment. Brooklyn Public Library's 62 locations received over 6 million visits last year. Patrons checked out nearly 10 million items, including books and digital materials, as well as items from our library of things, borrowing board games, musical instruments, power tools for home projects, telescopes, vinyl records, museum passes, and even artwork. Overall, our circulation is 7% higher year to date over the past fiscal year. Our Culture Pass program is set to have its strongest year since launching in 2018, with over 75,000 passes checked out between July 2025 and February 2026. Library workers hosted more than 80,000 free programs in Brooklyn alone, including our tax help programs, which helped over 1,500 Brooklyn residents collectively save more than $2 million on their taxes last year. Attendance at our First 5 Years program is up 13%, putting us on pace for our busiest year of early childhood programming since the pandemic, driven in large part by programs funded through the City Council's First Readers Initiative. The preliminary budget moves libraries in the right direction, and I'm optimistic that the adopted budget on the council's fiscal will build on the council's fiscal 2026 investment and put us on a path toward greater stability. The challenges are real. The federal prohibition on passport services at nonprofit library alone costs Brooklyn Public Library nearly $1 million annually. Our participation in the city's cost savings exercise and personnel, materials, and maintenance costs continue to climb. These are real pressures, but they also underscore the importance of investing in what libraries can deliver for New Yorkers. We welcome the conversation about what 0.5% of the city budget would unlock for New York City's libraries. In Brooklyn, this means hiring specialists dedicated to every age group across our branches, so children, teens, adults, and older adults all have access to the programs and resources they need, no matter where they live. It means expanding service hours so working families can visit after work and students have more time to study. It means responding quickly to urgent building needs rather than waiting years for a capital project to wind through the pipeline, keeping our doors open and our libraries safe. It is the level of service New Yorkers deserve and as a January New York Times poll showed, proudly demand. You have Brooklyn Public Library's capital needs spelled out in front of you. In the interest of time, I won't read all of this, but I do want to note the need facing Brooklyn's libraries is significant, as is the progress we've made together. Council member support for our projects, as well as the council's extraordinary capital allocation last year, have been essential. To this end, I am requesting the City Council, alongside the Brooklyn delegation, once again allocate $10 million in discretionary capital funding for system-wide repairs, project shortfalls, and essential upgrades at Brooklyn's branches. We are also submitting a capital request to the administration for a transformational investment, $150 million for each library system to comprehensively upgrade more than a dozen libraries across the city. It's time to move beyond using expense money for bandages and invest in top to bottom renovations that save time and money, reduce interruptions, and create inspiring state-of-the-art libraries built to last. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the preliminary budget. The council has been a long-standing champion of libraries, and we are all grateful for your leadership. I'd like to end by sharing a very brief poem by Liv Lusk, a patron of our Marcy Library. It's titled, "My Library is Loud," with children giggling over picture books with faces that look like theirs. With hushed conversations, a man is rehearsing for his job interview on Friday, the first one since he was incarcerated. With keyboards clacking, a young man is watching a video on how to create the best transit city in Minecraft. With printers spitting fresh copies of a missing cat poster, a father and daughter will spend the afternoon placing them around the neighborhood, only for mittens to appear at 6 p.m. sharp for dinner. A woman is soothing herself with rhythmic chants because the library is the only place she feels safe to do so. My library is loud, and I feel joy. Your continued support ensures our libraries remain vibrant and loud with activity and future generations who will know this joy. Thank you.
Good morning. Yep. Good morning. There we go. To Chair, Deputy Speaker, Dr. Natasha Williams, congratulations. It's a pleasure to greet you. To Finance Chair, Linda Lee, it's a pleasure to see you as well. To our Queens representative as well, Councilmember Sandra Ong, a pleasure. To the members of this esteemed committee, and to our ongoing supporter, Speaker Julie Menon, thank you for all of your support. I am Dennis Walcott, President and CEO of the Queens Public Library. It is a pleasure to be here with you today. To our great team members who are here from the Queens Public Library, to our union president, John Hislop, who is sitting somewhere in the audience as well, thank you for your partnership and ongoing support. We are here to talk about our great libraries. It is now 10:03, and I know at Queens, people are streaming through the doors, coming to receive our services, and they're entering, looking for hope, opportunity, information, services, and just to become better people. And we are very, very thankful for all the great staff who are working, providing the services there. I have submitted written testimony. However, I will forego reading it to emphasize a few key points. It's a brand new chapter, as Linda and Tony have indicated, for the City of New York concerning our libraries. We have a new mayor, we have a new speaker, we have a new chair, we have a new chair of finance, and all of you are great partners and supporters of our libraries. As a result of that, we've had ongoing relationships with all of you before. We've had ongoing conversations since the start of this administration, as far as with the mayor's team, obviously with the speaker, with the chair, and other members of the city council about the importance of the libraries. The city council has always championed public libraries, for which we are deeply grateful. And because of your efforts, we were able to secure increases in our fiscal year 26 budget that led to the expansion of 7-day service. At QPL, Queens Public Library, the expanded 7-day locations have seen over 32,500 visits with these expanded services on that extra day, giving even more New Yorkers access to free, high-quality collections, programs, resources in welcoming environments. Chair Williams, Councilmember Lee, Councilmember Ung, you are frequent visitors to our libraries. You are there all the time. We've had joint programs and services as a result of your leadership, your financial support, and just your ongoing support. And we thank you for that. And other members of the Queens delegation have been there on a regular basis supporting our libraries. But also, you know the other side of the library, where the needs are, and you provided money for those needs. But as you know, there's still many needs, as Tony and Linda indicated. And now we have a new administration that also recognizes the value of a meaningful investment in our city's public library system. The mayor has been very vocal about the power of libraries to transform people's lives and to create a more equitable and affordable New York City. Before he even declared running for mayor, the mayor visited our Broadway library, and I just happened to see the mayor recently in passing, and he remembered the visit and talked about the aspects of the Broadway Children's Library children's room and what it meant to him. So we are there for our relationship as far as that commitment. He has spoken about committing 0.5% of the city budget to libraries. As you know, this funding would be monumental. In past years at our budget hearings, I've talked about what the city libraries could be if we had increased and sustained funding. We would even be more accessible to New Yorkers across the city. We could extend our hours, hire our much needed important staff, expand our programs to meet demand, and make available more books, computers, and other essential library resources. And we would finally be able to plan effectively for the out years rather than waiting and worrying, stressing, and not being able to plan properly. This to me is so important. As the budget conversations continue with leadership on both sides of City Hall, I remain optimistic about what is possible for libraries. There is great potential for our capital needs, too. Queens Public Library's capital portfolio has recently celebrated several milestones, such as groundbreakings for our Rego Park Library, our Baisley Park Library, and the oldest library in our system, the Astoria Library. This year, DDC expects the administrative construction to start at Laurelton Library renovation and the physical construction of a brand new Douglaston Library, moving that library from what was called a Lindsay box of 7,500 square feet to a new 16,000 square foot library. And we're looking forward to that as well. And with Rego Park, that will also move from a 7,500 square foot Lindsay box to an 18,000 square foot library. Again, another exciting project. We currently have 41 active projects, a majority managed by the New York City Department of Design and Construction, DDC. We are incredibly thankful to the council for its traditional allocation of the lump sum funding for QPL, which is crucial in allowing us to fill project shortfalls, as Linda indicated, as soon as we are notified by DDC, as well as filling those gaps. For fiscal year 27, QPL and the two other systems are requesting, again, the continued support for this essential capital allocation in the amount of $10 million per system. As Linda indicated, this allows us to plug holes, to respond to needs, but also not to tap in to our expense money. Queens' total capital need in fiscal year 27 is nearly $271 million and is comprised of critical infrastructure, resiliency, and accessibility renovation projects. Our buildings function as social infrastructure, one of the few locations where the public can go to connect with others without barriers to entry. Maybe we can get a window cleaner as well at our libraries to help us. I heard the side noise. I said, hopefully that's a window cleaner, not a bird or something happening there. Our buildings function as social infrastructure, and your support is so critical. Library users and staff deserve state-of-the-art, safe, and welcoming libraries that they can count on to be open. With this in mind, the three library systems are requesting, as Tony indicated, a transformational $450 million investment from the administration and our capital portfolios, $150 million for each system. This investment will allow us to complete comprehensive renovations and to address the most urgent projects across the city. It will allow us to plan. I think we all understand that a vision for a stronger and more equitable New York City must include public libraries. Our communities are facing many challenges today, but at libraries, they have unlimited access to resources and supports without needing to worry about affording them. We are there for the public. All are welcome to get the help they need to explore diverse ideas and perspectives and discover their own voices and passions. An investment in the Queens Public Library, the Brooklyn and New York Public Libraries is an investment in the future for all New Yorkers. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we look forward to our continued work together and welcome your questions.
Thank you. I also just want to note that we were joined by Councilmember Ung. Thank you so much for your testimony. The first question I have is the library's fiscal 2027 prelim budget totals $491.4 million, representing a reduction of $31.7 million compared to fiscal 2026 adopted budget. What are the anticipated impacts to programs and services as a result of this reduction?
Thank you, Dr. Chair. The mayor's preliminary budget does not restore or baseline the $30.7 million of one-time funding in FY26. $15.7 million provided by the mayor and $15 million provided by the mayor in partnership with the city council. In addition, the citywide savings targets impact $7.99 million during the current fiscal year and $12.3 in the next fiscal year. We are grateful for the $2 million of expanded Sunday service that the City Council made possible and that the mayor has now baselined. And that we hope that the administration and council will fulfill the 0.5% promise of the adopted budgets. We are still working to finalize how to achieve the targets that have been set forward. We do recognize that without restoration, it will simply be impossible to maintain Sunday service across our systems, even with the $2 million in the preliminary budget. Beyond the loss of Sundays, we are, and we hope not to, this is all things we all agree we would like not to see, I know the mayor would like to not see, reduced days and hours of operation, tightly controlling or freezing our hiring, significantly reducing budgets for collections, for cybersecurity, for facility security, for maintenance, repairs, IT needs, pages, and overtime. All of that is what we hope to avoid and what I know the mayor hopes to avoid.
Helen.
Yes, thank you for the question. We also are hopeful that the money will in fact be baselined, but the amount at risk for Brooklyn Public Library is nearly $9 million. And we've had many conversations about this issue in particular, and we're aligned with the understanding that libraries play a key role in the mayor's affordability agenda. We are also fearful of the exercises or the outcome of those exercises to hit the target savings that have been issued to city agencies. In our operating budget of 2027, a cut of $3.4 million, which is the 2.5% cut means our current operations will continue to face challenges, that we will have to evaluate service reductions. We are already a lean organization, and we have unmet needs before we begin to even think about trimming further. We will have people, places, and materials we so that will not be able to be hired, purchased, and so there's not much room for further cuts. We are too thinly staffed. We suffer shortages in branch coverage, and we may see wait times for our books increase if we cannot invest in the collections or keep up with the increasing costs of purchasing new material. We will see more frequent disruptions, which is a really critical circumstance that we want to do everything to avoid. People count on their libraries, and the consistency in the delivery of the times that we are open is important to everyone's planning in terms of their use of the libraries and the way that it works into their weekly schedules. But disruptions like HVAC problems have a terrible impact and cause situations where we have what we call emergency closings, which is sort of the most critical thing we're looking to avoid.
I just want to pick up on Linda's point as far as the emergency closings, and I think the dynamic that will take place with the not restoration of the money as well as the baselining of the money, but also, as Linda and Tony indicated, for this particular fiscal year, the 1.5% exercise that we're going through, as well as the 2.5% exercise that we're going through for next fiscal year. It will definitely have an impact on services, without question, and cutting back on services, cutting back on hours, dealing with Sunday service and not having Sunday service as indicated by the money that the city council put in last year. But also, I think the correlation between what we may have to do with deferred maintenance as well, and the balancing act, and that we have old buildings like we've talked about, and you have boilers that break down, or in the summertime you have the air conditioners that don't work, and as a result of that we have to plug those holes with the expense dollars, and not having that money available will make sure that we don't plug them in a way, in a timely way, that allow the libraries to stay open, which has a direct correlation impacting the people who come through our doors looking for those services. So on one hand, you have fewer services, but also you may not have buildings available to provide the fewer services that would be available as a result of either the exercise or the not baselining or having that money available. So all those things will impact on the future of our ability to serve the public. And that, to me, is the most tragic thing. So we have to be very conscious of that.
Random question listening to what you all just said. How often on average, like on a yearly average, do you have to do emergency closings?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear to do.
Yeah, I was just wondering how often, like what is the cadence of emergency closings within a year or however, within a month? I don't know how you can estimate.
Yeah, take it.
In the case of Brooklyn Public Library, we can have as many as 1,000 hours, which is really significant.
Basically the same for us. I mean, it impacts in a way where we have to shut down and not have the library open, and emergency closings really impact us in a way where the public is not gaining that information.
And 1,000 hours in a year, you're saying, average?
Last year.
Okay, I had some other questions about overall budget reduction, but you all mentioned the cost savings, so I'll skip to that and ask. So as we all know, OMB has asked agencies to identify savings for fiscal 2027. What specific savings targets were requested of each of your systems, and what proposal have you submitted? I think it's due in 2 days. Yeah, and another add-on to that is, did OMB provide any guidance on which areas should be prioritized for savings, or were the library systems left to determine where reductions would occur?
We have, I think, until tomorrow, the next day, to submit to OMB what the exercise will result in. And we didn't really, to my knowledge, get any particular guidance, and we have to get back to OMB. But again, it impacts on the potential of hours, it impacts on the issue of hiring, and we will have to slow down our hiring. So there are many variations on how we're looking at that particular exercise, especially for this year. And I want to just reinforce an important point in that for this particular year, we're dealing with 1.5% for a 3-month period of time. It's not on an annualized basis. And as a result of that, that's squeezing in any type of reaction in a way that's just not good for planning. So that's for this particular year alone.
So I'll just reiterate what Dennis has said. You know, when we see those kinds of, you know, we have till another day or two, I think, to give that final proposals. We'd like to, I think we'd all, including the mayor, like to avoid this actually happening. But it means less money for staff, which means less hours. It means less money for expense money to do the Band-Aids, which we'd prefer to do with capital funding, which we also need. It means less technology. It means, it means less library services, less reliable library services. And, you know, I think the city council has made it clear, the mayor has made it clear. That's the exact opposite of what we hope to provide. And Madam Chair, with apologies, I should have jumped in. The New York Public Library in FY25 lost nearly 1,500 hours for emergency planning, building, repairs, services, and maintenance. Again, with constant funding, with the ability to plan, as Dennis and Linda have made mention of, we can avoid those kinds of unexpected closings, which are frustrating for the staff and frustrating for the public who show up at libraries and find closed doors when they should be open and welcoming to everyone.
Yeah, I don't have much to add. I touched on this in my last answer, but I would just reiterate what's been said. What a cut of this magnitude would mean is cutting the purchase of materials, a hiring freeze, and a reduction of hours, all things that we strive hard to avoid.
Okay, I'm gonna ask one more question. I'm gonna skip around a bit to capital needs and infrastructure. If the city granted permanent self-management authority today, would the library system be able to manage your entire capital plan? No.
I don't even have to turn around and look at our team to get the answer to that.
That's a no.
That's a no.
We're not real estate developers, and we have an extraordinary number of projects that are underway across the system. In some cases, we have more individual projects than we actually have libraries because we're working on several projects within a single branch at the same time, or not at the same time, depending on how things unfold. And we really don't want to be fixing our own boilers and roofs. We want to be building new buildings and taking a hold of the projects that have a strong aesthetic component.
Again, we are not currently have the capacity to handle $500 million of capital improvements. When we do our own capital improvements, we do know that those go at twice the speed and cost half as much, which is a great benefit to all New Yorkers and to the budget of the city of New York. But that requires putting money up front that we don't have necessarily. We have open conversations with the mayor, happy to have those conversations with the city council as we have in the past, about whether there's a different way to do business that provides consistent funding for capital needs so that we can do planning, which means we can deliver effectively, working with DDC or a reformed DDC or other bodies as we have. We've partnered with EDC and others to get better results, to see whether we can provide to New Yorkers the kinds of capital improvements on budget that everyone wants to see, including the mayor is eager to see.
So I just want to add one other point, and I always use this example to a question like this, in that, no, I agree with Linda and Tony as far as we don't have our internal capacity. Yet, at the same time, when we do manage those few projects, we do it a lot better. And I always use the example, and a lot cheaper, of one of our libraries that had the boiler breakdown, and it was in the dead of winter. And if we had to go through DDC, God knows how long it would have taken, how much it would have cost. We had to put our expense money to actually do the job. We did the job in a short period of time and for half the cost. I mean, those are the types of things we do. We're in a position every now and then of getting private money or state money where we can do a project on our own, and we do it well. But again, the sheer size I talked about in my testimony, the number of projects we have going on right now with DDC, and we could not do that. But at the same time, we know there has to be a better system to do it, so that way it's not done in an 8-year period of time. And it's so frustrating when we announce a project and people are looking at us as far as why is this project taking so long? And some of my Queens council members here know about projects within their respective libraries that are not being done in a timely manner, that can be done a lot more efficiently. And as a result of that, we're looking for that nirvana as far as how we can put a system in place that allows the projects to be done efficiently, effectively, and cost effectively, and to get turned around in a faster period of time.
I also suspect that the half the time and half the money is not really the full story, that it's more dramatic than that.
I think you can tell from our answers, Madam Chair, that we are eager to have this conversation. We've been eager to have this conversation with past administrations. We now are hearing from this administration an openness to get serious about finding a better way to do business. Let me just give an example. When the city gave us a significant additional investment into the 10-year capital plan, which is back in 2016, and was for the first time in living memory when that happened, it enabled us to plan, it enabled us to deliver on budget 5 amazing Carnegie branches redone top to bottom in neighborhoods of need. And that has produced incredible results for those neighborhoods. When we find a different way to do business that enables us to plan, that enables us not to go through the sort of the sequential processes of DDC so that we can do things all together, so that we can get to a result that doesn't take twice as long, we can deliver amazing results for New York, and everyone benefits from that.
Can I just put into the record as well, Chair? And I think it's so important, since we're on this topic, we should not forget that several years ago, we had to absorb a capital peg that was never restored at all. And as a result of that, we then were starting even further in the hole with the capital money that was allocated for our libraries. And so that then took us a step back. And even though they talked about with that capital peg, it's in out-year projects, the out-year projects always get closer. And as a result of that, they were left to fend as far as how we plug some of those holes. So all of these things intersect as far as both the efficiency, but also the ability to plan to really provide our public with the type of libraries they deserve.
Thank you. I will follow up with a few more questions, but I wanted to turn it over to my colleagues who may have questions. Chair Lee, do you have any questions?
Yes, really quick ones. Actually, it's about the capital needs and infrastructure. And Deputy Speaker knows that I have this love-hate relationship with our procurement system in the city. And I feel like this is something we talk about all day when it comes to capital needs and how long the process takes. When I was at my former nonprofit, I think we got awarded funding in 2018 and they still have not started, or I think they are just about to start. So, and what ends up happening is as the costs increase, the amount of the dollars stay the same. And so what ends up happening is you just have to reduce the scope, which doesn't help anyone. And in fact, it negatively impacts the public the most and the people who use the services. So I totally hear you on that. And actually, one of my former board members brought up this idea about building housing and affordable housing above the libraries as a potential way to build more housing. And this was many years ago, actually. So just on that subject, when affordable housing is built above a library, how are the capital costs typically allocated between the housing developer and the library system, and what portion of the library construction cost can be offset through those partnerships?
We've done a few of these in Brooklyn, and everyone sort of has its own flavor. And there are at least 5 or 6 sources of funds in each of these projects. So it's hard to state with any kind of specificity exactly what the allocation happens to be. And I'll give you just an example of Sunset Park, which was a Lindsay box that was bursting at the seams and had probably close to $20 million in deferred maintenance. So that library was knocked down. We provided temporary service nearby. The developer of that project was a nonprofit developer. We contributed the land, we being the library in the city, and the building yielded, we got a library that was twice the size of the original one, so we were quite happy with that. We were responsible for fitting out the library, and there were 49 units above the library that were added to the Sunset Park housing stock. The first time there had been truly affordable housing offered in that community for, I think, 40 years. And the demand, and when I say these numbers, I always think I must be making a mistake because it's so outsized. But for those 49 units, I think there were like 40,000 applications. Yeah.
If I can also jump in here, look, the air has always existed above the libraries, but we hadn't focused on how to use those to benefit libraries and to benefit all New Yorkers who are clearly in need of affordable housing. So we got creative because the libraries can innovate. We can be creative. We started with Inwood, the neighborhood that I grew up in, a much beloved library there that was way past its date for needing to be replaced. We partnered with the EDC instead of DDC with all the benefits that we've already talked about. We partnered with Robin Hood and an individual donor to supplement the funding, and we partnered with a developer who built so we got, as a result, a 20,000 square foot brand new amazing library, as well as a pre-K center, an ACTS center and job training, and 174 units of 100% affordable housing with the kind of demand for it that Linda has already said. That was a learning process. It took us some time to get to it, but the results are truly phenomenal. And I love that library. I love all our libraries, but that one is really spectacular and has encouraged us. So we are now in planning for doing the same in Grand Concourse, where we envision 114 units of affordable housing. Bloomingdale is in planning on 100th Street on the west side that could yield up to 850 units of housing.
50. Wow.
And well, it's a site of major development. And we have identified Parkchester, together with the speaker and the mayor, as possibly the next round. We are looking at all the libraries that need to be renovated that are not the landmarked Carnegies. Obviously, we can't do that. We can't do this there. But we're looking at every opportunity that is possible to do this kind of co-location, because we get great new libraries. We get it at at reasonable rates, if you will, and could we can get this done with EDC or other partners, and the city gets more of the affordable housing that everyone so desperately needs.
It's a great model. And I hate to say it, it's a little facetious, but it probably takes the same amount of time as if we were to just give you regular capital dollars to finish the libraries to build a whole new building. Quick question, because I remember when I was at one of the DDC hearings, I was talking to the then commissioner about their new design build program. And one of the questions I'd asked was which agencies they could potentially partner with to pilot this more, because they're very interested in expanding it. It's a lot faster in terms of the timeline because you're not doing things sequentially. The front loading part of the design and the building and all of that is happening in the beginning with the architects and the contractors all at the same time. So there's, I was actually really impressed by it. And so just wondering if you've had conversations at all with maybe using some of the models that you've mentioned as a pilot or part of that process.
Again, we have had great track record working with EDC, and we continue to talk with them about possibilities. I think this is an example of where we all need to be open-minded. We know that DDC was created for particular reasons at a particular moment in history. We're all grateful to our colleagues at DDC, but we all also recognize the limits and the ways in which adding twice as much time, twice as much cost does no one any good, and that we need to be creative together and to work together with the city council and with the mayor to find systems that will work better, which I think are eminently possible.
Yeah.
So we have two projects in Queens with DDC and Design Build. So we're exploring to see how we may look at others as well. And I think there are still questions, even with what you said, Chair Lee, as far as front end and the potential efficiency, what the extra cost may be to us and what they may charge us for those type of projects, and whether the cost is worth the return on the efficiency of delivery. And so we're exploring that as well.
Okay, perfect.
Brooklyn as well. We have a project at Spring Creek, and DDC is pitching a second one. But we're at a wait and see.
Okay, and just lastly, can you just outline which library branches are currently in the capital plan for full reconstruction or demolition and replacement, and whether any of those projects could accommodate mixed-use development such as affordable housing?
So
I mean,
I'll
I
jump
can-
in
yeah.
because,
We
go ahead,
have-
Linda. After you. No, no.
I mean, we're in the process of putting a list together, and the one that's out front is the new Utrecht Library, but there's others that could follow.
Yeah, Linda and Tony, New York and Brooklyn are ahead of us as far as all the various co-location projects. So we're exploring internally as far as those libraries that may qualify, and then we'll be working with both the mayor's office and the city council and the speaker as far as those projects that we're proposing. But we've done some internal analysis, and so we're still refining that.
Yeah,
as
there's
well.
also a communications issue here. When these projects go into production, we're closing libraries down for a significant period of time, and so there's a sort of delicate process of community engagement that we like to go in before we start announcing, where they are.
I've already mentioned the co-location ones that we're looking at. Those conversations continue to see what else we can do. They are, as Linda's just mentioned, require intense conversations with the communities, as they should. So, for instance, at Bloomingdale, the question of sort of what percentage are affordable or other mixed-use apartments is an ongoing conversation. I'll just say very quickly, recently completed capital projects at New York Public Library, Fort Washington, County Cullen, Hunts Point, Port Richmond, Richmond Town, HVAC replacement, and Muhlenberg. And in progress, Hamilton Fish Park, Huguenot Park, Westchester Square, long time in the works, Woodlawn Heights, Castle Hill, Edenwald, Seward Park, Tompkins Square, and West New Brighton. And there is more that we need to do.
Right. No, thank you so much.
It's like a never ending.
Yeah.
When we get through we each have, I think Tony has 90 some branches. We each have 62.
I
and
have 66.
There's never an end to the work that needs to be done.
Yep, definitely. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudson?
Thank you so much, Chair, and good morning.
Good morning.
You all mentioned the libraries being the most trusted institutions, and also we know that they're the most democratic institutions. And at a time when our democracy is under threat, I think the impact on these most democratic institutions cannot be overstated. And so each of your library systems provide direct services, community stability, and innovative programming. Can you share how potential service reduction would disproportionately impact neighborhoods that rely most heavily on libraries for internet access, study space, and educational programming?
Thank you for that question. Of course, we agree with all of your sentiments, and we'll do the very best we can to make sure that cuts would not disproportionately affect neighborhoods in greatest need. To the contrary, we're sensitive to where the demand has the deepest impact on a community, but also aware that because our operations are complex, it's difficult to tailor specific reductions in service to particular neighborhoods. So there's also at the same time a competing effort to be somewhat even-handed about it.
Well, I think that's a good and important point to note, is that any reduction would make it extremely difficult and could unintentionally have a disproportionate impact on some of the communities with the greatest needs.
Yeah, no question. I mean, one of the beauties about our libraries is the deep relationships that our librarians have with, individual members in their communities.
Right.
And trying to be sensitive when cuts they know will affect somebody in particular.
Right.
Can I just add, we absolutely share your sentiments that we live in challenging days, challenging to the fundamentals of our democracy. We respond to book bannings by unbanning books for here in New York, obviously, for folks nationally. We're mindful of the possibility of ICE putting a chill on particularly the immigrants who come to our branches. We are providing the largest free English language instruction outside of the schools in CUNY, and we don't want to see that diminish. We want those communities to feel welcomed and respected and not to be fearful. We provide wireless access. There are 1.5 million New Yorkers still without broadband at home, and we are working to solve that problem, not just in the branches, but finding ways to project wireless beyond the branches. We would like to see a utility level of free broadband so that people can do the work of democracy
Right.
and communicate with each other. And then lastly, I'll say the libraries in our time have transformed themselves from passive spaces, much essential and beloved places to come read, to have HVAC, to have computer access and collections and access to our amazing librarians, but they are also now education centers. Millions of visits to education programs which simply didn't exist before, from early literacy to after school to tutoring to computer skills to English language, essential for the immigrant community who we all need to be protecting and serving. Anytime there's reduction in funding, anytime there's a reduction in hours, anytime a branch needs to close for lack of capital investment, all of those offerings are diminished. We live in a moment, I know you feel this way, I know the mayor feels this way, in which we need to be doing more, not less, given
Right.
the challenges that we are all facing.
Absolutely.
So just to pick up on the point that Linda made in her testimony, and I know all of us are experiencing this, our metrics are up right now. I mean, we're seeing people coming back from COVID, and our metrics are up. And I use a figure of, with our Wi-Fi usage, we've seen a 51% increase in the people utilizing our Wi-Fi. That's based on the extended service that we give for people to be able to take advantage of that. But we see our program services numbers going up. Any type of cut or even a threat of a cut then impacts that as well, because then people wonder what's going on. Or our waiting lists get longer and longer, which is one hand good because people are coming to us, but then meeting that demand is not good because the money's not there or the threat of the money is not there, and it doesn't allow us to plan. And our goal is to make sure we empower our team members to plan appropriately, knowing their particular neighborhoods. So all of those things have an impact as far as services are concerned, and the impact of any type of cut on the services that we've been providing.
If I may, Chair, thank you. I just have one other question, which you've sort of already answered, so it's a great segue. But according to the PMMR, participation in programs has increased. If you can each maybe just talk about which types of programs are experiencing the most growth and how libraries are prioritizing programming to meet community needs. And then I think what you've answered, and I'm sure that the other two folks will agree with your sentiment, that does the current preliminary budget allow you to sustain your current level of programming, or will communities see fewer events and educational opportunities, though you've already alluded to a cut that would threaten those programs? Thank you.
Yeah, certainly any cuts of this magnitude would definitely have an impact on the quantity of programming that we would offer. It's just sheer logic. You're not open as many hours. You don't have as much staff. you can't offer the same level of service, sadly. But our business is very labor intensive, and being thinly staffed just isn't sustainable. Is really the problem. In terms of which programs are seeing a surge, I think our focus has certainly been in outreach services, services to the immigrant communities, services to 0 to 5 is sort of our bread and butter. The other focus that we've really been very disciplined about maintaining is on teens. We believe that the programming, if we get it right in the libraries that we offer to teens, is a lot healthier than what they might be attracted to elsewhere. And there was a natural rhythm to library use where you would come with your parents, your caregivers when you were small, that as things became more interesting elsewhere, you sort of drifted away from the library and ended up coming back when you had your own children. And we're trying to reduce the amount of time that we lose people in their sort of lifelong learning cycle.
So the Queens gate count is up by 4%, circulation is up by 25%, e-circulation is up as well. Attendance is roughly flat for us. Wi-Fi sessions, as indicated before, is up by 51%. Computer sessions are up by 17%. So again, it's just the trend numbers are just up and up and up. We're seeing an increase in, we have a mail-a-book program. The circulation is up for that as well. And our visits are up. So, I mean, we just see the numbers in program services, and with ESOL services that we're providing, that's up as a result of both private funding and city funding as well. And as a result of Sunday service, our visits are increasing. So any way you look at it, slice it, the services are up. The people are saying, we want you. We are glad you are there. The demand is there. And we want to have the continuity of being able not just to respond to the demand, but to increase the programmatic services we provide to meet the needs of the public at large.
The logical conclusion I draw is that funding should also be up. But go ahead, Tony.
We're in heated agreement.
Okay.
Can I just add? Again, it's worth noting because a library has become now proactive space. It also means people are coming and staying longer. They're not just coming in, grabbing a book. They are still doing that,
Right.
but they are also staying for these programs. And these programs have become really mainstays. We see, for instance, in our school-age children and after school, a 25% increase in attendance and 6% more sessions from 25 to 26. College and career pathways, teen programs, as Linda mentioned, other programs for school-age kids. Our language access, ESOL, we have over 15,000 ESOL class seats filled, and we have still 1,500 to 2,000 names on the wait list. We don't want wait lists. We want everyone to get the services that they are eager to get from us. We live in a moment when the immigrant community in particular is feeling threatened. That's when and I know you agree, I know the mayor agrees, absolutely, that means we need to step up, not step back. So with the funding so that we can provide those services and be clear to the immigrant community that they are welcomed and essential members of this city and of our community.
I just want to add something which you probably already understand, but there's a common thread, and that is that we are the largest providers of free Wi-Fi in our boroughs, and that being on the wrong side of the digital divide is not where you want to be right now. And it's only getting worse because with the advent of artificial intelligence, the divide will only widen. And so when we're not opened and people cannot bring their own devices or take advantage of our public access computers, it's very limiting and makes living in this complicated city of ours much more difficult.
Absolutely. Thank you all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Maloney?
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you all for being here today, for the work that you do and your testimony. A shout out to the New York Public Library, whose main branch is in my district, District 4. So thank you for being here. I had a similar line of questioning to Councilmember Hudson, so just want to reiterate the importance of libraries in closing the digital divide, which plays a key role in economic development too, right? These are people using the internet for economic mobility, for learning. I also want to echo the unseen costs of unpredictable funding cycles, where there's human capital costs that come with that, with uncertainty, the starting and stopping of projects at a time when the end result is costing taxpayers more to deliver less. So it's time to hang up the dancing shoes. On the 7-day service, can you clarify how many branches currently operate with 7 day service or Sunday service? And if there's room to grow in expanding that program?
In Brooklyn, it's 12 branches, and we can't even think about expanding that while we're under threat of curtailing services during the week. Everybody's whispering the numbers.
No,
around.
go ahead, Tony. No.
Sorry. So we added 5 additional branches for Sunday services, 3 in the Bronx, 1 Manhattan, 1 Staten Island, with thanks to the City Council. And that's in addition to Jefferson Market, SAS, the Schwartzman Building, the Niarchos Foundation, Washington Heights, Parkchester, Bronx Library Center, Grand Concourse in the Bronx, and Todd Hill in Staten Island. We select these sites based on locations of services, access to public transit, number of visits, school proximity, all of that. We are eager to do more, but we have to have the funding to do more. It costs us time and a half. Those are because of agreements with our great partners at DC 37, so we need to be respectful of that, but also mindful of the costs involved. And I just want to go back, if I may, Councilmember, to what your comment about and Linda's comment about the digital divide. It's just crazy to think about 1 million plus New Yorkers still being in the digital dark. I mean, imagine in the pandemic, if you didn't have access to schools, you didn't have access to jobs, you didn't have access to the internet at home. Now, here we are, 5 years or so later, there's still those folks who are without. We saw an increase of wireless sessions in the libraries jump from 1.3 million in FY23 to more than double that, 2.7 million in FY25. The demand is real. We are meeting those in the libraries, but we are all increasingly looking at, and my colleagues are working at, and we're partnering with HPD and others to find ways to use the library's capacity to provide broadband, free broadband at a basic level to all New Yorkers. That's what I know the mayor is aspiring to, and it's what we are all working towards. The days of digital dark should be long behind us.
In response to the question, we have 8 in Queens. So we added 5 in addition to our 3, and then we also had added a Saturday hour in Kew Gardens Hills, making that 7 days a week. So we've seen the numbers, as I indicated in my testimony, with 32,000 people coming through our doors for 7-day services, and we love it. But at the same time, I think as Linda and others have indicated, Tony and I have indicated, that it's all connected also to the 30.7 money being baseline, because you just can't do 7-day service and have that extra Sunday.
I did want to ask
to
one
put
more
this in
question in my
context,
last 50 seconds here, but okay. Right. Okay.
No, I just wanted to explain, because maybe it's not evident, but the reason that Sundays are such a sticking point is that it's more expensive to deliver service on Sunday, and that we staff buildings on a volunteer basis on Sundays, so it's more difficult to get people to sign up for those hours.
Makes sense. Thank you, Chair. On the point of savings, I wanted to ask about the energy efficiency initiatives that were in the preliminary budget, solar panel installations and lighting audits, if there was any expected cost savings you see from those investments, or if you've realized any savings from those investments in the past.
Yeah, the city sees the same.
We are always looking for being more energy efficient. We live in a time when that is essential for society, for the globe. It is worth noting that the city pays our electric bills, So when there are savings, those go to the city, which is great, but they don't affect our budget per
That's
se.
helpful.
And at Queens, we have a project where we have installed, yet not seen the results yet, at Peninsula Library. But also, just real quickly, I imagine like Tony and Linda, we're going through our strategic planning process. And so energy savings, resiliency is a key part of that as well. And so we've been working with DCAS around special funding and also taking a look internally as far as how we become more efficient to show savings.
I should have added, we're particularly proud of our solar panels at the Charleston Library. So.
Us as well. Coney Island?
Thank you very much, and thank you, Chair.
No problem. Okay, I have a few more questions on staffing and workforce challenges. Does the fiscal 2027 prelim budget affect hiring, retention, and staffing levels across the three systems? And if you could just share your current vacancy rate for each of your systems.
So we are continuing to hire, but taking a very detailed look at the hiring that we're doing. So we have an internal hiring panel that looks at where our vacancies are and making sure we continue to staff. But again, as indicated before, the 1.5% savings exercise that we're going through may have an impact significantly on that, and definitely the 2.5%. As far as the vacancy rate, 83 right now.
Our current vacancies
Full-time.
at both research and branches is 105. We are eager to continue to fill those vacancies. Obviously, if we face the kinds of cuts that have been proposed and that we know everyone is hoping to avoid, then we won't be able to fill those vacancies. Instead, we'll be freezing hiring.
And Brooklyn Public Library is at about 100 vacancies.
Thank you. I have a question about state funding. So each of New York City's 3 library systems receives funding from state under formula aid provided to every public library system that meets minimum standards set by NYSED. How is the level of state aid level determined? Does it include census data as well as local needs?
Yeah, it's by formula.
With the exception of occasional particular investments by the governor or by members of the legislature, it's basically by formula, and it has seen an increase in the last year. Let me get that number for
Do
you.
you know
Sorry.
the methodology of the formula? Like, do you know?
Based upon
What?
population.
Okay, thank you. Is the current level of state aid adequate to meet the needs across the 5 boroughs?
No, that's the easy one. No, and
You know, there's libraries in every municipality in New York State, so
so our folks collectively have been up advocating as far as more money as well, and we see it from the legislature more side than the governor's office, but then it evens itself out. But the answer is no.
In fiscal 2026 enacted state budget, how much did libraries receive statewide? What did each of the systems receive? So how much got deposited for all libraries across the state, and then how much did New York City libraries receive?
I don't know the statewide number. We'll get that for you, Madam Chair. I know that the New York Public Library received $21.9 million. In FY25, the largest part of that was, or single largest part of that was through the formula aid, but there was also designated aid and other state aid involved.
We can get you that information.
yeah, I think the
Yeah.
total is about $103 million for libraries across the state, and Brooklyn Public Library received just over $8 million.
And again, it's based on
Around
demographics.
the
It's
same.
based on population.
Yeah, and we're around the same as Brooklyn.
How much did you say Brooklyn got? Sorry.
8.7 precisely.
Oh, okay. I was supposed to say, how did you get more? But I realized New York has multiple boroughs.
And
Like
and-
20 million in the city, but you're not just
got
New York.
3
I know,
boroughs.
I know,
Yeah.
I know,
No, and 90
That's why I didn't say
branches.
anything. I know that sounds like 8.7 from Brooklyn. That's like not right. They're the largest borough, but you have 3 boroughs.
And we love Brooklyn and Queens. Let me just be very clear.
He has 90 libraries to our 62. And
Yes. No,
66.
listen, I got it. I didn't even ask. I made the correction myself. Okay. Do you know how much funding the governor is proposing in this current budget for the library systems? And do you have any sense of what you all are expecting to receive?
So we know that the state budget, as you know, has not yet been enacted, and I know the mayor is very conscious of that, and that's part of the discussions that we look forward to positive results on. The governor's proposed budget at the moment calls for a very small increase in expense funding for the 3 library systems, about 200,000 of which would go to the New York Public Library.
I will have to get you that.
No problem. Okay, I'm going to turn back to capital needs and infrastructure. And I feel like you all alluded to this, but if you could get any more specific, that would be helpful around obviously some of the regular maintenance, the aging, and significant repairs that you have to do yearly. How does the current capital funding pipeline address deferred maintenance and modernization across the systems?
I'll start, and everyone can feel free to chime in. The issue for all of our systems is that they are, in some cases, we're dealing with Carnegie libraries that are, date from the early 1900s and are more expensive to repair, to what Dennis was referring to as Lindsay boxes, which were libraries built during the Lindsay administration, which put service in every corner of our borough. But they were all built at the same time and, frankly, inexpensively built and all sort of limited in terms of size. And because they were all coming online at about the same time, they're all degrading at about the same time. The deferred maintenance numbers are staggering. And when I first came to this job, kept me up at night, but nobody else seemed to be losing sleep over it because they become inured to it. So in Brooklyn, it's over $350 million in deferred maintenance, and the risk that puts on us is these unplanned closings. We have over 1.1 million square feet of real estate, and the city we're asking the city for $10 to $15 million a year to take care of that footprint, which is not nearly enough to make any kind of improvement in that number, in the deferred maintenance number. And just one of the reasons that these projects, these overhauls, make so much sense is that if you take a library with a significant amount of deferred maintenance and you decide to do a complete overhaul, you completely wipe out that deferred maintenance and you deliver to that community a library that is in good working condition, that is warm in the winter and cool in the summer, and perhaps most importantly, you have the opportunity to build an inspiring space where people feel proud and can do their best work, and presumably will be in good shape for years to come.
So I'll just add to that. It's simply the fact is the current pipeline doesn't address these priorities, which is why we're here discussing it. It's also why it's so important for us to have a significant investment in the 10-year capital plan so that we can plan to avoid these closings. There will still be occasional emergencies that will need enough additional expense funding to cover the Band-Aid approach that Linda described, though we'd like to minimize those because they're so dislocating. But the simple fact is we have century-old libraries that require significant investment to keep them open. It's why we have asked the City Council to consider a $10 million lump sum request of capital to each of the systems to get out of this problem. And again, all these issues connect. If we have a branch that has to close, we cannot provide the services that New Yorkers look to us to provide. We need both the expense funding to pay for those services and the capital funding to make sure that we have the buildings in shape and open in which we can provide those services in every neighborhood.
So just, excuse me, to pick up a point that Tony made earlier about the Carnegies and Linda made as well. So we have Astoria Library that's closed now because we are putting major improvement there and also making it ADA accessible as well. And Astoria is built probably around 1902, 1905. And part of our challenge is that with deferred maintenance, it really is deferred. We have a ranking list at Queens as far as those in most need, those in some need, and those in very serious need. And all of those have need, and all of those will be impacted. All of those will have, especially the Lindsay boxes, closed down at some point in time. Without this significant investment that all of us have talked about, then we're just putting little band-aids on, and those band-aids will eventually come off, and we can't afford to have that happen. So all that is to say is that the comprehensive money that we will ask for, and we continue to ask for, is important because it eliminates those deferred needs and putting major projects in place that, as Linda indicated, will then give the community a library it deserves.
Thank you. And again, you did allude to this when I asked my original question around your working relationship with DDC to ensure library capital projects are completed on time and within budget, which we know they're typically not on time. And oftentimes you have to come back to us because they're also not within budget. So I don't know if you had anything else to add. And I know this is an ongoing conversation that requires certainly more time than we have at a hearing, but anything else that you might want to add in terms of what you've described as a different way to do business? I know that we're also in the council equally interested in working with you and the mayor's office to figure out how we could address this issue.
So I'll respond a little differently than normal in that I think, one, as indicated in our testimony, this is the perfect opportunity to finally address this problem, both with new leadership on the exec side and new leadership and continued leadership on the city council side. And really doing a detailed analysis of the whys it's taking so long or it takes so long to do it. I mean, I don't know if I've actually seen, we know the impact of what happens to us, but a real big breakdown of each city agency that has a hand in delaying this capital work. And then what can be done from a management point of view or even a legislative point of view to minimize the problem, if not eliminate the problem that takes place in taking so long. And once that's up there, it brings it in the public. It opens it up for review and analysis and response as far as how it improves the system for specifically for us as libraries. Because, you know, when I was chancellor, I always use this example. We had one of the most complex projects ever in building 3 schools up in the South Bronx that was on a rail yard that was contaminated and building an athletic field. We had to remediate that, and through the SCA, we were able to build 3 schools, an athletic field, remediate the ground in a 3-year period of time. That's what it should be, not a 8 to 10 year period of time for libraries. So that's one of my ways of suggesting that we open it up, find out what's happening, and then Linda knows, and she's been really focused on this as far as how we then change it around to benefit the libraries.
You know, we sort of beat this to a bloody pulp, but I would just add 2 things that we haven't said about this problem. One is that the city's reimbursement structure is very slow. And so when we are funding our own projects, we end up in Brooklyn having to borrow money to pay our vendors because otherwise we fear that they won't be able to continue the work. So we're actually paying interest on money that we need because the city's reimbursement structure creates a lot of lag time between the beginning of the project and when the money starts to flow. And that would be really helpful to fix. The other thing that I want to add that hasn't been discussed is the impact on morale to the people who work in branches that are in bad condition, who are sort of forced to do their work day in and day out with one hand tied behind their back because there are chillers in the middle of the floor to, provide cooling during the summer, or because there's leaks in a building that's filled with paper and books. So it makes it, yeah, we want our librarians to love their work, and they do. They love their patrons, but we're making it tough in some cases.
Madam Chair, you've clearly hit a nerve again. So, again, with all due respect and gratitude to the work of our colleagues at DDC, DDC was created in the Giuliani administration for particular reasons at a particular moment in history. It has become large and bureaucratic. It cannot be responsive and nimble in the way that we are describing, and I think the track record makes that clear. We have talked, in my position, I have talked to 3 previous mayors about this. Everyone wrings their hands. Everyone understands that the rules and requirements are for self-managed projects are too onerous. Everyone has said we need to revisit this. We've talked about pass-throughs, but again, the process by which we get reimbursed is not staffed sufficiently, so we end up, with a lot of paperwork and not getting reimbursed in a timely way, creating financial constraints upon us. We need to restructure the design contract as a whole. We've worked with EDC and other organizations that have proven there is a better way to do this. We are eager to work with the new administration, who I know are eager to solve this kind of problem that has been handcuffing us for way too long. There are solutions to this. We would love to roll up our sleeves and find those solutions together with the mayor and with the city council.
I mean, I think truthfully, and Dennis mentioned this, someone needs to take a deep dive and look at what's going on. I suspect it's no one thing. We can't really know what's happening inside DDC. It's not our, organization to run. But my guess is that there are a host of problems there, all working at odds, and it's deeply affecting our ability to do our jobs.
And just to add one more thing to what Linda just said, in that it's not just DDC. That's why I said we really need to take a look at all the city agencies that have the connection to this. It's OMB as well, as issues of bonding, what it actually means. I mean, there are a host of intersection of agencies that are involved in this issue and the challenge for this issue. And it's a great management project to really tackle, to claim, I solved the delays of DDC for the people of New York City. It's a great project for someone to tackle, to say, these are the ways we need to analyze these issues. These are the intersections of these various city agencies and how it flows downstream to impact the people of New York City. It's a great time to do it. And this is the perfect group of individuals on both sides of the aisle to do it.
Okay. Do any of my colleagues have any more questions for the libraries? You can ask a question. We have some time. We have a whole 15 minutes before DCLA is supposed to be here. Okay, well, we've been joined by Chair Councilmember Stevens. All right, well, thank you so much. I do look forward to working with you all. I do like these project management projects personally. So hopefully we can try to do what we can within the next 4 years to chip away at this issue. So I do look forward to working with you. And thank you so much for joining us this morning. And thank you so much for all you do for New Yorkers who rely on the library systems. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your leadership.
Thanks. I guess now we'll take a little minute break before DCLA at 11:30. And just FYI, public testimony will be after DCLA's testimony.
Hold on. Let me move Linda's coffee cup.
Yeah, get that out of the picture.
You're always in the middle.
Always in the middle.
I know.
You're just noticing that?
Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Great job, guys. Thank you.
Same. Good partnership as usual. All right. Yes, John.
Thank you. Always entertaining. Always
I'm stealing his stuff though.
Okay, can everyone please have your seat? We're going to start. Please, everyone have your seat. Also, please do not approach the dais at any time. And please silent all electronic devices. Please silent all electronic devices. Please have your seat at this time. We are going to start. Thank you for kind cooperation.
All right, good morning again, and thank you everyone for joining us today for the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Relations Fiscal Year 2027 Preliminary Budget Hearing. I would like to welcome the representatives from the Department of Cultural Affairs, members of the public, and my colleagues in the Council. As this is my first budget hearing as chair of this committee, I want to begin by acknowledging the vital role that arts and culture play in shaping New York City. Our cultural sector is not simply an amenity. It is one of the defining forces that makes New York the global capital of creativity. Cultural organizations, artists, and institutions are also powerful economic engines for our city. They drive tourism, activate commercial corridors, create jobs, and generate billions of dollars in economic activity each year. From our world-renowned institutions to the small community-based organizations that anchor neighborhoods across the 5 boroughs, the cultural sector supports thousands of workers and contributes to the vitality of our local economies. At the same time, we must recognize that the spaces where culture happens are theaters, museums, rehearsal studios, and community arts centers are essential infrastructure. These are the places where creativity is nurtured, where communities gather, and where the next generation of artists is developed. If we want a thriving cultural ecosystem, we must treat cultural spaces as the infrastructure they are and ensure they receive the sustained investment necessary to survive and grow. Yet, many artists and cultural workers are struggling to remain in the very city they help define. The affordability crisis facing New York City is deeply felt within the cultural community. Rising rents, shrinking rehearsal and studio space, and the high cost of living are pushing artists out of the city and threatening the diversity and dynamism that make our cultural sector so extraordinary. Today's hearing is an opportunity to closely examine whether the preliminary budget meets the needs of DCLA and the broader cultural community. While New York City's arts and cultural sector play a vital role in our economy and in the life of our neighborhoods, the level and consistency of investment from the city has not always reflected that reality. I was very disappointed to see that the prelim plan did not include the $30 million one-time funding added at the adoption of the fiscal 2026 budget. I would like to see that funding baseline to appropriately account for the needs of the city's cultural institutions and artists. Today, we'll be looking carefully at how the prelim budget supports cultural organizations, whether it provides meaningful support for artists, and whether the city is doing enough to preserve and invest in the creative spaces that are essential to our city's identity and economic vitality. It is essential that the budget that we adopt this year is transparent, accountable, and reflective of the priorities and interests of the council and the people we represent. This hearing is a vital part of this process, and I expect that DCLA will be responsive to the questions and concerns of council members. I look forward to an active engagement with the administration over the next few months to ensure the fiscal 2027 adopted budget meets the goals the council has set out. And before we begin, I will acknowledge my colleagues again, Councilmember Ung, Hudson, and Stevens. And again, I want to thank amazing staff, Carolina, Aaliyah, for their work on this hearing, committee staff, Alejandro and Regina, for their support, my staff, Priyanka and Shaki. And I just want to remind everyone from the public who wishes to testify in person today that you must fill out an appearance card, which is located on the desk of the Sergeant at Arms at the back of the room. Please fill out the slip even if you have already registered to testify in advance. When you are called, please limit your testimony to 2 minutes, whether you are testifying in person or on Zoom. I'm also going to ask my colleagues to limit their questions and comments to 5 minutes. And I also just want to thank the Sergeant at Arms, and I will now turn it over to the committee counsel to administer the oath to members of the administration.
Good morning. Could you please raise your right hands? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before these committees and to respond honestly to council members' questions? Thank you. As a reminder to all of our witnesses, please state your name prior to your testimony for the record. Thank you, and you may begin.
Good morning, Deputy Speaker and members of the committee. I am Deputy Commissioner Alton Murray from the New York City Department of Cultural Affairs, here today to testify in regards to the agency proposed fiscal year 2027 preliminary budget. I am joined today by our General Counsel, Lance Palvey, and other colleagues from the agency. I will begin today with a review of the numbers from Mayor Mamdani's fiscal 27 budget for DCLA. In FY27, the budget allocates a total of $215.6 million in city funds to DCLA. This includes $52 million for the Cultural Development Fund, also known as CDF, $52.9 million to cover energy costs for groups on city property, $100.6 million for operating subsidies to cultural institution groups, also known as CIG, $8.2 million for agency staffing operations, and $2 million for Create NYC and other initiatives. Please note, these figures do not include any one-time funding allocation, such as the City Council initiative, that are typically added at budget adoption each year. By comparison, at this point in the process last year, the preliminary budget for FY26 allocated $164 million to DCLA. $52 million in the process last year, $52 million less than we currently have allocated for FY27. We look forward to working in the months ahead towards adopting a budget for FY27 that builds on the strong record of support for arts and culture that our agency has historically provided. Our FY26 expense budget remained at a record-setting $300 million for our agency. This robust funding has allowed us to support affordable, accessible, diverse cultural programs across the city. Recently, we publicly announced the FY27 CDF Awards. Awards notification went out in December. This cycle, we saw more than $74 million in grants for public programming to over 1,171 cultural organizations. More than 84% of these applicants receive awards, and 96% of the funded organizations offer free subsidized programming. Over half of these grantees are receiving multi-year awards following the recent reforms that expand eligibility for multi-year support, providing greater financial stability to organizations across the sector. The FY27 CDF budget also maintained a 15% increase for the City Borough Arts Councils. Funding also delivered $2.1 million in increased funding to 283 organizations in lower income neighborhoods. Together with continued safety net funding for longtime grantees, these initiatives reflect the city's ongoing commitment to strengthening a diverse, equitable, and community-rooted cultural sector. I'm delighted to report that the application period is now open for the next cycle of CDF. The agency has worked hard to launch the process as early as possible in the fiscal year so that our awards notification can go out sooner. We understand that this is a priority for the field and for our new commissioner, and we want to shout out our hardworking team at DCLA Programs Unit for moving this process forward. FY27 CDF applications are due April 2nd, and webinars are also posted bumping up on March 25th. For anyone who hasn't been able to join a webinar, we've also posted a recording on our website. It's the most informative 90 minutes of information available on our website at nycgov.culture. DCLA Capital Unit has also been hard at work on advancing our capital construction and equipment projects for cultural groups across the city. Requests for funding for projects, including funding from the Borough President's Office, were due on February 19th. All other capital requests are due tomorrow. Eligible organizations were invited to 2 capital funding seminars earlier this year, both of which were at capacity. We are also excited to continue the Capital Feasibility Planning Program into its 4th year. The program matches consultants with small organizations to help them define, plan, strategize successful capital projects. Applications to take part in this program will open in April. The New York City Create in Place program, which is an interagency collaboration based at DCLA, continues to open up new pathways of support for smaller organizations beyond direct funding. As part of this work, the Create in Place team has organized a series of webinars which starts tomorrow. The webinar series will bring together experts in finance, legal services, government, and nonprofit consulting to provide practical guidance for creative small businesses and nonprofit arts organizations. Participants will learn about strengthening organization capacity, accessing capital through grants and financing tools, and connecting with pro bono legal services tailored to the creative sector. If you're interested in joining an upcoming webinar, visit nycgov/createinplace. DCLA Public Art team is continuing to bring extraordinary community-centered installations to neighborhoods around the city. Last month, they joined partners at the Parks Department and DDC to unveil the new Charlie Chisholm Rec Center in East Flatbush, Brooklyn. This new facility is the first ever rec center in central Brooklyn and features a remarkable permanent installation by artist Vanessa German, commissioned by our Percent for Art program. German's artwork, the East Flatbush People's Museum of Love and Wonder, great name, are installed throughout the center, celebrating the peoples, places, and connection that illuminates the community with love and wonder. Through our Public Art in Residency, or PAIR program, artists are working with a variety of agencies to bring their creative practice to bear on a range of civil challenges. Our peer with the Commission on Human Rights, Caitlin McCain, has been working at the intersection of theater and housing policy. She has been leading a series of fair chances performance in areas of Brooklyn where residents are at higher risk of housing displacement. Caitlin is working with both professional actors and New Yorkers directly impacted by the criminal legal system to collaboratively develop this performance. This work dramatized the barriers former incarcerated individuals face when seeking housing and rehearses strategies to dismantle them. In partnership with both CCHR and MOOM, we're also releasing a series of videos acting out McCain's fair chance performances. These are integrated into the city's resources to aid tenants. As you might know, Commissioner Vidge co-founded and led PAIR when it was established at our agency over 10 years ago, and the mayor have expressed admiration for the program. So we look forward to building on the success of PAIR in the new administration and continuing to work with artists to explore possibilities of creative practices in public service. DCLA Amazing Materials for the Arts program also continues to foster greener and more affordable arts landscape for our city. Last fiscal year, MFTA provided 4.1 million pounds of materials valued at nearly $17 million to 2,500 members, organizations, schools, and agencies across the city. That's an average of roughly $6,800 worth of supply provided to each member completely free of charge. Recent donations facilitated by MFTA include 50 high-end office chairs donated by Morgan Stanley, which went to the Martha Graham Dance Company just this week. A premium valet curtain donated by the Met Cloister went to Teatro Latea, where it will now be draped over the theater's incredible production. Thanks to MFTA and their generous partners, these high-quality donated items avoid a fate in the landfill and instead help arts groups and educators stretch every dollar. Tomorrow, March 19th, they will also open All Night I Hear the Noise of Water Sobbing, and a solar exhibition featuring recent work by artist Mary Mattingly as MFTA's artist in residency. Mattingly has unlimited access to MFTA warehouse of donated supplies, where she has collected found objects to create the installation featured in our solo exhibition. We hope you can join us for the opening tomorrow or see the exhibition at some point before it closes this summer. We've been delighted to work with the Mayor's Office and the new administration to both highlight existing and create new opportunities for all New Yorkers to experience the joy and connection that comes from engagement with the arts. In January, Mayor Mamdani partnered with the Under the Radar Festival to offer free tickets to the festival performances, ensuring all residents can afford to enjoy the unmatched experience of live theater. He broke ground on the Tembalay Terrace, an existing new housing development in East Harlem that will also provide a permanent home for Belongo, the Afro-Latin Jazz Alliance, funded by DCLA. For Black History Month, he worked with the Louis Armstrong House to offer free tours and joined the Brooklyn Museum for their free First Saturday program. We were also honored to join the mayor to cut ribbon on the restoration project of Weeksville Heritage Center historic Hunterfly houses, which once anchored the free Black community of Weeksville. Together, these show a clear direction that we're excited to explore further with our new commissioner. We want to foster a city where cultural organizations can thrive, where our legacies and heritage are honored, and where every New Yorker has the opportunity to feel a sense of belonging, purpose, and inspiration that only culture can provide. Thank you for giving this opportunity to testify today, and we're happy to take any questions you have.
Thank you so much. DCLA's fiscal 2027 prelim budget totals $215.9 million, representing a reduction of $83.7 million compared to fiscal 2026 adopted budget. Beyond initiatives previously supported by the council that are not included in the prelim budget, are there any anticipated impacts to the department's programs, services, or cultural organizations as a result of this reduction?
Thank you very much for that question, Deputy Speaker Williams. It's great to be here today and to get to have this important hearing about the FY27 preliminary budget. We want to highlight something in response to that question noted in our testimony, which is that we are really proud that our FY27 preliminary budget actually includes more than $50 million more than our FY26 preliminary budget. This reflects the hard work that everybody in this room did, including the council, all of the organizations and advocates sitting behind us, and the Department of Cultural Affairs working in partnership with OMB and City Hall to deliver a $45 million baseline increase for arts and culture in FY26. We are confident that the money that you have noted that is not reflected in our budget, including the $30 million added at adoption, is going to be part of ongoing budget negotiations over the course of the next few weeks. We look forward to our partnership with the council and coming forward and out of this process in FY27 with an adopted budget that delivers for this sector.
Thank you. I think I was confused about something that you said. So you said that there was an increase, then we see a decrease. You were talking about from last fiscal year. You said you were proud of the budget. Can you explain that again?
Of course. When we were at the preliminary budget last year for FY26, we had over $50 million less.
So you're saying that you're starting with more than you did last year.
Yes.
But it's still a reduction.
Well, it's not
from
FY26 adopted,
yes.
But that's because there will be one-time ads at adoption.
Okay.
Plus
like
council initiatives.
Funny math messaging you did. Okay. Which programs or initiatives will experience the most significant funding changes as a result of this decrease?
As noted, there is no decrease. It's just the stage that we're at in the budget negotiation process. We look forward to our ongoing negotiations with the council and to arrive at a budget that delivers for all New
Okay, so
Yorkers
I
and arts
reframe
and
the
culture.
question. What programs or initiatives did you impact last fiscal year that you may not be able to think about right now because that additional money wasn't included as it was last year?
I understand the question. You're saying if we were not to get $30 million added at
Yes.
adoption like we did in FY26.
Yes,
for
like
the
I get
adopted
it. I
budget.
know it's semantics. We like to say that the money is not there, but it's not that the money's not there. It's that we put it in one time. It wasn't baseline. So like I get the semantics, but like the one-time money, you did something with it, I hope. And so if
Of
you don't get the
course.
one-time money this year, what are the things that you used the one-time money for last year that if you don't have it this year will be impacted?
It was about an even split, 15 million for the CIGs and 14.8 million for CDF.
Okay, DCLA has a budget headcount of 58 in fiscal year 2027 prelim plan. What is the agency's vacancy rate?
Our agency has budgeted headcount for 58, and we currently have 49 people working at DCLA, so we have 9 vacancies.
Does the agency believe it has sufficient headcount to meet the needs of the cultural community?
Yes.
You guys just be lying under oath. But anyway, it's just lies. But okay.
Deputy Speaker Williams, we have the hardest working team in city government.
No,
We are
and
so
I
proud
do
of
believe
every
that all
member.
city workers are hardworking, but we also know that city workers typically tend to be the most worked workforce as well, and they wouldn't be as worked if there were more people to share in the load. So I get that.
Our agency could always do more with more, but
Of
we are
course,
confident
that
we
is
can
like the agency
all
talking
team up
point
together
across all agencies. I get it.
to work hard to deliver.
Okay, I'll pause to go to council member questions. Councilmember Ong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Assistant Commissioner, we have heard from Botanical Gardens that receive City Council funded community composting support through their obligation plans. Now that DCLA is pushing to restrict the reimbursements to what it defines as educational expenses only. And this has resulted in the denial or delay of funding for essential operation costs for composting, like tools, insurance, fuel for utility vehicles, and payroll costs. Given that the compost processing is fundamental to any meaningful compost education program, can you explain why DCLA is drawing this distinction?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, Councilmember Ong, and thank you for flagging that issue. We've been working very closely with the gardens that received this initiative funding for compost outreach and education over the last many years, but especially it's been a focus over the last 2 fiscal years. And we've been working in partnership with Council Finance to really define what the boundaries are for these funds. And we're happy to continue working with you in your office to see if there are additional expenses that should qualify. But at the end of the day, Council Finance has worked with our office to define what the parameters are for your initiative, and we are executing based on the partnership that we've formed with Council Finance.
So just to follow up on that, this is not a final determination. This is something you're working with Council of Finance about, because composting is very important in the communities, especially, of course, in the botanical gardens. So it's very hard for the botanical gardens to carry on these programs if they're not going to be reimbursed for what is educational purposes.
We completely agree. And so it's all a matter of defining the exact scope. I think we can all agree that car insurance probably isn't fundamental to composting outreach and education. Maybe there are certain handheld tools you're describing that maybe come closer to the border. We're delighted to meet with your office and talk about any examples that you think are closer to the border of education outreach that are currently not being funded and to see if there's something we can do about it.
Thank you. We will be doing that. Thank you.
Councilmember Maloney, followed by Councilmember Stevens.
Thank you so much, Chair. I wanted to look at payments. So the preliminary mayor's management report indicates that only 70% of operating support payments are made on time, below the 90% target. What challenges do these delays cause, and how do they affect the financial stability of the cultural organizations that you fund and support?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Councilmember. My understanding is that that particular statistic primarily is about payments made to our CIG institutions. And we have looked into this ahead of today's hearing, and much of it is just about the process through which the obligation plans are submitted by CIGs. Our team then reviews the obligation plans that we receive from each institution. Sometimes there are mistakes, or as I was speaking about with Councilmember Ung, maybe something is an impermissible expense that's listed on an obligation plan. So there's some ongoing engagement and back and forth between our CIG unit, which works incredibly hard to review all 39 of these each month, and the institutions. Once they finally have one that can be approved, we process the payment and get them out promptly, but that back and forth can sometimes take a little bit of time.
And what are some of the issues that the organizations face as they're kind of dealing with that back and forth?
Yeah, it's very difficult for the organizations. They're trying to make payroll, they're trying to pay for their programs and their ongoing operations. So we are dedicated to working with our CIG institutions to try and speed this process up as best we can. And it really is all about this continued engagement and dialogue between our agency and the groups to get the paperwork correct. And as soon as it is, then we can process payments.
Thank you for that. I also wanted to dig into visitor attendance. The report shows that attendance is declining at cultural institutions in the most recent reporting period. How is DCLA taking this trend into account in the funding decisions, and what challenges does this create as we manage reduced city support and also declining attendance at these cultural institutions?
Well, I would say that if you look at our last several adopted budgets, our city support has been increasing. But there's no doubt that this is a time of crisis for the field. We're looking at a moment in which, as the Independent Budget Office has noted, over $30 million in federal funding has been taken away from cultural institutions in New York City. We have declining foundation support and private philanthropy, and extremely high escalating costs. And that's what really makes this an emergency situation that we at the Department of Cultural Affairs want to ring the bell on. And it's part of why we've been so proud of our partnership with the council to really deliver for arts and culture in our last few budgets. And we're hoping that that ongoing engagement and dialogue is going to result in a budget that all of us can be really proud of for arts and culture. And I think that if we can start to think about and partner with these institutions to ask about what's going on with attendance numbers, and to try and make sure that all New Yorkers, visitors, tourists, have an opportunity to enjoy, engage with, and benefit from the wide diversity of arts and culture institutions in New York City.
Are there any efforts on reversing that trend? And sorry, go ahead.
We're also doing our part to highlight opportunities for free and affordable opportunities for New Yorkers to visit institutions. We recently set up a program with the American Museum of Natural History so that New Yorkers who have certain benefits cards can also attend the museum and see special exhibitions for free. So we are out there trying to promote these opportunities and these institutions that they not only are not just always price prohibitive, they are also free to New Yorkers.
Thank you. That's something I think would be worth investing in. One last question is on the Metropolitan Museum of Art, which borders my district. And as the chair mentioned, city support in the FY27 preliminary plan is reduced. If you can speak to how this reduction will affect the institution's operations and the impact it will have on public programming, et cetera, and also how we think about the smaller and more resource-constrained organizations that might be disproportionately impacted by the funding reductions.
With respect to the Met is a wonderful institution and a jewel of public museums throughout the world, a place that is visited and enjoyed by New York City public school students, members of the broader New York City community, and a place that people visit from all around the world. We're really proud of our partnership with the Met and their role as a leader within the CIGs. We have been working with the Met on a number of capital projects, and we're really proud of the work that they've been doing on the Michael C. Rockefeller wing. Their chiller plants are projects that we've been supporting with city capital dollars and have been successful projects that we've partnered on together. They have all sorts of landmark preservation requests that our office partners on, and their ongoing CIG subsidy payments. So the Met is an institution that we are in touch with all the time. They have a terrific senior leadership team in place at the Met today, and I have no doubt that we can continue our partnership to make sure that they continue to be successful long into the future. With respect to what would change if they didn't receive this $30 million at adoption, they would be subject to, I don't have the exact figure, but an equal percentage of that 15 million spread across all of the CIGs. So that's something that I think we'll continue to partner on as we work towards the FY27 adopted budget.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll ask a few more questions and then come back to Councilmember Stevens. I will talk about the Cultural Institution Group. 5 new SIGs were added in fiscal 2026 to bring it to a total of 39 SIGs in fiscal 2026. What was the process to determine the operational subsidy for each of the new SIGs?
We are so proud of the 5 new CIGs that joined the cohort in late September of 2025. It was an enormous achievement for our agency that had only let in 1 new CIG in 2019 and very few before then. It was the largest expansion of the CIGs since the 1970s. And so just what an achievement for our agency and for the city to be able to provide steady, reliable funding and operating support to these 5 new institutions, 1 from each borough. In terms of their operating subsidy, each one was based on their overall operating budget, their current set of needs, comparing the type of organization to other CIGs, and making sure that equitable funding went to each of the 5 boroughs.
How is DCLA working with all of the SIGs to ensure financial stability and workforce retention?
I mean, I think that we are working with each of our CIGs and keeping a close watch on their financial stability, most importantly by serving as an ex officio member of each one of the 39 boards of directors. That's a really good way to get a sense of the financial health of each of the organizations. We make sure that someone from our agency, sometimes the commissioner, sometimes a member of our CIG unit, attends each and every one of the board meetings for all 39 of those groups. That's where big fiscal challenges come up. But of course, that's not the only way. We're also in regular dialogue with each of the CIGs. They come to us for administrative support, to serve as a thought partner, and we are really glad to play that role. These are critical groups. They're a diverse set of groups, and they really help for our overall cultural ecosystem in the city to thrive.
Given that the number grew and the current request from the mayor for each agency to find cost savings, do you have any thoughts on how that would impact funding for the SIGs, given that the number grew specifically in FY26, and then now you're being asked to reduce in this new fiscal year?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm not worried about the growth of the CIG cohort having an impact on our FY27 budget. The $3 million allocated in FY26 for the CIG expansion has been baselined, and so that $3 million will be there going forward. So I don't worry about being able to support the needs of the new CIGs. As for the remainder of the CIGs, we're very proud of the increase that they got through the $45 million baseline increase. They got $21.5 million baselined in the FY26 budget, and so we know that will, we are of course knowing that that will be part of their baseline going forward, and we will fight together with the council to try and make sure that that there is a strong ad adoption that adequately funds and supports the sector.
What is, I'm turning to the Cultural Development Fund now. What is the proposed funding level for the CDF in FY27 compared to FY26?
I don't have that exact figure in front of me. What I can tell you is that just over 74 million was allocated in the FY26 awards. In the FY27 preliminary plan, 51.96 million has been allocated to CDF, so about $22 million less.
Okay. We passed that budget though, so I do look forward to hearing about what the proposed plan is for this year. Okay, just a few questions on capital budget and cultural infrastructure, and just want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Brewer. So how many cultural capital projects are currently delayed, and what are the major barriers slowing projects?
I couldn't give you an exact figure on number of capital projects that are delayed. You know, we work hard on all of the capital projects that are in front of our agency. And at the moment, I'm going to see if I can get you the total number of projects that we're currently working on.
I think this also adds to my next question, which is the coordination between your agency and DDC, since you don't have any information on the current delays. So if you could just share, like, what is the nature of the relationship and how do you coordinate with DDC around capital projects for the cultural institutions?
Yeah, I'd be happy to talk a little bit about that. We are really thrilled about the close partnership that our agency has with both of the city's capital construction agencies, DDC and EDC. Both of them are really wonderful partners on these capital projects. In terms of what our partnership looks like, we work with organizations to come up with the scope of a potential capital project that they'd like funding for. They can apply to the admin, to the council, and to the borough president's office for funding for that potential project. In each adopted capital budget, they are allocated a certain amount of funding towards those projects. Once a project is fully funded, that's when the process can really start between our agency and DDC. And we can do a managing agency switch to move the project from our agency, where it was getting fully funded, over to DDC to start with the design and construction process. There are a number of steps once DDC has the project. First, they want to really flesh out the scope through their front-end planning unit and all the steps that they take to figure out what a cost estimate is going to be, how much time the project is going to take to do, and they get their engineers and experts.
Is a DCLA staffer, though, like with DDC along
Yes.
that process? Okay.
Every step of the way.
Okay.
When that front-end planning report is done, it goes to the DCLA capital project manager who's helping to oversee the project. So we make sure that we are overseeing everything that is happening. Then they're going to pick a design company, a design firm that's going to generate the design for the capital project. We are heavily involved in those regular design meetings with the institution that receives capital funding. That can go on for quite a while as they go through the design process. Once they have a complete design, then they're going to bid the project out and pick a contractor to build and deliver on the project. With with the contractors, same thing. There are going to be regular construction meetings. Our capital project manager is going to be at each of those meetings, as is the institution, as is DDC. So that's how we do our DDC managed projects. There's a slightly
DCLA has someone on staff whose title is capital projects manager.
yes.
Okay. Okay. So you were going to give me the information on the number of active capital projects you have, and it would be helpful if you also share the number of delayed projects. I mean, given that you all, based off of what you just said, seem to be working hand in hand with DDC, I think that your agency should also have the number of delayed projects as well.
Yeah, I think the question would be what the definition of a delayed project is. But what I can tell you is we have 390 active capital projects with 212 organizations.
You know, I have like a few projects. One is being managed by DDC. It is not a cultural institution, but from what I know from the Parks Department and DDC is like they typically will say this should be done by fall 2026. And so for me, so we're clear on definition, if the project is still in design after fall, if they say design should be completed, they at least give those timelines as I've seen. I don't know if DCLA runs the timeline process different with their cultural institutions, but from what I've seen from the projects in my district, they typically will say, give a timeline, rough estimate. They don't give an exact date, but they'll say by fall 2026 design should be completed. So to me, so we're on the same page about like what I would define as a delayed project. If they're still in design after fall 2026, then that to me becomes a delayed project. So if you could get information based off of my definition on delayed projects, I think that would be helpful out of the 390.
Thank you, Councilmember. We will.
Okay, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Brewer for questions and then Councilmember Stevens.
Thank you. Thank you for all that you do. I know that there are other organizations that are SIGs, but we just don't have the funding to bring them into the family. Do you know how many other organizations would be part of SIGs if in fact the funding was there? And I just wanted to know how much it would cost to bring, South Street Seaport, Chinatown's museum, et cetera. They're all on city land.
Mm-hmm.
So what would be the general number and what would be the cost? Because obviously I would love to see them be part of the SIG family.
Completely. So we were thrilled to grow the CIG cohort by these 5 new members
I
last
know
year.
it only too well. I wasn't thrilled with the Bronx group that's really from Manhattan. Keep going.
Hold on.
I'm telling you like it is.
The Bronx Children's Museum is
not
very
that.
much a Bronx group.
No, I'm talking about the Manhattan group that's
Pregones
really in the Bronx. Go ahead.
is a theater in Manhattan.
Yes, I know, but they do a lot of work. I keep going. I want the whole list.
Okay. I don't have
I know my
the
list.
full list. I know.
I know the list. I want to know what you have. Go ahead.
We call that set of groups the Energy Coalition.
Right.
Groups that are on city-owned property but are not members of the CIG. So that set of groups is where we pulled from to identify these new CIGs. And as you're saying, the key is funding and whether the group is an appropriate new add to the CIG cohort. It also is a substantial amount of work within our agency to attend all the board meetings for 5 new groups. And if we were to add all of the additional groups on city-owned property as CIGs, it would add additional workload, and we may need additional capacity to do that.
Okay.
So I think you're right. The total set of groups, it's under 10.
Okay, 10 to be added if there was the funding and the capacity and so on is what you're saying.
I'm saying,
Okay.
yeah.
And do you have
it's
some
just
sense
under
of how much that might cost just generally? Obviously, it's power, light, and staffing, I assume.
Mm-hmm. So, well, the heat, light, and power we're already paying for,
Right.
Because they're members of the Energy Coalition.
But not the operating and some of the other costs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So to give you a rough estimate, we brought on 5 new members,
Right.
and we got $3 million added to our baseline to
Right.
support those 5 new groups. So that,
So it
that
could
gives
be
you a rough
around
estimate.
6 million, 6 million.
Something.
That's not very much money to put in groups that could desperately need it and would benefit economically to the city and to the cultural community. 6 million, okay, we need $6 million for that. The other question I have, just in terms of, we love the groups, of course, that end up in CDF in terms of their amazing capacities and interests. And how many, do you have a sense of how many get left on the table, don't get funding, should get, it's all a funding issue. I don't think anybody can say that these groups that apply aren't fabulous, from my experience anyway. Do you have some, I just wish we had more money for cultural. I think we all need more money for everything, but cultural in particular, in my opinion. So what would be, how many get left behind? I've sat on those panels, so I know them well. Do you have some sense of how much is left on the table, I guess, budget-wise, more than numbers? In so many cases, I know Manhattan has the most in terms of the panels, et cetera, et cetera. Brooklyn thinks they're big, but Manhattan has more groups. I just want you to know that, and more than every other borough. But I want to know, so that's the idea. How much more money would we need to do a better job of serving more of these fabulous cultural groups? That's my question.
So we funded 84% of the applicants this year.
Okay.
And it's not just the money factor, it's also the quality of the
Correct,
audiences.
I agree.
So we can do more if we had more money. This year we had an increase in budget, so we had brought in more groups, but it's based on the percentile, their score, and the number of applicants.
Okay, but I know some of them don't fit the bill. I've seen the applications. My staff sits on the panel and does a review very religiously. But do you have some sense of what, it's hard to say. Not every group is up to par. But for those that are, because there are some left behind that are fabulous and you feel terrible about telling them there's no support for them. Do you have some sense if you had X dollars, what would be helpful for some of these groups? I mean, I know that's a broad question, but we're all trying to come up with some budget, and darn it, cultural needs, they really do need more. Go ahead.
Councilmember Burr, you are not going to get any fight from us about.
I know, but I'm trying to
arts
get
and
some
culture
numbers.
needs more funding.
I got
in
one. I got a
FY27
$6 million
budget.
number for SIGs, but I have some sense for the groups, for the CDF.
We did not say 6 million. We gave you a.
I got
rough
6
estimate
million
of-
out of it. I can do 3 plus 3. I know how to do that.
We
Equals
would
6.
need to look at the operating budgets. Of
I know,
those
but that's what
remaining
a
groups
ballpark.
and-
It's a
and
ballpark.
Get a sense.
Okay.
of
How
what it
about for
costs.
the
With
groups?
CDF? Again, I want to emphasize what our deputy commissioner just said. We have a competitive grant-making process.
Correct.
And part of how we're able to use a grant mechanism instead of a procurement mechanism is because of that competitive process. We prioritized funding as many groups as possible in FY26, which is part of how we got to funding 84% of them. That's a really high percentage.
No, it is, but some of them
in a
didn't get as
competitive
much as they
process.
got the year before because funding concerns are there.
Well,
So
the funding grew by, we had an extra 14 million in the FY26 budget for CDF that we didn't have in FY25. So the pot was significantly bigger. That's how we
Correct.
were able to spend 74 million.
Yep.
Instead, what changes in part of those fluctuations are based on the score that each group receives through that competitive panel process. And so sometimes even a group that does phenomenal programming just has a year where the application is not as strong as it was the year before or 2 years before that.
Okay.
And that's part of why we have our program officers going out into the field, doing site visits, meeting with the groups, answering questions that they have about how to strengthen their application from the prior
Right.
year.
So
That's how groups can get more.
So what's the total? Maybe it's here. What's the total for CDF? What is that panel total that they can spend for the panels? What?
The panelists don't get to pick the amount of money.
No, I know that, but I'm saying, what is the amount that you allocate for CDF? What is the amount that you allocate for all of that? What is
74 million.
74 million. Okay.
That's what we were able to do in FY26.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilmember Stevens.
Oh, thank you. I guess you guys remembered I was here. I have some questions. Just to kind of piggyback off of what Councilmember Brewer was saying, although she did take some shots at the Bronx. I'll let it slide though.
You don't have to let that slide.
I let it. She knows how I feel about Manhattan.
But I think, and I've said this to a lot of the SIGs and things like that. They're a city revenue generator, and they don't act as if they are. People typically come to New York City to go to cultural institutions. And so, they are necessary for the city to thrive. And sometimes, and I'm saying this to the organizations, you guys don't act in your power. Because I've said this multiple times. If you guys all say, hey, then we won't open for the Christmas break, we won't open spring break, that is millions of people who won't have places to go. And so until you guys start acting in your power, we can't either, because it is true everything Councilmember Brewer is saying. You guys are the heartbeat of New York City. And so I think it's important that, we're funding these institutions in that way so that more people can come and just see the beauty of it. But I'll jump into some other questions. I'm going to talk a little bit about workforce development. And I believe I asked this question before, and I guess the answer wasn't necessarily adequate. But New York City is the artistic and creative center for the country and in the world. And in 2022, the creative economy employed an estimated 274,000 people in New York City. Yet the city's approach to workforce development and career training programs leaves the culture sector out. How did DCLA plan to support greater workforce development initiatives and help launch careers in the arts?
So, Councilmember, we have this fantastic program called the Community Culture Corps, and it's a program that allows New York City college students to get real-life work experience. We support this program because we believe it is a vital path to careers for folks from underserved community. We continue to highlight and support other nonprofits that have workforce development, such as theater, Roundabout Theater, who do careers in non-traditional arts jobs. So we are out there promoting our program and supporting and funding other organizations who are running these job programs.
Yeah. And I think I said this before, where we really need to get in the habit of exposing young people to all forms of not just the art, but the behind the scenes work as well, because so often young people don't know what they can't see. So if they don't know about jobs or being a curator and things like that, they don't know. And so we really need to get into a place of having young people exposed to those things. And I think that those two things you mentioned sound great, but how is that enough? How does a young person in the Bronx know about those programs? How do they understand of getting into them? And so for me, it's thinking about how do we continue to broaden that conversation around making sure people are exposed to different forms. And another critique that I typically have is, even when I'm looking at a lot of the culture institutions, there's a lot of people of color working in non-management positions. How are we having pathways to people and young people to get into these leadership role in a lot of these cultural institutions? And I would love to see more being done in that realm.
Yeah, there are other cultural institutions that are doing the work, like WCUS program in the Bronx. So they have a workforce development program and the SYEP program. So they are.
So don't get me started with the SYP program. Nobody knows that better than me. And that is not necessarily a gateway, because yes, we have places like the Bronx Zoo who takes in more kids than most places, right? I think what are you guys up to? 1,900 students that they're taking in. But those are typically folks coming in doing some of the lower level things. And so that's a great way to work at an art institution. But those numbers don't reflect what I'm talking about, actually creating a pathway into the workforce.
I completely understand, and we need to do a better job of recruiting organizations that can fund workforce development programs. The current administration will also be looking at opportunities and ways to engage high school students in cultural activities, so that should open the path for more career and enlightenment to what's out there.
And I'm happy to work with you on that as you're rolling those things out, to be a thought partner, because I do think that it's really important that we're exposing these young people to the different opportunities and not just the traditional roles that we see. I'll move on to the next question. In New York City arts education, paying for professionalism, reports in New York City teaching artists compensation and employment and roundtables found that teaching artists in New York City face significant financial challenges with many earning incomes that are alarmingly low relative to the city's cost of living. The report emphasized that the need for sustaining multi-year funding and difficulties for reimbursement based on contracting and rigorous procurement policies that prevent substantial pay rates and inconsistent year-to-year funding. How does DCLA support more substantial salaries for teaching artists? And what is DCLA doing to ensure that CDF and City Council discretionary funding is distributed faster and in a more consistent manner?
So there are two questions there.
Yes, two questions.
So we'll answer the second. What are we doing? This year, we announced released the application a month and a half earlier than we did the previous year. So we're trying to work towards getting back on a more normal cycle where we do the announcements in early fall. We continue to work with our team to figure out ways to streamline other opportunities, creating more multi-year grants so we don't have as many applications and grantees to review. So we are continuing to figure out ways to bring the timeline back to the way it was in the past. It's a cycle, so if something must end for something to start, so we're figuring out ways to get it quicker and sooner and faster. So in a few years, we'll be back on a more normal cycle. The second question repeat the question.
Well, you were talking about the discretionary funding, so it was the first question that you probably want me to repeat. How does DCLA support more substantial salaries for teaching artists?
We are very much aware that outside of teaching artists, all artists are really, really, really challenged to live in this city because of the affordability crisis. We try to fund and work with high performing organizations who hire teaching artists. We do not have control over the salaries of teaching artists. The organizations are an independent entity who apply for the grants, but we raise awareness that the affordability crisis. We try to encourage opportunities and provide more opportunities for artists to earn a living in New York City.
And even to go back to the procurement funding that you were talking about, I think it's really important for us to make sure that we're uplifting that. We really need to make sure we're investing in MOX, right? And that's an organization that I think we are always so passionate about talking about getting the money, but getting access to the money has been a real hindrance. And so, I think we have to continue to highlight, and I think DCLA folks actually appreciate you guys a lot more than other agencies throughout New York City because you get money out the door a lot faster. But I think even saying getting out faster doesn't necessarily mean timely, right? And so it is still, it's a major concern of mine and something that I've been really passionate about, of thinking about how do we actually hunker down and really kind of like remove some of this red tape that we have. And just in the last question, it finds that accessing a critical benefits and medical insurance and retirement plans are lacking across the field. While 88% of the teaching artists reported having health insurance, only 6% received it through employers. Would DCLA consider supporting benefit pilot for freelance and self-employed artists as described in the Center for Urban Futures Creative New York City's report?
Our new commissioner highlight that's one of our important initiatives to explore. It's a conversation. We do understand housing and health are such vital to artists staying in New York City. So in the few coming months, we'll be having those discussions and conversations. One of the first things our commissioner mentioned that she's interested in exploring that as an option. As someone who has been on the ground working with artists, she's keenly and highly aware that this is necessary.
Well, I look forward to hearing more details about that as that is being rolled out. Thank you.
Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. Good to see you, Deputy Commissioner Murray and Lance. I have two questions. Given the significant drop in cultural programs funding from 106.8 million in FY26 and 53.9 million in FY27, how is DCLA planning to mitigate the compounded impact on nonprofits that may simultaneously face federal funding cuts? And is there a contingency strategy or reserve funding to prevent service reductions, layoffs, or closures among smaller community-based nonprofits?
Yeah, I think it's a great question and one we think about a lot. We are hoping to work together with the council to build an equitable budget that delivers for arts and culture in New York City. And if we do that, we're hoping to make sure that there is sufficient funding for the field so that no one is feeling cuts in FY27. It's obviously a very difficult fiscal environment right now, and I think that's going to be part of the ongoing dialogue through the budget process, is how we can work together to ensure the best possible budget for DCLA in FY27.
We look forward to you guys working with the chair on that. My last question, we have consistently heard from nonprofit providers, they're probably here in the room, that the cultural development fund application and reimbursement process has become increasingly burdensome, particularly for smaller organizations without dedicated administrative staff. What specific changes is DCLA making in the budget to streamline the application, contracting, and payment processes? And how are you ensuring that smaller community-based organizations can equitably access funding without being disadvantaged by administrative barriers? And in your response, if you could just include the timeline for the upcoming panel and the awards component. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
I think I've got it. That was like a 4 or 5-parter.
Right.
At the beginning, it's about, are we willing to make any changes to the application? Not for
Right.
the FY27 process, because that application's already been launched, but for FY28 to take a look at whether there's a way to curtail some of the questions to make it a shorter application so that it would be more accessible to smaller arts organizations that maybe don't have a grant writer on staff
Right.
and can't deal with that burden. I think it's a terrific question and one that our agency really needs to think about and look into much more closely. So I think that process would have to start almost immediately, because it takes a very long time to change the application the way that it's loaded into our electronic platform. And so I can commit to you that we will be having those conversations and look into that issue promptly. In terms of the contracting issue and getting the money out the door, that's one where, as Councilmember Stevens was just highlighting, DCLA operates on a grant model as opposed to a procurement model,
Right.
which actually gets 80% of our funding out the door immediately, as opposed to waiting for completion of services and then applying to MOX to get that money back as a reimbursement from the city. So that's a tool that we're using to try and get our money out very quickly. In exchange for that, there is a certain amount of paperwork that we need, including an executed grant agreement. There are conflicts of interest forms that need to be filled out, and a number of other forms. We need those so that we can make sure that we are adequately protecting the city funding and making sure that we are doing all the appropriate things we need to as an agency to make sure we never put our ability as an agency to use
Right.
grant making in jeopardy.
Right. You never want to compromise that, but it would be good. And I think we've had these conversations in the past to maybe have like a dedicated staffer or a rep that could walk nonprofits through the process. And although you made mention that FY28 may be the time to start the process, I think in FY27 you could start thinking about some ways in the meantime. And if you could just share a little bit about the panel component, like when is that starting?
It should start early June, early
Okay.
summer. To go back to another point, so we have also moved a lot more organizations to multi-year grants, so it reduces the burden of the process on our nonprofits as well as for our employees. Our program officers also are a great resource for underserved communities to make sure that they're part of the process. Last year, they went out to community board meetings to talk about the process, and they're very helpful in helping shepherd organizations who, if they do not receive funding the year, they reach out to them to give them counsel on how to make their application more viable for future funding. So we're doing our part to be on the ground, to talk to small organizations, grassroots organizations, going out to communities to give them insight into how they can be more competitive.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Just another question on the capital stuff. Hold on, let me pull it up. Okay, capital construction process has been plagued with inefficiencies and in recent years slowed to a crawl, with many projects taking 2 years to simply get underway and an average of 8 to 10 years to complete. How is DCLA working to improve the capital process for cultural organizations? What is the average timeline for a capital process? We're saying 8 to 10, but wanted to know if you have more accurate information on the average timeline for a capital process.
I don't think we have the stat in front of us to tell you the current average length of a DDC capital project start to finish. But what I can say is that these projects do take a long time. Part of why they take a long time is that the city dollars that are put into them come with a lot of other burdens and requirements. And that's to protect the bonds that back city capital investments. So we understand that part of that is always going to be the city's capital process. Other parts of it are things that we are continually in dialogue with other city partners about, trying to identify ways to improve timeline, delivery, and satisfaction of the cultural partners who are the recipients and the ultimate client for any of these projects. I think we have a lot more work to do. I think that it is really exciting to be partnering with leadership in this new administration as we think about where there are some key tools and areas in the process that that may be able to speed things up. I'll highlight just one for you that may be a note of optimism, which is that DDC was able to get legislation passed in the state budget last year, and that new state law gives them additional tools that they are now deploying, including something called CM Build. And we've already started deploying this with at least one cultural group, and we hope to bring it to more soon, which does speed up timelines, decrease cost, and increase the strength of the project delivery. This is a tool that DDC was fighting for many years and took a big push to get it passed by the state. And I think that as DDC keeps looking for these additional resources that other construction projects not part of the city have at their fingertips, they're going to see even more ways that they can increase those timelines and improve project delivery for organizations. So I, again, want to thank all of the dedicated public servants at DDC who work with us so closely every day and tell you that in light of that gratitude, we still are talking to them, thinking with them, and trying to identify capital process changes that can increase the speed.
Thank you. Just pivoting to the Chief Savings Officer. So was your Chief Savings Officer given any targets by OMB? And I know you have like a few days to submit it, but if you could share with us any savings that this officer has found and any potential impacts to the agency's performance.
We do have a target for 1.5% for this year and 2.5 for next year. We're in discussion with OMB and on where we land, and we've identified things, but there's a continuing conversation. We expect to have our submission on March 20th, which is when it's due.
Okay, so you're not able to share with us.
We're not able to share it
okay.
back and forth now.
Does DCLA have a long, actually, let me ask this other question because this relations to this. Has DCLA planned to implement, well, I kind of asked this, but can you just share actually who is the cost savings officer in the agency?
I currently hold that role and I work with our finance team.
So you're the CSO
I'm yes.
On the record?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
But there's a team that is actually analyzing
okay.
The cost savings.
Okay. And have you asked DCLA about the $30 million that wasn't baseline from last year? Have you made any requests on your end to OMB?
We always
that?
advocate for more, particularly
okay.
for the $30 million. We haven't had that conversation yet.
And do you have a long-term strategic plan for cultural investment in New York City? Because I know sometimes it feels year to year for us, but we know, agencies do plan.
We've
so
worked on a racial equity funding plan, so we have
okay.
that. But the budget is, every year it's negotiated, so we can't really plan out without further than that.
Okay, I think a few council members, or Councilmember Brewer, you have another question?
Quickly, thank you very much. We know that some SIGs participate in the city health plan. It's a huge benefit to those that do, and it doesn't cost the city more, as I understand it. Are you scheduling a meeting with the Office of Labor to open this opportunity to all SIGs, including the new ones? Those are the ones I've been asking.
Repeat the question.
Sure. The city health plan, which is a major benefit to the SIGs that are in it. Apparently, it doesn't cost more for New York, but apparently the newer ones, the newer SIGs, do not have the opportunity to be in that plan, according to my information. And I just didn't know if you're going to be meeting with the Office of Labor, City Labor, to make them, give them that opportunity.
Yeah, it's a great question, council member. We have been in touch with OLR to talk to them about this issue, actually not just for the 5 new CIGs, but there are a lot of other members of the cohort that are interested in receiving additional information, learning about what the cost would be, the potential savings to the organization and to their employees. So we have been in dialogue with OLR, and we'll continue to be in touch with them to try and get more information and figure out how these groups can do the analysis and then make the determination whether they'd like to apply and join.
So it would be a cost issue for the city, for the group? Would it be shared? How does that work? Just curious.
The group needs to provide a great level of detail about the potential
What they need.
employees.
Right,
Yeah,
okay.
what their salaries are, the benefits that they
Right.
would choose. And then OLR is able to give them an estimate of, okay, this is what it might cost your organization to join. So it's
Okay.
not about a cost to the city, as you said. It's much more about working collaboratively with the groups to get the information,
But it's
getting
probably
OLR
cheaper.
to tell the groups exactly what they need to provide.
It's probably less expensive than trying to go out on the open market, though, which is what we're talking about. Okay. Thank you very, very much.
I'll turn it over to Councilmember Maloney for questions.
All right. I wanted to ask a question about annual adjustments. So costs overall for our cultural institutions continue to increase, such as increases negotiated through collective bargaining agreements and inflation. Would DCLA consider annual cost adjustments year over year to support staff wages and increase costs connected with inflation for arts and cultural organizations, similar to the overall increases that happen year over year for other city agencies?
It's a great idea, and we really thank you for the question. We would have to be in touch with our colleagues at the Office of Management and Budget about any type of mechanism like that that would impact the city's budget, but it's a great idea to make sure that arts and culture organizations could rely on stable, reliable increases in their funding. Again, just a matter of the mechanism and whether the city has the resources to support it.
Thank you for that consideration. I also wanted to touch on arts education. So a report showed that 900 plus cultural organizations partnered with schools in the 2024 to 2025 school year, which is a big increase. And 23% of schools reported use of funding from arts organizations for arts education. How does DCLA plan to continue to foster arts partnerships with our city's public schools?
We continue to fund organizations that are working in schools, and we try to be robust with that funding. And if they write a great application, they get increased funding. We also have our Materials for the Arts program that supports arts organizations and school classrooms that allows students to go to Materials for the Arts and have on-site education programming. But what's really great about Materials for the Arts, it offset costs by providing materials that teachers can use in classrooms. So it's a prong of being very favorable to arts education programming for organizations that submit for funding, and encouraging classroom teachers and arts organizations to come to Materials for the Arts to get materials so that they can offset costs.
Councilmember Stevens.
I just had a question because myself and Deputy Speaker had a convening a couple of weeks ago with some young people, and they explained how they often are not feeling welcomed in places and spaces throughout New York City. And as a result, we've seen things like these teen takeovers that's been going on throughout the city and having large groups. I guess my first question is, how are you guys working with organizations to make young people feel more welcome? Because apparently this is something they're saying, and so we need to be responsive. And so is that something that you guys have been thinking about? And what does that outreach look like? I know some places have like teen nights and things like that, but honestly, it was really heartbreaking to hear these young people talk about not being able to have access into places, and a lot of spaces saying that you have to be 18 years and older and they can't come. So this generation of teens are really feeling disconnected. So how are you working with like these organizations to kind of make this a more welcoming space for young people, especially teens?
We continue to work with our partners such as American Museum of Natural History to create opportunities for organizations to individuals to have access, families or high school students with IDs to have access to these programs. We also fund programs such as School Culture that works with families to get them into institutions. We understand how important it is. I personally remember the first time I went into a cultural institution and trying to own that space. So it's a issue that we are aware of. We feel that pain, but we need to continue to fund organizations that bring grassroots organizations and marginalized community into the spaces and figure out opportunities where we can highlight opportunities for them, like Teen Stake, the Met, that they can go and own these spaces.
Yeah, I really would love for us to start working with organizations to think about a plan. Because again, like I said, it was heartbreaking to hear from these young people of feeling not welcomed in places just across the city, and that's a problem for me. And obviously, the working with the Met, that's one institution, but I think how are we making sure, especially institutions that we're giving public money to, are being a service to the public? And I've been yelling about this. Teens need to be a part of this affordability conversation, and that's not being clear to me in any city plan, right? We're really forgetting about the young people. And so I just wanted to think about that as we are thinking about this budget, and how are we looking at it from a lens of adding young people into those conversations and making sure that organizations and institutions that we're giving money to are also thinking about how are we going to include them in these spaces, and not just families. I'm talking about teenagers, because even looking at the unemployment rate for teenagers between the ages of 16 and 21, we're at 21%, and Black teenagers and specifically, we're already at 23% of young people between the ages of 16 and 23. So we're clearly missing the margin on this. And when we're talking about this in budget, I just want us to make sure that we're thinking about that and being intentional about including them in our planning process, because honestly, it does not feel that way throughout anything in the city. And I feel like I'm always having to be the voice of reason. So I'm bringing this up so that we can think about how do we move forward. And again, see me as a thought partner, and would love to work with you on thinking about how to move forward with that.
Thank you, Chair Stevens. Just a few more questions before I conclude this portion of the hearing. So in fiscal 2025 and fiscal 2026, the data showed that 0 organizations received Cultural Development Fund payments at the start of the fiscal year. Why are CDF payments consistently delayed at the beginning of the fiscal year? And what steps is DCLA taking to ensure organizations receive their funding in a timelier manner?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker Williams. In terms of why no organizations received their funding on July 1st, we can't allocate the funding until we know how much money we can devote to CDF. So we wait until we have budget adoption. We then know what the total pool of funding is, and then we can distribute it. As Deputy Commissioner Murray has noted today, we have made great strides to increase the timeline, including that this year's FY27 application has already launched a month and a half earlier than it did in FY26, and we are making every effort we can as an agency to improve the timeline and make sure that it's even earlier in FY28. So you have our commitment to be a partner and a collaborator in this effort to make things start earlier, but we will never be ready on July 1st. The best that we've ever done is sort of, as Deputy Commissioner Murray said, in the early fall, and that's our target to hit that.
Okay. I have follow-ups, but in the interest of time, I won't follow up. So the PMMR tracks overall funding and participation. It does not clearly show how cultural investments are distributed across neighborhoods or community districts. Does DCLA track cultural participation and funding geographically? And would the department support adding a borough or neighborhood level metric to better evaluate equity and access to cultural resources?
So over the years, we've had this conversation, and what we've done, we've looked at the data, and what it shows is that funding is done proportionately to the borough's application. So we try to encourage organizations, and council members, you should do this, to get as many nonprofits to submit an application. That's how you increase the participation. We also are out there trying to encourage and educate our nonprofits so that they can be more viable and when they submit an application process, more competitive.
And is your comment just now that it's proportional anecdotal, or do you actually have the data to
We've
back
looked
up?
at the data. We've
Okay.
had this conversation for the last 3
Are you
years.
able to share with the council?
Not
with the-
currently, but we can get that to
You,
you.
yeah, okay, thank you. The prelim fiscal 2026 Mayor's Management Report identifies that 39% of SIG visitors use the free admissions policy to visit the institutions. Can you disaggregate these admissions by each individual SIG? Can you explain the method for how this metric is collected? And last but not least, does this include all ticket sales or just in person at the counter?
We'll look into that, Deputy Speaker, and get back to you.
Okay. I like to ask data questions, so like you should let the commissioner know, because I don't like when you guys come to hearings and not have the data and then we have to follow up because it's not transparent to the public, because we're asking these questions on the record for the public so they can get the information. So I do hope, and this is like my first hearing, so, you know, I plan to be trying to be nice, but just in general, I really hate when agencies don't have the information. And if I wasn't also pressed for time, I would legitimately sit here and wait until you guys can present the information. But I won't do that today. But it is within me to do that in future hearings. If I ask a question, you guys don't have the information, then you get the information to us as soon as possible. Can you disaggregate this metric by how many New York City residents paid the suggested donation, and how many New York City residents pay what you wish, and how many New York City residents receive truly free entry? Are you able to disaggregate that? No, you have to get back to me. Has DCLA ever received complaints from New Yorkers that they were denied entry because of refusal to pay suggested donation amounts? And what has happened with these complaints?
So we probably cannot aggregate the pay as you wish and how many, because I don't think the museums do track it that way. So there is no system to aggregate that.
Yeah, I think that's why we're asking the question, because based off what we told, they don't. Maybe some do, but we heard that it's not all. And maybe it's something that DCLA should require from these institutions, if some are doing it, but some are not doing it. Some of the 39 SIG members don't pay rent to the City of New York despite being on public parkland, correct? Yes. Can you quantify the value in unpaid rent by these SIGs and share that with the committee?
Our objective is to help support all arts and culture institutions that apply for DCLA funding. We're not looking to charge rent and add a rent burden to institutions that are already struggling so much. So we can absolutely get that number to you, but we would not want to add an additional burden to institutions that already are doing so much to support our communities and having so much difficulty doing it because of the very difficult financial climate that they're working in.
Yeah, I don't think anybody on this committee disagrees with you. I think we agree with you, but I do think it's important to have information. And I believe as it stands internally in the council, we don't know that information. So if you all have quantified that number, it would be helpful to just share it with us. And the public should know as well. But I don't think anyone here on the committee wants to incur any additional costs to the institutions who we are now also asking, where is the additional $30 million that has not been accounted for, and as you testified to, primarily will go to the SIGs and the CDF fund, which we want to see restored. So I don't think that we would be counterproductive to ourselves and make any suggestions that these institutions should incur any additional costs. Just want the information. Okay, anybody else have any other questions? Okay, thank you so very much. I look forward to formally meeting the new commissioner. Congratulations to her, and look forward to being partnering with you all to advance and address many issues that have come up at this hearing and our previous hearing. And I hope you have a great day.
You too.
Okay, I'm gonna open it a little early, but I now open the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a formal government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms if you have not already done so, and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic, the fiscal 2027 prelim budget. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. I will now call the first panel. Deborah, Philip, maybe I should say first and last names. Deborah Allman, Philip McCaluso, George Oken, John Hyslop.
Are they coming back? Okay, so I'll take that back.
Are they in the building? Oh, okay. So then we have to go to another panel. Amani Wilford, Enrique Mendia, Lillian Young. Well, David Patterson, Emily Drabinski. Correct me when you come speak. I want to make sure I'm saying this right. Hal Shreve, Lauren Comito. Yeah, Amani Wilford. But right now, this is Lauren Comito, David Patterson, Emily Drabinski, Hal Shreve. Yeah, you're gonna start? Sure. Just say your name for the record before you start. Thank you.
Lauren Comito. No, it's not. Is it? No, there we go. Sorry. Lauren Comito. I'm the Executive Director of Urban Librarians Unite. So good afternoon. I'm obviously the Executive Director of Urban Librarians Unite, and I'm also a public librarian here in New York City. Urban Librarians Unite is a 501c3 organization that's based in Brooklyn and focuses on supporting library workers in cities across the country and a little internationally, doing trauma support, advocacy, and professional development. In my work as a librarian, I see firsthand every day how essential libraries are. And I feel a little bit like I've given this testimony 15 times. Because I have. Since 2011, I've been coming here. So I rewrote it a little bit because, you know. One of the things that I really love about this city and have loved living here for so long is that New Yorkers adore and use their libraries. They speak up for us every year. They come out and talk to you all about why it's important. They come to rallies. And that's really because I think New Yorkers see libraries as part of both the practical support of their daily life and sort of a a bring of joy in their lives as well, where they can, no.
Is this one?
Let's try this one then. Okay, we could do that. Where they can both learn things and take practical steps to make their lives better, but also find the joy of finding a book with their child or going to story time or discovering a new movie. And I think that right now that's something that we all really need. We're sort of facing an epidemic of both isolation and mental health issues, and also, you know, AI generated, hallucinated professional journal articles that don't exist, a government registering the domain name aliens.gov. Apparently I'm autistic because my mom took Tylenol. What are you gonna do? So libraries are really a place where we can focus on actual facts and actual information. And that's something that I think the government really should be investing in, to build out these spaces of core infrastructure so that we can have like materially better lives in our communities, and also the joy that makes it worth existing.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Emily Drabinski, and you pronounced it just right. Good afternoon, Dr. Williams and members of the committee. Before we begin, I'm here representing Library PAC. And before we begin, Library PAC would like to formally recognize and thank you, Dr. Williams, Chair, for your steadfast commitment to our public libraries, your tireless advocacy for the branches within your district, and your leadership on library issues citywide have been vital to the communities we serve. We are grateful to have such a dedicated champion heading this committee. It's not often I speak to a government official I know agrees with me, so I'm grateful. My name is Emily Drabinski. I am a librarian. I am a former president of the American Library Association, and I'm associate professor and chair of the School of Information Studies at Queens College CUNY, one of the named pipelines for the library workforce here in the city. Today, I speak in my role as leader of Library PAC. We are an independent political action committee dedicated to supporting and advocating for New York City's public libraries. Our mission is to endorse and financially support candidates for local and state office who recognize the intrinsic value of libraries in improving the lives of all New Yorkers. We advocate for a future where our libraries are robustly and equitably funded, ensuring safe staffing levels and consistent operating hours that meet the public's needs across all 5 boroughs. I'm grateful to be here today to address the significant gap between the mayor's campaign promises and the reality of the current budget proposal. During his campaign, Mayor Mamdani made a clear, historic commitment to public libraries. He pledged to end the budget dance, to ensure baseline funding, and to commit 0.5% of the city's expense budget to public libraries. Despite these promises, the February financial plan proposes only $492 million for public libraries, a $36 million reduction from 2026 levels. By presenting a preliminary budget that includes a reduction, the administration has kicked off the very budget dance it once called damaging. This penny-wise, pound-foolish process must change. We look forward to working with you to ensure our libraries can fulfill their potential to be a cornerstone of a more equitable, affordable city for us all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Hal Shreve. I'm a member of the public, and I have 8 years of experience working as a librarian in public libraries as well. I'm presenting just as myself today because I also want to talk about the campaign work I did on the Mamdani campaign last year. I was one of thousands of New Yorkers that got really excited about that campaign, partly because of the promises around consistent funding to libraries. I knocked at least 1,200 doors and got people who were really deactivated excited about the election by talking about library funding. The cuts made under the Adams administration that the city council reversed, and we, clawed back. Those cuts were really unpopular with many ordinary people who use libraries. Parents and children noticed a reduction in new books on the shelves, and the end of Sunday service for those months where we were trying to fight for that funding back really got a lot of people excited about libraries and interested in making sure those libraries are consistently funded. The mayor ran on an explicit promise first articulated in February of the campaign year that he was going to commit 0.5% of the city budget to public libraries. And like Emily Drabinski, I am disappointed that that didn't make it into the preliminary budget and that we have to negotiate again for that number. I just want to express that That number is still a really small fraction of the overall city budget, but as you've heard from the presidents of the libraries, it would make a huge difference both in capital planning and consistent programming, and ensuring that New Yorkers have space to go and do the things that they cannot do at their places, whether that's print or stay warm or use the bathroom or read or work on homework with the assistance of after-school tutors. Libraries really are a cornerstone of our public life, and we need to be able to plan year to year.
Perfect timing. Thank you all so much for your testimony. And yes, like you, I do hope that the mayor fulfills at least a few of his campaign promises as it pertains to the libraries. I am optimistic that he will. But yeah, this is just the complexity of campaigning versus governance. It's not always as easy as we'd like it to be. So thank you so much. Next up, Gonzalo Casales. Oh, Casales. Casals. Oh, Casals. Oh, former commissioner. Oh, important. Let me get that right. Gonzalo. Ryan Gilliam. Lucy Sexton. Oh, I see what type of panel this is. And Kimberly Olson. Yeah, we also very ghetto in the council. We only have one mic, sorry.
They said it works sometimes.
Oh, okay. We have a janky mic. It works sometimes, it doesn't. So, use as you wish.
Gonzalo, you starting?
No, you guys.
Okay. Give it a go. We'll go down this way.
Oh, sure. Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker Williams and the City Council for hosting today's hearing, and also happy Arts in Our Schools Month. My name is Kim Olson, and I'm proud to represent the New York City Arts and Education Roundtable. I'm here testifying today as part of the It Starts with the Arts Coalition, calling on our city to prioritize funding and policy change that not only improves arts education in New York City, but supports our vibrant, robust workforce. The arts are the heartbeat of our great city. Dance, theater, music, visual arts, media, literary arts are a vital engine for our city's economy, cultural identity, and a critical component of culturally responsive pedagogy. Yet, bureaucratic hurdles in contracting, the skyrocketing cost of living, and chronic inequities across our city are stifling our city's most valuable resource, leaving our students and our workforce behind. In New York City, arts education is a cross-agency effort, employing a workforce of 11,000 teaching artists and approximately 2,887 in-school arts teachers. But our city doesn't make that easy. Contract delays, namely CASA and New York City Public Schools MTAC contracts, mean late or unrealized start dates, lost employment for artists, and lost educational opportunities. Inconsistent funding year over year across agencies makes it difficult to build sustainable long-term partnerships between schools and cultural orgs, and stable employment for artists. This in turn has a trickle-down impact on the workforce, where teaching artists only earn a median individual gross income of between $35,000 to $50,000 a year, with virtually no access to health insurance through an employer. As a result, through our report, we found that 79% of teaching artists do not feel their work sufficiently supports living in or near New York City. Beyond the grave implications for our workforce, this continues to threaten arts education access and participation rates, still rebounding from the pandemic. 31% of middle schoolers meeting state learning requirements in the arts simply isn't acceptable. Unless our city takes action, we're at risk of losing our most diverse and impactful parts of the cultural workforce. With that, we urge our city to take action to protect our workforce and invest in our students. That includes reforms to contracting, launching insurance pilots to support teaching artist affordability, and restoring and baselining funding for the Department of Cultural Affairs in the amount of $30 million. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lucy Sexton. I lead New Yorkers for Culture and Arts, a coalition of more than 400 artists and cultural groups. We realize that the city is facing a tough budget year and will be rightly focused on protecting jobs, healthcare, housing, and so many essential services for our city. I'm here today to say that culture and arts are essential services. It is data proven that robust cultural assets in neighborhoods provide measurable improvements in everything from mental and physical health, small business vibrancy, public safety, and social cohesion, and more. And of course, if you're looking at the economy, the last thing you want to cut back on is the engine for economic activity that culture provides. This year, many cultural anchors received unexpected cuts in funding from both DCLA and the New York State Council on the Arts. We need to act now to stabilize cultural groups, especially those in historically disinvested communities. So this year's request addresses these by asking the city to restore and baseline the $30 million added in the FY26 budget. This is most necessary if we are to stem the city's loss of cultural jobs. Baseline funds let organizations predict their funding and hire and retain staff. And to further stabilize the sector, we ask that the culture budget be indexed to increase yearly as costs increase. Further, we request reforming and streamlining the cultural capital process. We need more data transparency, as was evident in today's hearing. We need to build a plan for projects in advance so that each project doesn't suffer these long delays. Finally, we ask that you increase the Coalition of Theaters of Color Council initiative to $8 million. The last increase CTC received was in 2021, when it was serving just over 50 groups. It now serves 63 groups and desperately needs an increase. The city needs what culture provides, a city where people feel safe and connected, filled with vibrancy, community, and joy. Invest in this vision for our city. Consider it an investment in New Yorkers' lives and the city's economy. Thanks for hearing my testimony.
Hi, I'm Ryan Gillum. I'm the Executive Director of Fourth Arts Block, also known as FAB NYC. We're a team of artists and organizers working to preserve, strengthen, and grow the cultural vibrancy of the Lower East Side. For 25 years, we have partnered with our community, bringing artists and art strategies to help address displacement, affordable housing, equitable economic development, public space stewardship, public safety, racial equity, and cultural preservation. We're an embedded part of the civic infrastructure of our neighborhood. I'm here to support investment in DCLA. It's absolutely critical, but also to make the case that the cultural sector be seen as a professional services partner who can be contracted to assist the city in delivering on its goals for equity, community engagement, and responsive government. Although NYC currently contracts with the arts and culture sectors through a few agencies, there are obstacles in the procurement system that make it challenging for agencies to seek out arts and culture partners or for artists and small cultural organizations to participate. DCLL's Pair Artist in Residency program provides one model, and I support its expansion. But pair residencies can take 6 months to scope and are among the most complex ways artists could engage with government, a program that isn't suited to shorter and more immediate projects. One thing we can learn from pair projects is how many agencies use that residency to develop new and creative ways to engage communities, particularly those historically underserved. That is core infrastructure work, and it is exactly what organizations like mine do at a neighborhood level, often using community art making, storytelling, and engagement in local cultural traditions to advance that work. I believe we could open up new opportunities to employ artists and advance city agendas by building on partnership models between agencies, intermediary cultural organizations like FAB, and artists. To that end, I recommend the council convene a roundtable with DCLA and community-focused organizations like mine. This working group would name the barriers artists and cultural organizations face in securing city contracts, define the role intermediary organizations could play in mitigating those barriers, identify agencies interested and ready to contract for creative services, and establish a clear pathway for agencies to move forward with procuring services from the arts and culture sector.
Gonzalo Casals here, Cultural and Arts Policy Institute. Thank you, Madam Chair Williams and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify. Well, the Institute supports the sector-wide ask for increased funding and for the Department of Cultural Affairs. Funding alone is not enough. And I almost feel like I'm preaching to the choir today because I'm going to talk about data. Cannot hear me. Great. Too many decisions in the sector are still driven by intuition rather than evidence. The city administration's lack of transparency limits oversight, distorts decision-making, and weakens advocacy. DCLA must pair increased funding with real transparency, rigorous self-evaluation, and meaningful access to data. The council, private philanthropy, and cultural organizations need this information to make informed decisions. This is not only about the work that DCLA does, this is about the work that we all do in the sector. A few examples. Last year, DCLA awarded almost $75 million to almost 1,200 organizations through CDF. To answer your question, Councilmember Brewer, you would need basically $20 more million to fund everybody that applies to CDF. The largest allocation on record, but without knowing the total amount requested, this number means nothing. Data needs context. Historically, CDF had covered about 60% of the total ask. We still don't know what the total ask is every year, and that would give us context to know how much $75 million is or is not, right? We also know that about 1 in 6 has improved later based on the numbers we just heard, received.
Yeah, we still need the mic still. It's just so very crazy. Can you just come here?
Yeah.
Oh, it works.
Thank
Okay.
you. Okay, again, context matters. Would these simple data points that I'm going to share with all of you matter more if I told you that more than 40% of applicants that have budgets under $250,000 of the total applicants of CDF, 40%, more than 40%, only have a budget of $250,000. Little of us use our salaries and how much it costs to live in New York to contextualize how small those budgets are and how precarious those organizations are. If you look at organizations under $500,000 budget, it makes 60% of applicants, right? These organizations rely heavily and sometimes almost exclusively in public funding. Again, anecdotal information. For them, inefficiencies to the lack of evidence-based policy is not abstract, it's existential. The funding distribution based on data from prior years also reveals a structural imbalance. The smaller organizations that make up for 40% of grantees receive only 26% of the funds, right? And I just want to make sure this is not to shame anyone. Data help us all be better, right? Organizations with budgets between $1 million and $5 million represent 21%, but receive 32% of the funding, right? So we're seeing an imbalance between sizes of organizations. Without better data, we can assess the fairness of this allocation. We are entering, hopefully, a new era for New York City, as this administration likes to say, and I hope there's a new attitude towards data. In addition to the open data law that was passed over a decade ago, thank you, Councilmember Brewer, for the efforts. Councilmember Ose passed a law called Law 15 to improve transparency of DCLA. The first and latest report was over a year late, and it omits 3 requirements that are extremely important to assess equity within the distribution of funds. Demographic data on communities served, information on organizational leadership, and the breakdown of funding by source, right? We still, when we get the final disclosure of CDF, we cannot tell what's council initiatives and what is CDF money directly. This is particularly concerning because the CDF application already collects much of this information that is missing for the report. Applicants identify, who they serve, identify their leadership, and respond to detailed questions about the diversity of their staff. This is not a data collection issue. The DCLA already gathers much of this information, and it's simply not included. Our request is very straightforward. Yes, increase the funding for arts and culture, but also require transparency, self-evaluation, and access to the data the DCLA already holds. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you so much to this very esteemed panel. I appreciate your testimony. And I will call the next panel. Oh, yes. Councilmember Brewer has a question.
I do have one question. Just the issue of the housing, which is a big one. What is a group, or speaking for a group if you want, the issue of artist housing? Is that something that you're focused on? Obviously, it doesn't come under the 30.
I don't know which one goes. Okay, good. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Brewer. What I can say is that we are very excited that Councilmember Lewis has reintroduced the artist housing bill, which will remove the barrier to having artist preference housing. That is the first step in making sure that we have housing for the actual workforce. The other thing I will say is that there is a precedent for the city and housing its workforce, right? The Grand Street projects and even on 23rd Street, the Lincoln Towers were built as union housing, right? It was built for the people who work here. We are one of the industries that powers New York City, and we need to have our workforce able to live here.
Okay, thank you.
That is the first barrier to artist housing. The second barrier is the way we pay artists. They're independent contractors.
No, I know, I'm aware.
Great.
Doesn't fit into Housing Connect at all.
Yeah.
I'm aware. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, bringing back our friends at the libraries. Deborah, John, Philip, and George.
Hi, all. I'm George Olkin, the president of Local 1482, the Brooklyn Public Library Workers Union. Good afternoon, Chair Dr. Williams and fellow committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of our members of Brooklyn, Queens, and New York public libraries. The four unions representing New York City's public library workers are disappointed in the mayor's preliminary budget and his demand that our three systems cut their budgets by 1. Okay, cut our budgets by 1.5. Appreciate you for being flexible. Thank you. For the past many years, the preliminary budget has threatened cuts to library funding, only for those cuts to be restored before the final budget is approved in June. The libraries are left with stagnant budgets and uncertainty, which prevents necessary hiring. The local unions have participated in this decades-long dance by joining the library administrations, basically to beg for crumbs. But in good budget years and in bad, the libraries have not increased hiring. Public libraries are vital hubs of democratic participation, and the mayor understands this because during his campaign, he repeatedly affirmed twin commitments to stabilize and fund libraries and to finally end the budget dance. Unfortunately, the city's unsustainable budget shortfall has forced the mayor to reassess this commitment. Right now, libraries are drastically understaffed. Branches do not have enough children librarians to provide programs, custodians to maintain clean branches, IT workers to provide our growing IT infrastructure, or clerical workers to ensure branch operate. Without more workers, we cannot keep up.
If these library budget cuts are enacted, if library budget cuts are not stabilized and increased, this will result in reduced public service hours and that will protect our physical and mental health of our members who are stretched thin, burnt out, and struggling. Library union members strongly support the mayor's commitment to universal childcare, rent regulations, and improved public transportation, along with our DC 37 members. We support his call to tax millionaires and billionaires in order to pay for these important programs. We are the very New Yorkers being crushed by the city's affordability crisis. We need an affordable city. We urge you to find a way not for a one-shot budget Band-Aid, rather for a new path towards a lasting, thriving, sustainable city. New York City needs more libraries, not fewer, but there can be no libraries without library workers. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Philip Macaluso, Vice President of Local 374. We represent the custodians that work at the New York Public Library. I just wanted to add just some real-world consequences of when we have deferred maintenance. Our custodians bring to us problems like they mop floors. They're literally just mopping a floor and tiles flip up and create, unsafe conditions. It used to be that custodians were only assigned one building, but now there's one custodian for two buildings, which means they're traveling across the city. So if there is an unfortunate circumstance with humans in a restroom, perhaps, that those rooms are closed until we can bring a custodian across the city to clean up things, which creates unsanitary, unsafe conditions, and it just bankrolls from there. So I just wanted to add that, it's all the little things that just steamroll into big unsanitary conditions that cause buildings to be partially closed and all sorts of problems. So I just wanted to illustrate with those two little things about what it means to defer maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and
Thank
I
you.
appreciate all you do within the library systems, and look forward to continuing to working with you all to improve conditions for workers.
Thank you,
libraries.
Dr. Williams.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll go to Amani Williford, Enrique Mendia, and Lillian Young. Are they back? Okay.
That good? Yep. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Lillian Young. I am an artist, a part of the DC 37 Union, the Family Programs Coordinator for the Brooklyn Museum, and a board member of the New York City Museum Educators Roundtable. I'm here today to talk about the importance of funding the arts and cultural institutions, especially during these times when freedom of expression is being censored and attacked at federal levels. During the last 4 years that I have been at the Brooklyn Museum, and in my over 10 years of experience being an art educator, I have seen firsthand how big of an impact the arts have for children and their families. The family programs at the Brooklyn Museum are made for intergenerational audiences with a focus of families with children's ages through 6. One of our most popular programs is our Sunday art classes, Families Create, that helps kids ages 4 to 6 consider the intentions and agency in their own art. In this program consisted of 24 classes that were offered throughout the year, but due to the financial hardships that we are currently facing, I had to cut the program down to 9 classes for the year, so we are only serving 42 of the original 280 families that we used to serve. I love this position. It helps. I love that I get to help people find their artistic voice, see themselves in the museum, in our collections, and connect in a way that they didn't realize was possible. But in recent years of financial instability at the museum, we have been given very contradictory directives to do more with less resources. Working with financial instability is not sustainable for artists like myself who run these programs, nor is it sustainable for the Brooklyn families we serve who deserve to have consistent access to art education. New York is a cultural hub of the world, and every time I have to tell a family that a program like our stroller tours is canceled because of budget cuts, I feel that pain in the contradiction. Our museum gives so many people the chance to create and engage with works of art from around the world, and I implore the City Council to fully fund and increase the budget for the Department of Cultural Affairs. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Imani Williford, and I'm a proud fourth-generation New Yorker who works at the Brooklyn Museum as the curatorial assistant for photography, fashion, and material culture. Growing up in Brooklyn and going to publicly funded cultural institutions such as the Brooklyn Museum significantly influenced my decision to become a curator. As a part of my job at the Brooklyn Museum, I help assist in developing collections and exhibitions that engage, educate, and address the distinct and diverse audiences of Brooklyn and the city at large. I also help document current trends in art, as well as underrepresented areas of art, such as global Africa and its diaspora, and Brooklyn-born or based photographers. I act as a conduit between the public and art objects through extensive research, writing, public programs, tours in the specialized areas of fashion and photography. I also support scholars and other museum professionals from around the world by providing them information about the collection and the museum's history. I am so proud that my work ensures that Brooklyn, my hometown, has a world-class art institution, but with the rising costs of living and student debt impacting myself and my colleagues, it is getting harder to meet the demands of our profession. My mother worked for the New York City Law Department for more than 30 years. Due to the cost of living crisis, she no longer lives in the city. I view my work at the Brooklyn Museum and, more importantly, as a DC 37 member, as an opportunity to give back to my city by continuing the decades of civil servant work that put a roof over my head and clothes on my back. Increasing funding for the Department of Cultural Affairs is an essential commitment the city must make to working New Yorkers like myself who have dedicated our educations and expertise to enriching our city's cultural sector. Thank you so much.
Hello to the Cultural Affairs Committee. Thank you for this time. My name is Enrique Mendia. I'm an educator and cultural programmer at the Brooklyn Museum, a proud member of DC 37 Local 1502 for almost 5 years, and I'm also an artist. I work at the Brooklyn Museum because I believe in the work we do, in the possibility of museum spaces, especially when they're brought to life with people, with New Yorkers. And the Brooklyn Museum could be many things. Its first Saturday, it brings tens of thousands of New Yorkers free cultural programming a year at a time when nightlife can be prohibitively expensive and all people want to do is be together. Or it's the work that I and the rest of our school programs teaching artists do to teach thousands of students a year and from every borough in our galleries and art studios. The Brooklyn Museum is everyone that visits it, and it's also all of us that sustain it. Watch its galleries, keep it clean, put on our exhibitions, and bring the sense of commitment that is needed to care for this 200-year-old building and run its programs. But more and more, my union colleagues and I are being asked to do more with fewer resources and little recognition of this reality. Reduced staff capacity due to attempted layoffs has been felt across the Brooklyn Museum and disproportionately by certain departments. Our education and public programs staff lost 4 union educator positions due to attrition, with no sign of any of those positions being filled, despite the City Council providing additional funding to keep staffing levels the same last year. Since last spring, the museum has since hired 3 executives, but not a single full-time educator. Yet me and my colleagues make up the work, teach every class that comes to visit, and stretch every resource we have to fulfill the very deep need for art education in our community. All this is to say that my teaching artists are tired, my colleagues are tired, and the burnout is here. And so while we champion the education and public programs that make the Brooklyn Museum what it is vital to articulate that these are the very programs that are consistently at risk whenever the Brooklyn Museum and the Department of Cultural Affairs has its budget reduced. It is us workers that steward these programs who feel it the most. Just as New Yorkers should be able to count on our art classes and free programs, art workers and artists should be able to count on this city and its art institutions. Too often talented artists leave New York because the money just no longer makes sense. It's not sustainable, and that's our loss. We all want to be in a city where art thrives, and so it is a matter of prioritizing the artists and art workers that make that possible with increased funding. Thank you for this time.
Thank you, and thank you so much for all you do to support the cultural ecosystem in New York City. Thank you. Okay, next up we have Judith Lisa Golds. And is this Erica or Ava Davis, Latinx Arts Consortium? Hi, you can start.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair Williams and members of the committee, for this opportunity to testify. My name is Eva Mayabal Davis. I'm the project manager for the Latinx Arts Consortium of New York City. We are an intersectional network of 54 Latinx serving cultural organizations. Our members include community groups as well as CDFs and CIGs, including programs that are one-person run festivals all the way to historical spaces like Flushing Town Hall. We envision a New York City where Latinx arts and culture are fully funded. They're deeply valued and celebrated as an integral part of New York City's diverse and vibrant cultural fabric. We host gatherings that foster knowledge exchange, resource sharing, and collective action towards systemic change. Along with the rest of the members on this panel, our organizations are rooted, led by, and accountable to BIPOC and queer communities, whose mission, programming, and public role center the historic cultural expression and lived experiences of members of these communities. We are also members of the Cultural Equity Coalition, led with my colleagues at the American Arts, Asian American Arts Alliance, the Alliance of Resident Theaters New York, Dance NYC, Indie Space, and Indie Space. We are organization and entities across multiple artistic disciplines and racial communities. Collectively, our members reach more than 1 million New Yorkers a year. Our organizations are grounded in the legacy and mission of Cultural Equity Group, dating back to the early 1990s. That is 30 years in the making and going on more. We strive to support the leadership, prepare emerging leadership, and amplify the stories of our communities. Most recently, Latina culture has been in the spotlight, if you recall, Bad Bunny at the Super Bowl. But with that, it was very quickly reduced and attacked, further proliferating permission for hatred and intolerance. We are witnessing the violent surveillance and stigmatization of entire communities simply for being, simply for speaking another language, simply for expressing who we are, and our cultural expression being policed, and that is not okay. As the largest immigrant group in New York City in the United States, Latinx communities experience pressures shaped directly by immigration. Many artists and cultural workers are immigrants or first generation. New Yorkers navigate the workforce with workforce precarity, often facing discrimination, limited access to benefits, and barriers to public assistance. Cultural organizations often become informal support system, workforce incubators, and trusted spaces within our communities where we can navigate language, where we can bring up concerns and also share our economic instability. This labor is essential to the function of cultural ecosystems, yet it remains largely unrecognized and, of course, unfunded. I'm here to join my colleagues in the sector-wide ask to baseline $30 million additional dollars because this is an investment in New Yorkers, an investment in immigrant New Yorkers, an investment for all. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. And members of the council, thanks so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Lisa Gold, and I'm the Executive Director of the Asian American Arts Alliance, or A4, and a member of the Cultural Equity Coalition. We are 40-year-old, or for over 40 years, A4 has worked to ensure greater representation, equity, and opportunity for Asian American artists and cultural organizations of all disciplines. The only organization in the country that does this. But I want to start with a question for you. Can you name a famous Asian American?
Lucy Liu.
Excellent. So you are actually better than 42% of Americans who couldn't even name one.
That oh my gosh, who's the artist that did the Louis stuff? Isn't that
The
an
Louis?
Asian artist to Murakami?
Oh, Takashi Murakami?
Yeah, isn't
Yeah.
that
Yeah, Japanese American. Yes, there you go. You're two. And but you know what most people said? Most people, they say Jackie Chan, who's not even American, and Bruce Lee, who's dead. Okay, so this isn't just about celebrity, though. It's about visibility. It's about belonging, and ultimately, it's about safety. Because when communities are unseen, they're often unheard and underserved. So that's where culturally specific organizations come in. So organizations like A4 create spaces where artists and cultural workers of color are not only supported, but deeply understood. We build community, provide resources, and create pathways to opportunity so that the stories shaping our culture actually and accurately reflect the people who live here. And yet, at a time when the federal government is actively rolling back equity efforts and private funding is shrinking, our city has to step up, not step back. Instead, we're facing a lack of transparency and persistent inequity. So based on DCLA funding information that I found and I dug up, AAPI organizations receive roughly 5% of CDF grants, already below the share of the population that receives grants. But even more concerning, those grants are on average 23% less than the normal grant. And with no dedicated AAPI-led or serving CIG, less than 2% of cultural funding is allocated to our community, despite representing 18% of the city population. So that gap is not just a number, it's a lost opportunity and it's silenced voices. So culturally specific organizations like A4, LXNY, and the LGBTQ Museum are essential infrastructure. We ensure that artists can thrive, that our communities feel seen, and that New York City's cultural landscape reflects its true diversity. So I join my colleagues in supporting the sector-wide ask to baseline and incrementally increase the $30 million in arts funding and to take meaningful steps towards equitable distribution across our sector. Because when you invest in culturally specific organizations, you're investing in a city where everyone belongs. So thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair Williams and the City Council committee members that are here today. My name is Judith Insel, and I'm the Executive Director of the Bronx Arts Ensemble, a mighty Bronx institution that has been around for 54 years. And we annually provide over 20,000 residents of the Bronx with free of charge live performances presented by professional local 802 musicians. That's right, they're professional local 802 union musicians in multiple genres that aim to provide culturally relevant live events to the neighborhoods we serve. So we serve the entire borough of the Bronx. We are creative placemakers. We do not have our own venue. We have venue partners. So we serve every single community in the Bronx. I join my colleagues in the New York City arts and culture sector in asking that the City Council restore and baseline last year's $30 million to the cultural budget, and that the baseline be indexed to automatically increase with inflation annually. This is a really important thing. We are not receiving increases to meet the cost of actually running our institutions each year. These asks are crucial to continuing the work of the Bronx Arts Ensemble and thousands of the other city cultural institutions committed to serving New Yorkers. Each year, thousands of Bronx residents experience the Bronx Arts Ensemble's live performances in their neighborhoods. And they tell us how much our performance has to have a positive impact on their lives. Through our audience surveys, we actually take audience surveys at every single performance. Bronx citizens express gratitude to our organization for providing them with a community building experience that is healing, restorative emotional effects on their mind, body, and spirit. We are also aware that our concerts provide an economic boost to local businesses in the neighborhoods where we perform. Whether it's audience members purchasing a snack at a bodega before they go to one of our outdoor concerts in Van Cortlandt Park, or dining in an Italian restaurant on Arthur Avenue before one of our concerts at Mount Carmel Church. Our concerts are helping keep Bronx neighborhoods economically vibrant. So we are not only supplying the neighborhoods with and supporting the arts and culture that's there, we're actually economically supporting the local business. Bronx Arts Ensemble is struggling with the challenges of rising operating costs while striving to remain on mission to provide free live music performances. That is no cost to anybody who enters or comes to any of our performances. No ticket cost to them. A borough at the center of an affordability crisis, and we understand that. Without funding from services from the Department of Cultural Affairs, Cultural Development Fund, my institute cannot continue to serve the Bronx with free services at all. Bronx Arts Ensemble is just one example of thousands of nonprofit arts and culture institutions in New York City that need the City Council to restore and baseline last year's $30 million to the culture budget while adopting a mandate that the baseline be indexed to automatically increase with the inflation that we are facing every single year. I hope the City Council will receive my message positively and respond to the sector's request for the support we so desperately need to continue meaningfully serving the citizens of New York City. I'm sorry I took a little longer, but
you did.
It's an important fact to understand that the Bronx communities need every single dollar of support that you put towards it. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you so much for your testimony. And I remind folks to stick to the 2 minutes only because it's such a busy day today, and I really do not like cutting you all off. As a person, it is very difficult for me. So as I extend you all grace, I ask that you extend grace back by trying to the best of your abilities to stick to 2 minutes, because I personally do not like cutting people off. So if you can govern yourselves, I would so appreciate it. Okay, next panel. Thank you so much. No. Coco Killingsworth, Stephanie Wilkford. Stephanie, did I say your last name right? Wilchford. Okay, I'm going to get that right. Nora Yaya. See, Nora's smart. She said, don't mess up my last name. I'm going to give you the phonetical spelling. And David Freudenthal. I'm going to get it together. Like Sigmund and Freud. Freudenthal. Okay. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair.
I don't think it's on.
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and members of the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and Intergroup Relations. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify. My name is Stephanie Hill Wilchfort. I'm the Roné Menschel Director of the Museum of the City of New York, and I'm also Chair of the Cultural Institutions Group, a coalition of 39 cultural institutions located in all 5 boroughs, including zoos, gardens, museums, and performing arts organizations. And I'm delighted to be offering testimony on behalf of the coalition. I would first just like to thank the Council for prioritizing culture and for its advocacy in securing a historic $75 million increase and a $45 million baseline increase for arts and culture in fiscal 2026. Your leadership and advocacy for our Culture for All campaign, in partnership with New Yorkers for Culture and Arts, was critical in supporting the vital role of arts and culture in our communities, in making our communities safe, accessible, and educational for New Yorkers, as well as making the city more affordable and improving quality of life for artists, cultural workers, and families. CAG members have a deep commitment to ensuring that access to culture is affordable for all New Yorkers. Many of our organizations, including the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the American Museum of Natural History, Brooklyn Museum, and the Museum of the City of New York, are free to New York City residents. Our institutions are open and accessible to everyone, welcoming over 4 million free visits each year and providing safe public spaces for people of all ages and walks of life. Each of our institutions expands its reach through partnerships with city agencies and community-based organizations to provide a host of services that complement our core missions, including field trips and teacher professional development for hundreds of thousands of public school students and educators annually. Other partnerships have included providing COVID testing and vaccination sites, facilitating food distribution, implementing IDNYC, and serving as polling sites, among many others. I'm just going to say that we are asking for three things this year. One is restoration and baselining of the $30 million in support that we received last year that was added in the FY26 budget. If there is one number I want you all to remember today, it is $30 million. Restore and baseline that $30 million. It is essential to keeping the sector strong, and it is when we lose that funding, it is most damaging to small community-based organizations in our coalitions. We're also going to ask for annual increases year over year for the sector, and we're also going to be talking with all of you about capital projects reform, a topic I know we all love very much. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues.
Greetings, Chair Williams and members of the committee. My name is Coco Killingsworth, and I'm the Chief Experience and Impact Officer at the Brooklyn Academy of Music, BAM. I'm here to urge the New York City Council Committee on Cultural Affairs and Libraries to increase funding for the arts and cultures in the city's budget and to baseline the $30 million added at adoption last year so it becomes part of the permanent foundation, not one-time restoration. When we talk about affordability in New York, we are talking about equity, about who gets to stay and who gets pushed out. Cultural institutions are part of the city's civic infrastructure. We create stable employment, activate commercial corridors, provide gathering spaces, and ensure that arts and culture remain accessible to working families. When institutions are destabilized by inconsistent funding, neighborhoods lose more than programming. They lose anchors that contribute to economic vitality and community cohesion. BAM serves 700,000 people annually through theater, dance, music, film, education, and community programs. We employ workers across 8 daily working unions and remain committed to affordability, including offering one of the city's lowest movie ticket prices. Each year, more than 3,000 older adults participate in our senior programs, and BAM education reaches up to 25,000 students, teachers, and families, partnering with nearly 225 schools, most in underserved communities. Performing arts venues and institutions in particular operate complex year-round facilities that require sustained investment. Theater and performance spaces are not passive venues. They are highly specialized environments that depend on skilled union labor, advanced technical systems, rigorous safety standards, and constant maintenance. They serve as rehearsal hubs, educational sites, community meeting spaces, and economic drivers for surrounding small businesses. And unlike commercial presenters, nonprofit performing arts institutions balance earned revenue on public service mandate. We keep ticket prices within reach, offering free programming and making space for community use. Without reliable public funding, that balance becomes increasingly difficult to sustain. If New York is to remain a place where culture is made, not just consumed, affordability must be treated as cultural policy. That means baselining $30 million added last year and increasing the support to real operating costs so that performing arts institutions can continue to serve as engines of access, economic activity, and civic identity. Equity in the arts is not about access. It is about sustaining the institutions that hold space for community life across the generations. Without this critical funding, New York will not be what it is. Thank you for your leadership and this opportunity to testify.
Thank you.
Thank you to the committee. Thank you, Chair, for allowing me the opportunity to testify. My name is Nora Yaya. I'm the Chief Government Affairs Officer at the Metropolitan Museum of Art and the Manhattan Vice Chair of the CIGs. As you heard today, arts and culture are not optional in New York City. They are essential to its identity, its economy, and its daily life. They are the lifeblood of this city, reaching into every neighborhood, every borough, and every community. The Met hosts more than 30,000 events annually and serve learners of all ages and disabilities. We welcome nearly 180,000 school children each year and adds to the 2.5 million annual student visits from the CIGs. Our work is deeply embedded across the city. We partner with over 500 community-based organizations and collaborate with city agencies and institutions. We work with 1/3 of New York City's senior centers through our Met's Art Box program, reaching older adults across the city, many of whom are shut in. We also provide nearly 100 paid internships annually with 25 slots dedicated to NYCHA youth. We have a teen program. Obviously, people have heard of Teens Take the Met, but we also have Drop-In Fridays, and I really appreciate collaboration from our council members to make sure teenagers are aware of that and we can become a better third space for our teens and youth. The demand for what we do is clear. The Met welcomed 5.7 million visitors last year, and for the second year in a row, local attendance exceeded pre-pandemic levels. Nearly half of our visitors are New Yorkers, many accessing the museum through our pay-as-you-wish model, which means you can pay as low as a penny, and I do believe our president just eliminated pennies, so it's free, okay? In addition to that, we also do ID NYC, Blue Star families, and those who qualify through SNAP benefits also can enter the museum for free. We're grateful for the council's leadership in delivering a historic $75 million increase and $45 million baseline, but as you've heard today, more is needed and necessary. In order to sustain this work, to continue our commitment, we urge the council to act, as you've heard, by having the $30 million baselined, providing annual increases, and also reforming the capital process for once and for all. Cultural institutions like the Met are not just destinations. We are your partners in delivering on the city's goals, from education and workforce to public health, aging, and community cohesion. We are proud to serve all New Yorkers and proud to be in every corner of the city, and continued investments in arts and culture is an investment in New York City itself. Thank you all for your relentless advocacy as we start this budget season. We look to continuing this conversation.
Deputy Speaker Williams, committee and staff, thanks for the opportunity. I'm David Freudenthal. I am the Government Relations Director at Carnegie Hall. I want to underscore the requests and the call to actions by my colleagues on this panel. The $30 million to baseline that, the increasing an annual increase to keep up with cost of living, and looking at the capital process. You know, that calls out. Those are things that are doable in this year. And I just want to also just to say, you heard from us all about how deeply we as CIGs believe in our compact with the city, how seriously we take what it means to be really in service to New Yorkers, to be meaningful about that work. And the council has been real partners to us in doing that. You've supported us with not just with this direct funding, but also through speaker initiatives, focusing on our work in well-being, our work in the justice space, our workforce development programs. Councilmember Stevens spoke about the need for focus on young New Yorkers, and we think about that work in terms of pathways to jobs. We are serving 750,000 New Yorkers every year with what we're doing. You've heard, from our colleagues about all that they do. This would not be possible without this partnership, and we're so grateful to be working with you all in it. Many thanks.
Thank you. And thank you so much for your testimony. I look forward to continuing to working with you all, specifically on the capital stuff, because I feel like we need to do more there. So thank you so much, and have a good day. The next panel I'll call is Catherine from the Brooklyn Botanical Gardens, Angel from the New York Botanical Gardens, and Cynthia from El Museo del Barrio. My Spanish was bad. Museo.
Very close.
Museo. It's so horrible. I did Spanish for I did Spanish all of high school, in college. Oh, yes. Welcome. Yes. Practice makes perfect. Hi, you can start.
Now it is. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the importance of what the city does with the cultural institutions. My name is Catherine Glass. I'm the Chief Public Affairs Officer at Brooklyn Botanic Garden, which is a deeply special place that's been rooted in the city for about 115 years. And when you do a survey of what makes Brooklyn Botanic Garden and other gardens in our city different from botanic gardens around the country and indeed the world, it is the investment of the city, which allowed us to begin our legacy over 100 years ago with significant investments in community and education. We rely on that so deeply to serve our populations. Today, we get about 900,000 visitors, over 300,000 of which come for free. We are supporting over 150 community gardens, as well as teen programs and senior programming and programs for people with disabilities. I want to just echo what my colleagues have already said in terms of the three primary requests: to baseline the $30 million, to index it against increasing inflation, and to streamline and make more efficient our capital programs asked. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and members of the committee. My name is Angel Hernandez, Director of Government Relations for the New York Botanical Garden, a proud member of the Cultural Institutions Group, the CIG. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak, and also thank you and your colleagues in the council for advocating the historic $75 million increase and the $45 million baseline increase for the cultural sector last year. Our institution took root in the Bronx just as the borough was entering an era of development and growth. In this regard, we have always been a part of the local community and efforts over time to seek a better quality of life. In the case of affordability in the Bronx community, in 2025, we welcomed over 200,000 New Yorkers for free, mostly from the Bronx, under our Bronx Neighbors Initiative. Our Bronx Green Up team maintains partnerships with hundreds of community gardens under the Bronx Community Farm Hubs Initiative, where fresh produce is grown at various sites and distributed to other sites as food pantries. On Webster Avenue, we've made investments in affordable housing for seniors and families, bringing over 650,000 units of 100% affordable housing. As for career empowerment for the next generation, our Green Ready Opportunities Workforce Program offers career readiness and training in horticulture and landscape design for Bronx young adults. This program offers 2 certificates in each sector and aligns with both industry and community needs that offer career paths within the city, county, and private organizations. The Sign Network coalition, where NYBG, along with 7 other science-based CIGs, offers valuable paid internships to 1,100 city high schoolers every year to prepare them to meet emerging challenges and drive innovation of the future. Although these few examples provides insight into NYBG's diverse efforts to make life affordable and invest in the future of our city's youth, these efforts cannot continue without a full restoration and baseline of the $30 million that was added in FY26 budget to support DCLA and its entire arts and culture sector. NYBG has enjoyed many years of partnership with the City Council and remains grateful to your collaboration and support. Thank you very much.
Saludos. I'm going to do it all in Spanish now. Good afternoon, Chair Williams and members of the committee. My name is Cynthia Carrion, and I'm the Director of Government and Community Affairs at El Museo del Barrio, a proud member of the CIG, and I'm also a proud New Yorker. I would like to thank the Council for prioritizing culture and for its advocacy in securing the historic $75 million increase and a $45 million baseline, as you heard from my colleagues. But most importantly, it is affirming that culture is not a luxury in New York City. It is an essential infrastructure for our communities. Founded in 1969 by Puerto Rican parents, educators, artists, and activists during the civil rights era, El Museo del Barrio was created to demand cultural representation and educational equity for our communities. More than 50 years later, El Museo remains deeply rooted in East Harlem, El Barrio, serving as a cultural home for Latinx New Yorkers.
While we welcome visitors from across the country and around the world, our deepest responsibility is to the communities that surround us. Families, youth, artists, and elders from East Harlem and throughout New York City come to El Museo to participate in exhibitions, public programs, cultural celebrations that reflect their histories, language, and traditions. Programs like Uptown Bound, Super Sábado, Dia de los Muertos, our Three Kings Day celebrations bring thousands of New Yorkers together each year to celebrate Latinx art, music, and cultural traditions. Our community concerts and performances in our 570-seat theater create space for artists and neighbors to gather, perform, and share culture together. Institutions like El Museo contribute directly to the health, equity, and economic vitality to our neighborhoods, supporting artists, educators, creating welcoming space for immigrant and multilingual communities, and attracting visitors who support nearby small businesses. Initiatives like Casa and Su Casa allow us and other community-based organizations across the city to deepen our roots and impact in the city. So again, just to reiterate, restore the baseline, the $30 million added for FY26, consider annual cost adjustments, and improve the capital project process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Appreciate your testimony and the consistency. Y'all are a consistent bunch. Sarah from Roundabout Theater, Rosalind Barber, Penn Ginthner, and Lauren Elmore.
Great. Sure. Hi, I'm Rosalind Barber from the New York Shakespeare Festival, doing business as the Public Theater. And I really want to thank...
Sorry, I just wanted to make an announcement that the council's crazy and we have a lot of conflicts, and so I actually have to leave for a second for a meeting, but my colleague, Councilmember Farrah Lewis, is going to take over with chairing right now. So thank you.
Understood. Oh, sorry. Okay, great. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me here. I'm the Administrative Chief of Staff of the New York Shakespeare Festival, doing business as the Public Theater. As the City Council begins to assess its FY27 budget, I'm here respectfully to ask the City Council to restore and baseline the $30 million that was added in the FY26 budget, and to support the Department of Cultural Affairs and entire arts sector. I'm also here to ask the council to support the Public Theater's request for a $350,000 speaker initiative item to help pay for the Public Theater's free programming in all 5 boroughs. Each year, the Public Theater serves over 150,000 New Yorkers with free programming through Shakespeare in the Park at the Delacorte Theater in Central Park, our mobile unit, which has stops in all 5 boroughs, and our community pageant, our classes for seniors, youth, immigrants, military members, union members, and more. The free programming costs the public over $10 million to produce and direct expenses every year, not including the cost for full-time staff, infrastructure, salaries, benefits, and the rest. This year, we're requesting $350,000 from the City Council to help underwrite these programs. We do that knowing that the city budget is tight, but we aren't looking for a handout. The city's creative economy generates over $110 billion each year, so we're simply looking for a small reinvestment in order to continue serving the people of the city of New York with free, high-quality, inclusive programming. We, like you, believe that every New Yorker deserves to be able to experience awe-inspiring live performing arts experiences that transport them from the daily grind of living in this city. We believe that these experiences shouldn't be limited to folks who live in areas with proximity to these productions, and we don't believe they should be limited to folks who can pay $300 or more for a ticket. that's why we bring our programming to places like Brandsville Recreation Center, Roy Wilkins Park, and J. Hood Wright Park. And we really hope that you will consider this request so that we can continue serving your communities and making these experiences available to everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You may begin.
Thank you. My name is Penn, and I'm here with the Classical Theater of Harlem. I'd like to thank our chair and committee. Your support and the work you do to help the arts and culture thrive is deeply appreciated. I'm here in New York with a job I love in the theater because my grandparents took me to see Broadway shows. One that I saw with them, Ragtime, is enjoying a phenomenal revival at Lincoln Center right now that I encourage everyone to see. As an impressionable 14-year-old, that powerful story of what America can be is in large part responsible for how I understand and what I value about citizenship and patriotism today. Individuals drawn from all over to participate in New York's legendary cultural sector consistently spend their money locally. What we earn working at theaters, we spend seeing more theater. We buy each other's books and donate to each other's projects. With New York's deeply interconnected cultural sector, even with tiny organizations, art can be a powerful economic amplifier. When CTH was able to offer the city's first post-pandemic theater with its free outdoor performances, we sought to leverage every connection we had to bring life back to our streets and parks. Today, in partnership with Uptown Grand Central and a coalition of hundreds of street vendors, shops, restaurants, and peer nonprofits, we're able to activate our more than 30,000 visitors to generate over $600,000 in business for the neighborhood in a single month. Because of the lighting and sound equipment CTH brings to Marcus Garvey Park each summer and shares with our peers, more performances by other cultural groups are possible during the month of our residency than at any other time of the year. With the wisdom of recent experience from the pandemic, New York's cultural sector has banded together for mutual support like never before and has the power to overcome the challenges facing the city's finances today. The resources we share mean that public investment resounds across the local economy, driving physical industry and nightlife, making public spaces safe and prosperous, increasing the value of real estate and drawing tourism. Your support perpetuates the legend of New York as the destination for a young person who feels they have something worthwhile to contribute. Thank you again to the members of this committee who clearly understand the value of the arts. I hope my words can be of use in your important work.
Thank you. You may begin.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I am Dr. Lauren Britt Elmore. I'm proud to be the executive director of the Flea Theater in Tribeca, NYC, just 4 blocks north of here. The Flea's mission: we support and invest in experimental art by Black, brown, and queer artists. We provide commissioned opportunities, mission-aligned residencies, subsidized rehearsal and performance space, and production support. In the last 5 years, we've done so both in our space and across the city, from the Bronx to Coney Island, from the West Side to Governor's Island. In 2025 alone, the Flea directly supported 150 artists and welcomed nearly 15,000 NYC audience members into our space. For many of those artists, organizations like ours are their entry point into New York's robust and diverse cultural ecosystem. However, our role is becoming increasingly difficult to sustain. Small theaters like the Flea are operating in a climate where costs continue to rise, while expectations for public outreach and artist support continue to grow. We are often the most nimble and responsive part of the sector, both artistically and economically, while we remain the most financially vulnerable. Public investment through the Department of Cultural Affairs allows us to continue doing this work. City funding doesn't just support individual programs, it stabilizes the organizations that artists depend on. It ensures that New York remains a place where artists can begin their careers, not just sustain established ones. It's those emerging artists who make New York the most interesting city on earth. As you consider the FY27 budget, I urge you to increase funding for small and mid-sized theaters, so the New York City artists the Flea support don't just survive in New York, but continue to define it. Thank you. I'm excited for your leadership and opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much. You may begin.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis and esteemed members of this committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sarah Mercanti, and I am representing Roundabout Theater Company. Founded in 1965, Roundabout celebrates the power of theater by spotlighting classic works from the past, cultivating new works of the present, and educating minds for the future. We operate and steward in grateful partnership with the City of New York 5 historic theaters on Broadway and off in the heart of Manhattan's theater district. We employ 1,500 arts, theater, and administrative staff each year. Our productions reach approximately 400,000 theater goers each year. As part of New York City's creative sector, we help generate a $110 billion in economic activity. And as part of the Broadway community, we helped bring nearly 15 million visitors to see a show last season. We proudly foster artistic development through a continuum of residencies and commissions that empower theater artists at all stages of their careers. And Roundabout has also had a decades-long commitment to reducing physical, financial, and cultural barriers to the arts with programs like our Signed Interpreted series, Pay What You Wish ticketing, and community nights. Now in its 30th year, Education at Roundabout invests over $4 million each year to serve approximately 24,000 New York City public school students, teachers, aspiring theater technicians and administrators, and lifelong learners. We achieve this through a robust portfolio of teaching and learning initiatives, community partnerships, and workforce development programs. Roundabout relies on the city's support to serve thousands of New Yorkers each year and keep the arts at the heart of our civic life. We are deeply thankful to DCLA, City Council, MOM, SBS, and the HRA for their longtime support of our landmark theatrical workforce development program. To date, TWDP has trained over 150 New York City residents in technical theater careers backstage. 86% continue to work in the field, and 16% have joined a theatrical union. Together with our colleagues, we encourage the City Council to deepen the city's FY27 investment in arts and culture by baselining and indexing last year's $30 million ad, fully funding City Council initiatives like CASA, and streamlining the cultural capital process. Thank you so much.
All right, this panel's not excused. Thank you so much for being here and for your testimony. Now we're going to hear from one of our youngest champions in the arts world, Melody Emerson Simpson. Ready? Of course. Come on down, Melody.
Did you submit a slip so I don't call you again?
Mom. Mom, did you submit a slip?
I just don't want to call you again.
I'm on that slip.
Oh, you're on the
Yeah, the one, the name.
Are you Abby?
Yeah, I'm Abby.
Great.
Yeah, great.
All right. Melody, if you could turn on your microphone, that little button there in the middle, and you may begin your testimony.
Hi, my name is Melody. I am here to testify about the libraries and how the libraries need money. Last year, Mayor Mamdani made a promise that he would give the libraries 0.5% of the budget. Budget is one of my spelling words in school this week. So now I'm like, why is Mayor Mamdani breaking his campaign promise? New mayor, same problem. I love my library, and when I was younger, it closed down for 2 weeks. I totally lost my head. I think this shows that the library is important to me. Libraries need money so they don't close for real, and a lot of people become sad. In my library, we only have one bathroom and no water fountain. The money needs to help pay for improvement in the libraries. It would be cool if the library had enough money for more programs for younger kids and not just teens. In conclusion, I think that the library should get more money. I hope that the City Council will work with Mayor Mamdani to make that happen. Bye.
Let's give it up for Melody. Great job.
Tough act to follow. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Abby Emerson. I'm a New York City educator, and I'm here today as a member of NYC Plan, the Public Library Action Network, which is a group of patrons and library workers organizing together to amplify, strengthen, and progress the futures of New York City's 3 public library systems. At the moment, the proposed library's budget sits at 0.39% of the overall city budget. This is woefully inadequate for multiple reasons. We have been asking for a stable 0.5% for multiple years now. This is a fair and reasonable ask. For this coming cycle, that would translate to $635 million that the libraries so desperately need. The mayor campaigned, as we heard, with the platform of meeting that 0.5%, but has since stepped back from that. And the current 0.39 is even less than last year when we were under the Adams administration, which was at 0.42. Nationally, our public goods are being stripped away at every turn, and we have an obligation to ensure that does not happen at the local level. Too often, libraries are taken for granted, but the complex work they do, both technically behind the scenes and socially in their communities, is essential. I personally find libraries one of the most emotionally moving spaces in our city. Where else is everyone truly welcome without payment? Despite the magic they somehow pull together, as a patron, I want more from my library. I often visit libraries when I travel to other places, and I'm struck by the creativity of their offerings. I can only imagine what New York City library workers could do with a properly funded budget. I know I would benefit, my kids would benefit, and we all would benefit too. So I'm asking once again, just like last year, that we commit a stable and baseline 0.5% for libraries in this budget cycle and every budget cycle. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This panel is now excused. Thank you so much for being here and for testifying. Thank you, Melody. Our next panel is Francine Garber-Cohen, Risa Shoup. That's cute. I like that. Hugh Rose Evans and Jay Hawk. That's everybody? Okay. Thank you. You may begin.
Dear members of New York City Council, I'm Francine Garber-Cohen, President and producer of the Regina Opera Company. For 56 years, Regina Opera has offered year-round, free and ticketed, fully staged operas and ticketed and free concerts in Southwest Brooklyn. Regina Opera performances are places where thousands of Brooklyn residents, many of them retirees, are able to meet friends, getting them out of their houses where many live alone. Regina Opera provides affordable entertainment for audiences who may not otherwise attend live opera performances. Some are on fixed budgets and cannot afford the tickets to the Metropolitan Opera. But in order to provide these services, Regina Opera, like other arts organizations, needs increased support from the New York City Department of Cultural Affairs. Our company participates in many free cultural activities hosted by the Sunset Park Business Improvement District, the 3rd Avenue Merchants Association in Bay Ridge, and the Bay Ridge Arts and Cultural Alliance, among others. These events not only reach low-income and underserved music lovers, especially senior citizens who make up over 65% of our audience, but they also bring new and existing customers to these neighborhoods. Additional audience members increase the visibility and income of the local stores and restaurants, and they generate tax money to New York. We at Regina Opera depend on grants such as the one from New York City Department of Cultural Affairs to meet our budgeting needs, especially for the free performances. The cost of these productions keeps rising. Therefore, we request that the New York City Council add $30 million to the budget for culture, and we request that the dollar amount automatically increase annually with the percentage of inflation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You may begin.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Hugh Rose Evans, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the American LGBTQ Museum in support of its FY27 DCLA Cultural Development Funding renewal request. The museum provides public educational programs exploring the achievements and lived experiences of LGBTQ people in all 5 boroughs of New York City. Last fiscal year, support from the Cultural Development Fund allowed us to pilot a new program series, the Queer Legacies Project, which is a series of 4 archiving workshops with LGBT elders at Sage's Edie Windsor Senior Center in Chelsea. These workshops were an incredible success, serving over 125 registrants, and we're proud to say we're successfully continuing the project this fiscal year, having launched our first session of Queer Legacies at Sage Center Harlem last week. We plan to bring the project to more senior centers in the Bronx and Brooklyn in future years. This year, the museum is requesting a renewal of our FY26 funding and an increase to $100,000. We recognize that this request is more than the museum has sought before, but it represents the scale of our expanding scope of services. Funding for FY27 programs will support our entire season of programs, allowing us to produce recurring educational events and cultural partnerships in all 5 boroughs. And this includes our monthly Lavender Literary Society book club, our partnership with the Leslie Lohman Museum, our Reverb performance partnership with Long Island City's Culture Lab, our annual film screening with New Fest LGBTQ Film Festival, and our annual June Pride Festival activations, including a marching contingent of NYC Pride of LGBTQ workers from galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. These New York City series are just one part of the more than 50 public programs we produce annually across the nation. And these services are essential to building trust and public awareness with our museum. We need your help to maintain the growth. We are humbly asking committee members to advocate for the museum to your fellow colleagues, helping us to increase our cultural development funding to $100,000 in FY27.
Thank you.
I sincerely thank you for your time.
Thank you. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Lewis and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Risa Shoup, and I serve as the Chief of Operations for the American LGBTQ+ Museum. I'm also a member of the steering committee of the Cultural Equity Coalition and a proud queer parent of a New York City public school student who is thriving in so many ways because of her access to arts and culture as one of our youngest New Yorkers. My colleague Hugh spoke to you about the museum's programming, and I'm here to talk to you about the critical need for data throughout the cultural sector. New York City is home to the largest LGBTQ+ population in the country, more than 700,000 people, and that number continues to grow. Nearly 1 in 5 young people in the state of New York now identifies as LGBTQ+. Nationally, that number is approaching 1 in 10 adults. We are not a small or static community. We are a significant, expanding, and future-defining part of our city. And yet there is a persistent gap between who we are and what is resourced. LGBTQ+ communities, especially transgender, non-binary, and those folks who are also members of communities of color, continue to face disproportionate barriers to access and disproportionately lower access to resources that they so sorely need. And these inequities extend to the cultural sector, where funding has not yet kept pace with either the scale or the diversity of our communities. At the American LGBTQ+ Museum, our mission is grounded in a simple but powerful idea: that LGBTQ+ people deserve to tell our own stories in our own voices and on our own terms. But we cannot do that work well or sustainably, and no culturally specific institution can, without intentional, equitable investment and transparent data. Because what isn't counted isn't funded, and what isn't funded isn't seen. And at this time, it is cultural nonprofits who are developing data sets, but we need support from you, the New York City Council, and the Department of Cultural Affairs to access our data. We're calling for a cultural funding ecosystem that reflects the full breadth of New York City's communities, one that prioritizes transparency and how funds are allocated. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You may begin.
So hello, Councilmember Lewis and the committee. I'm a longtime citizen, first-time testifier, and I come to you as the government liaison from Japan Society. So I appear before you today to beseech you in your capacity as the Council Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Relations to hold the line for the fiscal 27 budget at last year's level at a minimum. The past year has seen a profound contraction in federal funding for arts and cultural nonprofits. In addition to the outright loss of funds, the very volatility of federal funding has wreaked havoc with many New York City nonprofits. Surely these two facts are not new to you. Our organization, Japan Society, was able to weather these storms due in part to the exceptional support of the DCLA, whose Cultural Development Fund allocation actually increased slightly year over year from 24-25. So we're very grateful to the Council for restoring funding, and also to the DCLA, who extended that funding to many nonprofits across the city. So now we are faced with another budget crisis, which will surely challenge your committee to reduce funding to the DCLA and the CDF. Let me be very clear why I think that is a mistake. Of course, I may quote many statistics that support my perspective by demonstrating, for example, that the arts contribute over $120 billion to the state economy, support directly nearly 500,000 jobs in the metro region. But to me, these data points miss a central argument and evade answering the most fundamental question we must ask, which is why support the arts at all? In 1997, I was a callow young film critic in Seattle where I conducted an interview with the famed Russian filmmaker Alexander Sokurov. And as part of that interview, I posed a bombastic question. I said, why make art at all? What is the purpose of art? And he, without skipping a beat, answered, isn't the point of art to make people softer and gentler and more human? That answer, profound in its simplicity, seems to me well worth bearing in mind as you make the sausage of the budget for fiscal year 27. We, as a city, as a nation, and as a people, are more desperately in need of softer, gentler, more human interactions, and art is the avatar of these aspirations. There you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. This panel is now excused. Thank you for being here. The next panel, Sarah Mercanti, Rosalind Barbour, Penn Genether, sorry if I butchered that, and Lauren Elmore. I'll do it one more time. You did this panel already? Okay. She said, okay. All right, we'll pivot. Marlene Ramirez Cansasio. Go ahead, girl. Raquel Dutoit. Okay. I got a little French. Aya Hayashi. Beautiful. And Sandy Luna. Is that Luna? Sandy Luna. She's right here. Okay. Perfect. Okay, you may begin. Oh.
We're getting ourselves sorted.
I see. This is a beautiful panel. Who's starting first?
I am.
Perfect. You may begin.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Councilmember Lewis and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Sandy Luna. I am an immigrant artist and the executive director of ID Studio Theater in the South Bronx. We're a company making original Spanish language and bilingual theater from within our Latinx immigrant community for the last 25 years. We have called the South Bronx our home for more than a decade, and our award-winning work has traveled from here to Bogota, to Ciudad Juarez, and to Dakar, to name a few. Along with my fellow panel members, I testify as a member of the Coalition of Theaters of Color, a network of organizations rooted in and accountable to communities of color across New York City, and the Cultural Equity Coalition of New York, together representing more than 3,300 arts organizations and over 100,000 artists. Our CTC grant last year supported 6 original productions and reached 4,000 people directly. It made possible Cuarto Oscuro, co-produced with the Clemente Center, where performers were directly hired from the Randall's Island migrant shelter. No auditions, no bureaucratic barriers. We went to where our newest neighbors were, worked with their stories, their images, their voices, creating a space that welcomed them as artists and allowed the rest of us to see them as something more than what they had endured. This is the kind of work our organizations make possible every single day. Theater builds community. Community builds civic life. CTC funding unlocks possibility within our communities. These are funding dollars that multiply in measurable and immeasurable ways. The Coalition of Theaters of Color was among the first cultural initiatives this council created, paving the way for many that followed. Those programs have grown. CTC has not. No increase since 2021, despite adding 13 organizations to the coalition. The communities we serve are certainly resilient, but they are on the front lines of this political moment. We're asking you to protect them. At its core, our work and yours are aligned, building a city where every community has a stage, every story has a home.
Thank you so
Thank you so much. This investment is long overdue. Thank you.
Preaching to the choir. Who's next? You may begin.
Let's turn this on. Dear Councilmember Lewis and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Dr. Aya Esther Hayashi, and I am the Development Director of the People's Theater, where we create theater with and for immigrant communities to build a more just and equitable world. Through productions, free arts education programs, and advocacy, we serve over 2,500 artists and audiences annually, rooted in the belief that immigrants telling their own stories can change hearts, minds, and policy. Thanks in part to a $25.7 million capital investment by the city, we are on the cusp of opening Centro Cultural Inmigrante, a state-of-the-art 20,000 square foot center dedicated to the immigrant experience. Today, I testify as a member of the Coalition of Theaters of Color and the Cultural Equity Coalition. Together, we serve more than 1 million New Yorkers each year. We see every day how artists, cultural workers, CBOs, funders, and policymakers are interconnected. When one part of this ecosystem is under-resourced, entire communities lose access to cultural opportunity, economic activity, and creative expression. When equity is prioritized, neighborhoods thrive. While my colleague Sandy and I represent 2 immigrant-centered organizations, the CTC initiative funds 63 arts nonprofits, including legacy Black and Indigenous organizations. It is one of the few initiatives to support these groups who are core to our city's cultural history. I joined the sector-wide ask today and urge the council to increase the CTC initiative to $8 million in the FY 2027 budget. For context, the law establishing CTC allows us to use these funds for general operating support, but because it's administered through DCLA, we are confined to using the funds as program support. This modest $2.3 million increase will boost CTC organizations' grants by nearly 30% and serve as a cost of living increase after being stagnant for 5 years. We also ask that the council restore flexibility so organizations can use these funds to sustain their operations, build capacity, and support workforce development. This allows us to serve New Yorkers more richly, more abundantly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You may begin.
Buenos dias. Is this on? It is. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Marlene Ramirez Cancio, and I am Artistic and Co-Executive Director of BAX, Brooklyn Arts Exchange, a multi-generational arts incubator that has supported artists for 35 years through residencies, education, and affordable rehearsal space. I'm also part of the Cultural Equity Coalition, like my colleagues. How does an artist become an artist? Artists don't just appear. Along with my colleague and others in the room, we are art service organizations that provide infrastructure that nurture artists across their full life cycles. We are the connective tissue of the cultural ecosystem. Our work is often invisible, less like the skin and more like the veins, carrying support, resources, and relationships that keep the system alive. One of our artists in residence, for example, shared that BAX was the first place where she felt believed in, not for what she had done, but what she might do. She developed her work at BAX, premiered at a major venue, and is now on tour. That kind of sustained support is what allows artists, thousands of them across our coalition, to stay in New York and build a life here. Unlike presenting organizations, service organizations don't rely on ticket sales, and much of our work isn't public-facing. It's ongoing and relational. We maintain studios, run residencies, and offer long-term support that is essential to the artistic process, but often harder to fund because it's less visible. We're facing rising costs across rent, staffing, healthcare, and materials, while philanthropic and federal funding becomes more unstable. And as you know, this is especially true for those of us who support BIPOC, queer, migrant, and disabled artists. As Dance NYC's data shows, arts workers are already among the most economically vulnerable in the city. Art service organizations make it possible for artists not just to become artists, but to sustain their practice. We want a city where artists and cultural workers can live, work, play, and stay. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you.
You may begin.
Is this on? Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Lewis and the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Raquel Lutois, and I'm the Executive Director of Dance NYC. Our organization serves and represents the estimate of over 6,000 dance workers and over 1,700 dance entities in our city. And we do advocacy, regranting, and knowledge sharing. As Marlena explained, art service organizations, or ASOs, are vital lifelines for the 326,000 New Yorkers who work in the creative sector. By building deep relationships, we serve as vital bridge between complex funding ecosystems and that of the working class Vogue artist that creates spaces of queer belongings, or the immigrant auntie keeping folk dance traditions alive between hospital shifts. And the need here is outstanding. 63% of New York artists don't have cash to cover a $400 emergency. Our State of Dance 2023 report found that despite the inherent risk of dance work, 37% of dance workers don't have health insurance, 64% support their work from their own pockets, and the gap that service organizations are being asked to fill is only growing wider. Also, the affordability crisis, inequities for working class and marginalized artists keep growing. Yet the current funding ecosystem leaves service organizations like ours struggling, forced to do more than declining sources. The highly responsive yet invisible nature of our work means that project-based funding models designed for presenting organizations do not work for us. We are asked to compete for the same pool of funding as the people and organizations we are serving, undercutting the stability of that ecosystem. That is why we support the sector-wide ask to baseline the $30 million addition. But beyond that, we need separate funding process for service organizations with general operating support so that we can serve, not compete. We need the city partnerships also to serve our artist constituency, working collaboratively for portable benefits and for art space subsidiaries. The city must view art workers as service providers and necessary workers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This panel's excused. Thank you so much. Now we'll hear from Trenton Price, Brittany Bellinger, and Nicole Tuzian. Thank you. You may begin. Oh, you can settle still? Yeah, you can begin.
You hear me? Great. Thank you, Councilmember Lewis and Chair Williams and members of the committee. My name is Trenton Price. I'm the Executive Director of the Salvadori Center. At Salvadori, we provide STEAM education services, that's STEM plus the A for arts and architecture, to schools, after-school sites, and NYCHA community centers across the 5 boroughs. For context, last year, Salvadori served over 12,000 students in 178 sites. We are grateful to have the support of the council through multiple CASA and digital inclusion and literacy grants, as well as the after-school enrichment and speakers initiative at numerous NYCHA sites across the city. At Salvadori, we have seen firsthand the impact of investing in arts and arts education for cultural access programming for young people. For example, our residencies explore and have kids creating community models that reflect their values or monuments that are important to them and their peers. Amplifying student voice is one of the most important things that a creative education can do. Having worked in arts education now for 2 decades, I know that it is often one of the first things to get cut when funding gets tight. But to the contrary, schools and cities that know the true value of arts and arts education know that tight times are when we need to double down on the arts. A recent study with NYU showed that Salvadori students showed increased self-efficacy up to a year after our residency. What could be more important than a young person's belief in their ability to succeed, which impacts motivation, effort, and persistence? Investing in arts and arts education is an investment in our future. We applaud the city for their increased investment in the Cultural Development Fund and ask it be baselined. We also ask that the council expand the CASA program, which has been flat for a number of years despite growing need from young people after school. I thank you for facilitating this hearing and for your commitment to supporting the young people and arts and culture of our city. We at Salvadori are grateful to be of service to New York City's children. We stand ready to do more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Lewis and members of the committee. Thank you for all that you've done for supporting the arts and allowing me to testify today. My name is Brittany Bellinger. I'm the Director of Programs and Innovation at Museum Hugh. It's a New York City-based member-driven arts service organization dedicated to advancing equity in the cultural sector. Arts and culture, as you know, are essential to New York City. They shape our identities, preserve our histories, and drive our local economies. But just as important is who is being supported within that ecosystem. At Museum Hugh, we work with and represent arts organizations founded and led by Black, Indigenous, Latinx, Asian, and all people of color. These institutions are deeply rooted in their communities. They are spaces of storytelling, education, and cultural preservation. Yet despite their impact, they continue to face systemic barriers to funding and access to government resources. Many operate with far fewer resources than larger institutions, even while serving communities that are historically underrepresented. Through our Hugh Arts and Cultures research, we are documenting this landscape, and the need is clear. These organizations are vital to a more complete and accurate cultural narrative of New York City, but they cannot continue to operate on an equitable footing. We urge the city to increase equitable funding for organizations of color, expand access to grants and resources, invest in leadership development, and support the pathways to stable, long-term space for these institutions. Organizations of color have long been resilient and innovative, often in spite of chronic underinvestment. With equitable support, they can continue to thrive and serve the communities that make New York City what it is. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Lewis and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Nicole Tuzin, and I am the Executive Director of DanceWave. DanceWave is a 30-year-old dance education organization with a community center in Brooklyn and service spanning all 5 boroughs. Our programs foster a safe and welcoming environment for creative expression, facilitate multicultural exchange that fosters deep community building, opens doors for careers in the arts, and promote physical, mental, and social well-being that contributes to the improved health and vibrancy of our city. Thanks in part to this committee's focused advocacy and the city's investment, DanceWave is empowered to provide no and low-cost programming to over 6,000 individuals of all ages and backgrounds each year. With city funding, we are able to ensure that everyone who wants to participate in our programs can. Simply put, this funding transforms lives. As we look ahead to the fiscal 2027-year budget, I join my colleagues in the following requests. First, restore and baseline last year's $30 million addition to the culture budget. Second, index the baseline so that it automatically increases with inflation, allowing us to provide living wages for cultural workers. Third, streamline the capital funding process for culture for greater ease and efficiency, holding a hearing so that council members can understand the issues. And fourth, increase funding for the Coalition of Theaters of Color initiative to $8 million to reflect the now 63 participating organizations facing rising costs of operations. Baselining $30 million in cultural funding is critical for sustaining our impact. Volatile funding levels impede staffing, program development, and direct service at small community-based organizations like DanceWave, where city funding plays an outsized role. Like many other organizations represented here today, DanceWave faces no shortage of challenges. The city's investment in our work should not be one of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This panel is now excused. Thank you for your testimony. We'll now hear from Ira Dutchman, Doria Josma, and Simon Salinas Jr., and Gabriel Gatto. Gabriel Gatto, Simon, Doria, and Ira. Probably, yeah. Thank you. Okay. When you begin your testimony, if you could restate your name. Okay? You may begin.
Good afternoon, members of the council. I'm Gabrielle Gatto, Manager of Public Programs at the Greenwood Cemetery in Brooklyn. But we are not just a cemetery. We are a national historic landmark at a mighty 478 acres. We are a cultural space. We host concerts, dance performances, walking and trolley tours, even an artist in residence program. Most recently, our death education offerings, programs surrounding death, dying, grief, and loss, have become some of our most popular events. Our Grieving and Weaving program combines the arts with processing grief. We meet once a month at no cost. In 2005, we saw over 500,000 visitors, a testament to having our gates open 7 days a week, free to the public. This spring, 1 month to the day, we open our new visitor center, a restored 19th century greenhouse, an exhibition gallery, classrooms, and a flexible space for cultural programming. We know that the council is interested in expanding access on this front, especially in new and unconventional spaces. Although we are in one borough, our resources and landscape are for New Yorkers and members of all 5. We invite you to visit us. Our gates are open. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. You may begin.
Good afternoon, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Simon Salinas Jr., and I'm the Development Associate at the People's Theater, a member of the Coalition of Theaters of Color and Cultural Equity Coalition. At the People's Theater, we create theater with and for immigrant communities to build a more just and equitable world. And through our work, we aim to counter the pervasive anti-immigrant narratives in this country while cultivating socially engaged artists and leaders. Today, I urge the council to increase the Coalition of Theaters of Color's initiative to $8 million in the FY 2027 budget. The CTC initiative is a critical source of support for theaters of color like us across New York City. Many organizations have experienced reductions or elimination in CDF support, making CTC funding an essential source of stability for artists, cultural workers, and community programming. At the People's Theater, CTC funding has supported our professional productions that center the immigrant experience. Specifically with this funding, we have served approximately 170 artists and 4,000 audiences across the Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens, and Manhattan over 8 years. This modest $2.3 million increase will boost CTC's organization's grants by nearly 30%, which is the minimum of what is needed to increase the capacity and stabilize our organizations. After moving to NYC from Texas, I feared I would find a culture that felt hard, cold, and distant. Living in Washington Heights has shown me the opposite. I have seen firsthand how organizations like the People's Theater make this city feel welcoming, vibrant, and alive. I've seen how access to theater, arts education, and advocacy strengthens communities and reminds us that people that they belong. This impact matters deeply in neighborhoods like mine, where culture and community are inseparable. We ask the council to increase the CTC initiatives to $8 million in FY 2027 and restore flexibility so organizations can use these funds as they need to best serve our communities. Thank you so much for your time and consideration for this request.
Thank you. You may begin.
I'd like to thank the council for this opportunity to testify. My name is Ira Deutschman. I'm representing the Uptown Film Center, a new nonprofit that believes in the power of film to educate and to bring people together. Upper Manhattan has become what we call a cinema desert, which is why, along with the support of the state of New York and over 700 individual donors, we've purchased the long-shuttered Metro Theater on 99th and Broadway in Manhattan and plan to build a 5-screen independent cinema arts and education center to serve a neighborhood that really needs it. The 5 zip codes that are within 1.5 miles of the theater have a population living below the poverty line that ranges from 7.8% in 10024 to 30.6% in 10027. Approximately 35% of that population speaks a language other than English at home, including 22% who speak Spanish. The area around the theater has Manhattan's largest concentration of post-COVID empty storefronts. Nonprofit independent cinema venues, such as the one we're trying to build, have proven to boost local economies, drive foot traffic, support local businesses, and create jobs. While we're working to build this facility, we've been offering a sample of our programming as guests in whatever auditoriums we can find. We're grateful to Majority Leader Abreu for the grant we received for our Science on Screen series, which is currently going on right now. Also, we've begun pilot programs in neighborhood schools. The first took place this fall in 5th grade classes at PS 84, and we're currently applying to DCLA for a grant to expand that program. We appreciate your continued support for our programming and our educational programs, and we hope the City of New York can play a large part in helping us raise the $29 million we need to build out the facility. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This panel is now excused. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we're going to hear from Arya Sapudin. Sorry if I'm butchering that. I can't read the name. What's the name?
No, Bronx River Arts Center. Aki Escotieri.
Got it. David Johnston, Miriam Dalq. Are you coming on her behalf? Okay, we just need a slip. Miriam Nomad Jazz Festival. Okay, we just need a slip from you. You could come and then we'll get the slip. What's your name?
David Johnston.
David, wait. I have you, David. I have you, David. All right, but Miriam is not here. Okay. And Suzette Brown Shaka Simon. Suzette Brown Shaka. All of that. Come on down. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Lewis and the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and thank you for your advocacy this morning at the budget hearing. My name is Aki Escotieri, and I'm the Executive Director of the Bronx River Arts Center, located in the West Farms neighborhood of the Bronx. We are a tiny but mighty organization which for nearly 4 decades has served the Bronx as a hub for arts education, emerging and professional visual art exhibitions, performances, community engagement, environmental stewardship along the Bronx River, and professional artist development. Last year, we welcomed over 5,000 community members to classes, exhibitions, performances that fostered mentorship, collaboration, and professional growth, and served 1,300 youth in free arts programming. Our programs are primarily tuition-free or low cost, designed for the neighborhoods that we directly serve, where 27% of our residents live in poverty, and where access to high-quality arts education is limited. We empower Bronx youth to see themselves as creative leaders and support local artists and community members in sustaining their artistic careers. We provide access and exposure to arts in neighborhoods that are traditionally underserved and overlooked. But organizations like ours faced a constant challenge. As already mentioned by many of my colleagues in the sector, we face rising costs, staffing limitations, and ailing facilities without predictable, stable funding. This is why, as a sector and as an organization, we're asking the council to take 4 critical actions for today for the city's cultural sector. As you've heard today, restore the baseline of the $30 million added to last year's cultural budget. Stable funding allows organizations to plan, retain staff, and sustain programs. Second, index that baseline to inflation. Rent, materials, and staffing costs continue to rise, and cultural organizations need support to keep in pace. Third, reform the capital funding process. Capital projects, as already discussed, can take anywhere from 6 to 10 years. Our organization is an example of that. And increase the Coalition of Theaters of Color initiative to $8 million. Thank you.
Thank you. You may begin.
Thank you to the Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is David Johnston. I am the Development Director for the Jazz Gallery. My colleague Miriam Dali Fodera, Festival Director for the Nomad Jazz Festival, had to leave. The Jazz Gallery presents over 380 concerts a year to in-person audiences of over 17,000. We've been bringing top quality jazz to New York City audiences since 1995, and we just celebrated our 30th anniversary. We offer free tickets each month to students at the Institute for Collaborative Education, the South Bronx Charter School for International Cultures and the Arts, free concerts in Hudson Yards and the Financial District. Last year, through Culture Pass, we distributed 468 free tickets to New Yorkers. We offer low-cost memberships to students, professional musicians, and veterans. In 2025, we partnered with the Flatiron Nomad Partnership, the Nomad Alliance, and the Madison Square Park Conservancy for the inaugural Nomad Jazz Festival. This festival, which took place in Madison Square Park in August 25, attracted 70,000 visitors per day. New Yorkers enjoyed free, world-class jazz with Ravi Coltrane, Liz Wright, brandy younger and newer emerging artists. We share the City Council's commitment to affordability for artists and audiences alike, and we're also proud to be a longtime grantee of DCLA. Dr. Williams, since you have returned to us, I found a quote of yours I liked very much. The fact that the overwhelming majority of grantees offer free or subsidized programming underscores the importance of public funding in keeping cultural access affordable and accessible for New Yorkers. We thank you for that. We are asking for the City Council and the Speaker's Office to support the Nomad Jazz Festival. We are also asking for a restoration of $30 million in baseline support. Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you. I'm happy to be here. My name is Suzette Simon, and I'm sorry. My mic was not on. No. Oh, okay, great. Hey, that's important. Hi. So, yes, hi. Thank you. I'm happy to be here. My name is Suzette Simon, and I am the founder of NY Laughs, a comedy nonprofit founded in 2007. We believe punchlines make a better NYC. And I like to say that I like to think of myself as basically NYC's local LOL dealer. We produce free stand-up and public spaces. Think Shakespeare in the Park, but with more hecklers and fewer tights. We call it Laughter in the Park. We believe a laughing New Yorker is a better New Yorker, and honestly, a less terrifying one, but we won't talk about that, especially on a stalled F train. But we actually make the NYPD laugh, so basically think of us as public safety in some regards. I started NY Laughs with a mic, a sign, and a healthy amount of delusion in Tompkins Square Park. 19 years later, we've produced shows in over 20 parks and green spaces and reached more than 30,000 New Yorkers and visitors from every walk of life, and work with many New York institutions, including the Irish Caucus of the New York City City Council. Thank you, CM Powers, okay, Assemblyman Powers. And yes, we're funny, but we're also very serious about the work. We're deepening the role of stand-up as a vital cultural asset in the city. We receive support from NYSCA, DCLA, and partnered with institutions like Lincoln Center, Pier 57, and Battery Park City Authority. We've also received discretionary funding, including from a Republican, Borelli, because it turns out jokes pull well everywhere. We bring people together. And after the successful launch of a festival last year in Union Square, we received speaker funding. But because everybody's left, speaker funding doesn't come with a group chat. So we are here asking for $150,000 because we want to actually reach 50,000 New Yorkers New Year. We want to start a comedy festival that is similar, a circuit. Like there is a comedy festival in Montreal that is in July, and then Edinburgh brings in over more people than FIFA in September and in August. So we want to start bolstering a comedy festival in Union Square. Union Square is great because it's a great, not only do you have great audiences, but it's a great place for New Yorkers to find an emotional support pigeon. Thank you so much for everything. I have some flyers for you and a lot of enthusiasm, the same sort of enthusiasm you get after you survived a trip on the subway. So yeah, thank you so much. I love you guys.
You're gonna explain your outfit.
Oh, this is I'm the laughing apple. That's why.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, New York Laughs. Okay.
Right. I want to turn the big apple into the laughing apple.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. It gets blown up. I'm on Ozempic, so it affects costumes too.
GLP-1. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, great.
Appreciate you.
Flyer?
Yes.
Okay.
And the sergeants take the flyer. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yes, for the form, because I know you all are all funny inside, deep inside. Councilmember here. Marte has performed. Yeah, maybe this year.
Let me know.
Yeah.
Reach out to my office. Okay. Next panel is Mauricio Delphine, Karan Atlas, Deeksha Gar, Edward Hanlon. And then please correct me. I love to be corrected so I can say people's names correctly. Can you pass me that drum mix? You may begin.
Hi, I wrote Edward Hanlon, but I'm actually Ned Hanlon, president of the American Guild of Musical Artists, the Union of Singers, Dancers, and Stage Staff in Opera, Dance, and Concert Performance. But first and foremost, I'm a working artist who actually just rushed here after a dress rehearsal of La Traviata at the Met Opera. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, surrounded by so many who share a commitment for the arts. I want to specifically emphasize the critical situation faced by the nonprofit performing arts, where downward trends in federal funding and private donations present escalating challenges, and by its artists who struggle every day with the increasing cost of living in New York and beyond. Nonetheless, organizations in this city continue to thrive artistically. To name just a few, the Met's production of Tristan and Isolde, which I performed in last night, has received critical acclaim and sold out houses. Voices of Ascension continues to bring world-class choral music to the Village, and now under a contract that makes their singers key partners in the company. And Dance Theater of Harlem opens its 57th season next month, and its first in decades under a union contract. And DTH is one of several New York organizations and artists who have been forced to withdraw from their engagements at the Kennedy Center. Artistic excellence is vital to the city. The Met Opera alone generates $1.3 billion in economic activity, and the creative industry altogether contributes as much as 13% to the city's total economic output. But the arts that give so much to this city need support, which is why we are asking, along with so many other folks here, for a baseline $30 million increase in funding with annual increases for the Department of Cultural Affairs. But of course, as president of a union and as a Central Labor Council delegate, I'm also here to stress that our arts funding strategy must center artists and provide good jobs, safe jobs, and secure jobs, which usually means union jobs that have the protections of a collective bargaining agreement. Union jobs close conventional wage inequities while also providing artists the security to report instances of discrimination and harassment and to stand up for themselves on the job. New York is a vibrant artistic hub. Thank you for your continued advocacy in preserving that funding for the arts. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Karen Atlas. I direct Arts and Democracy and Naturally Occurring Cultural Districts New York, which is a citywide alliance. And I'm just going to ditto the sector requests for the 30 million baseline increases for inflation and a greater commitment to equity, including $8 million to the Coalition of Theaters of Color. I also believe that funding for arts and culture should be a greater part of other city agency budgets, given all that the arts contribute to the city. And that includes DOT, Department of Health, SBS, who've all supported us, and others. I'm sharing with you NOCDNY's Reimagining New York City recommendations, which are grounded in equity and in this holistic approach. That's the little booklets. 2 days ago, Arts and Democracy joined with cultural partners and council member Shahana Hanif to host our community iftar in Kensington, Brooklyn, a diverse immigrant neighborhood. In spite of the rain, more than 400 people showed up. This joyful event in its 10th year exemplifies why arts and culture matter and why they should be well supported. In a time of polarization and hate crimes, it brought communities together, including Muslim and Jewish neighbors. In a time when we feel overwhelmed and paralyzed by the news, it offered an opportunity to connect, belong, and know we could make a difference. It highlighted the voices and creativity of Muslim women artists and the nuances of their cultures. Neighborhood youth who grew up with this program got jobs, which will continue throughout the summer as we animate our local plazas. And to go back to a question that came up about 4 hours ago at the hearing, no, we haven't received our funding yet for this program. We're a tiny organization, and fronting that money is very difficult. And also, for 8 months, we were funded by CDF and CI's Cultural Immigrant Initiative, which is an incredible program, but it's very hard for small organizations to front the money for 8 months of their programming. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair Williams and committee members. My name is Diksha Gore, and I'm the Executive Director of Theater Development Fund, or TDF, a nonprofit that has focused on affordability and access to the performing arts for nearly 60 years. You may know us through our iconic TKTS booths in Times Square and Lincoln Center. I'm here to join my colleagues in urging the city to restore and baseline $30 million to the budget of the Department of Cultural Affairs. With support from the CDF, TDF served 1.3 million New Yorkers and visitors last year from all 51 council districts, including students, veterans, older adults, people with disabilities, and arts, healthcare, education, and government workers. I want you to imagine for a second 1,000 people sitting in a room together, their hearts beating literally as one. That is exactly what happens when people attend the arts. They relax, they engage with new ideas, they experience joy and catharsis. This connection to their humanity makes them more likely to vote, to volunteer, and to contribute to their communities. The arts have an outsized impact on both individual well-being and community health. At TDF, we believe our collective work is not done until every New Yorker feels belonging in the performing arts. And to advance this, we have requested council support, including allocations from the Speakers List, the Autism Awareness Initiative, and the Veterans Community Development Initiative. TDF cannot do this work alone. We welcome your partnership in expanding access and reaching more communities across the city, either through introductions to community partners or in support of your own initiatives to make the arts more accessible for our city's residents. New Yorkers deserve both bread and roses, to live well and to thrive as happier individuals in healthier communities. On behalf of TDF, I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you all for your patience. I know it's been a long day. Okay, next panel. Libertad, Gwendolyn. Oh, Gwen. Anna Sepulveda, Echegari, Barb Echegari. Echeverri. No, say Echegaray. Yeah. I know Echeverri is V-E. No, this is different. Okay. And Barbara, I said Barbara Bryan already, right? Oh, you're here. Yay. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair Williams and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ana Beatriz Sepulveda Echegaray, and I am co-director at Performance Space New York, formerly PS 122 in the East Village. I'm testifying today as a member of the Partners in Cultural Stewardship Coalition, an emerging coalition of nonprofit cultural organizations that steward and activate public-facing cultural facilities across New York City through long-standing partnerships with public agencies. Our members for civic and historic spaces operate venues that remain open and accessible to broad publics and provide programming that serves New Yorkers across bureaus, generations, and communities. We're united by a shared commitment to stewardship, access, equity, and collaboration, as well as a clear understanding that public-private partnership is one way the city delivers arts and culture at a meaningful scale. We represent organizations that do far more than present programs. We care for public spaces, preserve civic assets, support artists, educators, students, and community partners, and create places where culture, learning, and civic life can take root across generations and publics. The testimonies you're about to hear from my fellow coalition members at the Clemente, Movement Research, and Dance Theater of Harlem. Some impact metrics of the scale and public value we bring are a combined 250,000 square feet of city-owned cultural space, roughly 450,000 New Yorkers and visitors from beyond the city are reached annually, and upwards of 500 full-time and part-time workers are employed annually across member institutions. Our coalition stewards theaters, galleries, dance spaces, artist studios, rehearsal spaces, and offer programs such as major performances, exhibitions, youth arts education, artist residency, etc. It is a privilege to occupy and steward these city-owned buildings, but we need additional support to sustain them and the people that look after them. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Williams and members of the committee. My name is Libertad Guerra, and I'm the Executive Director of the Clemente Soto Vélez Cultural and Educational Center. The Clemente is a long-standing cultural and neighborhood anchor of the Lower East Side, Loisaida, providing direct support to artists, independent producers, and small arts organizations. We steward a 100,000 square foot historic building. We sustain a year-round ecosystem that includes 46 subsidized studios, 4 theaters, 2 galleries, and outdoor public space, while advancing affordable access through artist support, community partnerships, and original programs and festivals. Besides being members of this stewardship coalition, we're also part of the Cultural Equity Coalition that testified earlier. In addition to the challenges faced by all organizations in the sector, this coalition members face unique challenges. Our situation is not only the legacy of the pandemic, it is the convergence of 3 ongoing pressures that are destabilizing cultural stewardship of city-owned buildings across New York City. The first one is inflation that has raised costs of nearly everything nonprofit organizations need to operate: utilities, insurance, maintenance, supplies, security, transportation, and labor. These are the same pressures affecting small businesses across the country, but for cultural organizations, they are compounded by public service organizations, aging facilities, and limited flexibility to absorb this rising cost. Second, New York City's affordability crisis, we all know, is affecting not only individuals and families, but also the institutions that hold neighborhoods together, like ours. Yes, this is part of the solution. We are part of the solution of the affordability crisis. We provide deeply subsidized multi-use space, venues, and for cultural producers and community groups and artists, but sustaining those low costs has too often come at a price: deferred maintenance in facilities that are constantly in need of repair and renovation, and a pressure of staffing and benefits that are forcing us to absorb unexpected building costs from already strained operating budgets.
Sure, I'm on. Hello. Hello. Thank you, Madam Chair Williams and members of the committee. I'm Barbara Bryan, the Executive Director of Movement Research, also a member of the Partners in Cultural Stewardship Coalition. In addition to stewarding city assets, which are an engine of economic development and opportunity for our neighbors and communities, we contribute greatly to the social well-being of our fellow New Yorkers. This matters because our organizations do far more than operate buildings. We steward public cultural spaces that function as sites of learning, gathering, artistic development, memory, and neighborhood life. Across the coalition, these spaces include theaters, galleries, dance studios, classrooms, rehearsal spaces, artist studios, archives, and flexible community venues. They support a broad range of public services, performances, exhibitions, arts education, youth development, artist residencies, preservation, interpretation, and civic gathering. We serve children, families, youth, students, neighbors, seniors, residents, public school communities, working artists, cultural workers, researchers, and visitors from across the city and beyond. We also serve communities that have too often been excluded from sustained cultural investment, including Black, Latino, immigrant, multilingual, and low-income communities, as well as artists and audiences seeking affordable, welcoming places to create and to participate. What makes this coalition distinct is not only the scale, but the depth and continuity of what we provide. These are standing programs and long-term public resources. Harlem Stage's Waterworks commissioning series and eMoves, now running for more than 25 years, have created an enduring platform for artists and audiences. Bronx River Arts Center's Bronx River Sounds connects performance to neighborhood-based cultural life in the Bronx. At the Clemente, Historias in Nueva York chronicles citywide initiatives advance a public humanities model rooted in Latinx history and community knowledge, while the International Puppet Fringe Festival and the resident company Teatro CEO, one of the city's anchor bilingual children's theaters, bring an international and bilingual programming to families and young audiences. Dance Theater of Harlem, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair Williams and members of the committee for this opportunity to testify. I'm Gwendolyn Kingsbury, and I'm the Director of Community Engagement and Arts Education at Dance Theater of Harlem, a leading dance institution that comprises of a multicultural ballet company of global acclaim and a world-class training school in arts education and community outreach programs. I want to close our combined testimony by speaking on what a stronger partnership with the city should now make possible. The city already invests in many of our organizations through project-based grants, energy reimbursements, and capital allocations. but those tools were not designed to meet the full operating realities of stewarding public cultural assets. What is needed now is a more intentional stewardship strategy, one that matches the public function these organizations already perform on the city's behalf. The strategy should include practical mechanisms that the city can develop in partnership with coalition members, a shared repair and stabilization fund for urgent building needs that do not rise to the level of major capital projects but cannot be absorbed by nonprofit operating budgets. Expanded access to shared services and group rate systems that could lower the cost of insurance, health coverage, retirement benefits, and other essential expenses, and a more coordinated interagency approach to the facilities, workforce, and compliance challenges that come with caring for public-facing cultural buildings. This is not about treating cultural organizations as isolated grantees. It is about recognizing them as long-term stewards of civic access and building the systems to support the responsibility. A stronger framework will protect public facilities, reduce the long-term cost of deferred maintenance, stabilize the workforce that makes these services possible, and allow organizations to direct more of their limited resources toward artists, audience, students, and neighborhoods. Our call is for the city to recognize cultural stewardship as a public systems issue and to develop the tools that recognition requires. Thank you.
Thank you all so very much, both for your patience and your testimony and for all you do within your wonderful organizations. Final in-person panel. Jacqueline Joyera or Jovira Cabrera. How do you say it? Oh, the second one I said it right. Jovira. Molly from MoMA. And DJ McDonald. Oh, wow.
You give them slips and they can go after this. And then
Okay, so you'll go on the next panel. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know what happened. You can begin. Whomever. Jovira.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, great. Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Williams and Council. My name is Jovira Cabrera, and I'm a New York City educator, a doctoral candidate researcher in Latino family engagement and bilingual early literacy programs, and a parent of 2 young children who regularly visit the Queens Public Library. The Queens Public Library system is central to both my personal and my professional life. As a parent, I visit local branches with my children to attend cultural events and to access diverse books that reflect our community's languages and identities. Participating in the Kickoff to Kindergarten series was transformative for my family. I learned dialogic reading strategies that strengthen how I engage my own children during our nightly reading routines and deepen my confidence as their first teacher. As an educator and a researcher, I have also seen how the Queens Public Library serves as a trusted community hub with culturally and linguistically diverse families where they feel welcomed and empowered. Queens Public Library does more than lend books. It builds school readiness, provides bilingual resources, and ensures families have access to high-quality early learning experiences, regardless of income or language background. Libraries like the Queens Public Library are public institutions that advance equity and opportunity. When we fund libraries, we invest in our children's futures. When we fund libraries, we support immigrant families. When we fund libraries, we strengthen our communities. If we truly believe in these priorities, then our budgets must reflect this commitment by fully funding our public libraries.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Williams, committee members. Thank you for having me. Is it still on? You guys hearing me? All right. My name is Jacqueline Carr, and I'm a Queens Public Library patron. The library is important to me for several reasons. However, before I speak of them, I must begin by saying that my interest peaked in the services of the library when I volunteered as an adult basic education tutor at the Rochdale Village Library. I was deeply encouraged, even elated, when I witnessed the students' progress. The moment they realized they could read, their faces lit up, their confidence and persona improved, and they look forward to their next class. The public library is also important to me because of the many opportunities it has afforded me and the members of the community as well. I utilize the computers. I also read the newspapers, in particular the New York Times. I especially appreciate that most libraries have book clubs. I'm a member of the Laurenton Literary Society. In the near future, I hope to learn how to play chess, which is being offered at the Cambridge Heights Library. I also learned to paint at the library, and have some of my artwork is now being exhibited at the Cambridge Heights Library. I particularly like that I was able to participate in a defensive driving class, and for the past 2 years, I have my taxes done at the library, thanks to the alliance with AARP. Additionally, I can't emphasize enough how beneficial the work of the Queens Public Library Civic Engagement Department has been to me. I thoroughly enjoy the leadership programs which have helped me to become a better leader and communicator. The benefits that the public libraries offer are enormous. However, increased funding is essential to expand programming across our libraries. Greater resources would allow for the development of additional opportunities for teens, including financial literacy workshops, mentorship initiatives, and other enrichment programs designed to equip them for the future. With sustained and increased support, libraries can continue to grow, not only as centers of learning, but as pillars of guidance and community empowerment. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Deputy Speaker, Chair, Dr. Williams, and staff. My name is DJ McDonald. I represent the dance parade for the purposes of this hearing, which we invite you to be part of on May 16th as we do it for the 20th annual, this will be the 20th annual parade and festival. It would be my honor to have you as our guest, any of you, all of you, as well as our friends from the libraries. I'm here to support the ask that you've heard from many of my colleagues that the council baseline the $30 million that was added to the cultural budget last year, that be indexed so it automatically increases with inflation, that the process for capital funding be streamlined, and that the funding for the Coalition of Theaters of Color initiative be increased to $8 million to reflect the greater number of organizations this year. But more importantly, I'm here to support what I think we've begun as a partnership with the council, and that has persisted over many years, but now can take on a new dimension if we believe in investing in culture as one of the things that both anchors the population in the city of New York, increases its tax base, and brings in tourists from all over the world, and that investment at the level of, say, 1% ultimately is a goal that we should strive for. If we believe that a dollar invested in culture generates $99 in the general economy, I think it's a good investment, especially when the city and the state are under such pressure from the federal government to demonstrate to the rest of the country what New York has always demonstrated, that in these kind of investments in our cultural resources produce an economy and a society we all want to live in. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you so much for your testimony. Kathy, here you go.
Well, thank you so much for your time. I'm honored and proud to be the last person to testify today.
Well, no, you have one more actually.
You took my spot. But thank you for listening to all of us today. My name is Kathy Hong, and I'm the executive director of Making Books Sing, doing business as New York City Children's Theater. I often begin by inviting people to think back to their first theater experience. Whether you are on stage or in the audience, you likely remember that excitement, the moment when it felt possible to fly, to sing, or dance, or be the funniest person in the room. Theater gives children permission to imagine, to explore new possibility, and to believe they can do anything. At New York City Children's Theater, we use the same power of imagination to help children learn, heal, and grow. I think of a little boy in one of our multilingual shelter residency who hadn't spoken for weeks. During a simple drama game, pretending to be an animal, he suddenly let out the tiniest roar. The whole room froze. Then he did it again, louder. By the end of the session, he was leading the group. That roar wasn't just play. It was agency. It was confidence returning. Our programs, including main stage productions, literature at play, anti-bullying workshop, and theater for the very young touring productions, are active across 24 city council districts in all 5 boroughs and serve more than 16,000 students annually. Our teaching artists, expert in trauma-informed practice, use theater, music, and active play to help children process big emotions, solving problems, and build empathies, and rediscover joy. So as you make decisions for the coming year, we respectfully ask for your continued and renewed support for this critical funding stream. We are asking Speaker Initiative support of $150,000 to support our shelter program, Cultural Immigrant Initiative Fund, especially from District Council's district. You have given us the funding since you took the office. Thank you so much. And all the important cultural program, CASA and SUCASA. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, thank you all so much for testifying, especially the libraries. It's always nice to meet patrons. And y'all are from Queens. Sounds like you're in Southeast Queens. So always nice to see folks locally here at City Hall. So thank you so much for taking time out of your day to testify. Okay, the last person, Margie Malavi. Oh, yep, might as well. We don't have a slip for you, so you just need to fill out the slip.
Oh, so we called you already? Yes.
Oh, okay, so we have a slip for you. Okay. You know, it's the type of day. Thanks all for your patience. Okay, either one can start.
Good afternoon, Deputy Speaker Williams and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, also representing Queens here from MoMA PS1 in Long Island City. I'm Molly Kurzius. I'm the Chief of External Affairs at MoMA PS1, where for the past 50 years, we have proudly served Long Island City with ambitious exhibitions, deep community partnerships, and free public programs. At the core of our mission is accessibility, ensuring that all New Yorkers can access and engage with contemporary art. On January 1st, as I think you know, we eliminated all admission fees, making PS1 the largest free museum in the city. The response has been truly extraordinary, and the message is clear. When financial barriers are removed, New Yorkers show up. But this moment of increased demand comes as cultural organizations face rising operating costs and growing demand for free programming like ours. At the same time, the funding landscape is shifting in foundational ways that undercut philanthropic support. In this environment, city funding is essential to the daily functioning of our organizations, providing the stability our institutions need, especially when other funding sources are uncertain. We support restoring baseline city funding, annual cost adjustments, and reforms to the capital process that will ensure that culture is affordable and accessible for all New Yorkers. Specifically this year in FY27, MoMA PS1 is seeking capital funding to take the next step in our commitment to access. We're pursuing a transformative renovation of our entrance building, courtyard, and first floor to create a welcoming, ADA-accessible, green space, and flexible community hub in the heart of Long Island City. Long Island City, as many of you know, has grown rapidly in recent years, yet ranks 57th of 59 districts in open space per resident. The recent One LIC rezoning and PS1's own community engagement efforts point to the need for accessible public space within our community. Since 2020, we've worked with neighbors and partners to shape a design that meets community needs. This plan creates a flexible entry space with seating, restrooms, and a potential cafe, opens the concrete wall along Jackson Avenue, and transforms our 25,000 square foot courtyard with greenery, shade, and seating, replacing gravel with secure paving and adding an integrated ADA ramp and permanent canopy for year-round use. The courtyard will remain open to the public beyond museum hours as a neighborhood gathering place. The project has already secured $12.5 million in support from the City Council, the DCLA, and the Queensborough President, half of our total funding goal. We respectfully seek this additional support to realize our vision and continue advancing our shared goals of access, equity, and affordability.
Hi there, good afternoon. Push the button. Thank you. I'm sure you're all very tired. Thank you for being here. I actually decided to come on a whim based upon an email I got from a library advocacy organization this morning. I'm a mom of 3 boys in Brooklyn. I'm an attorney, a local organizer, a political fundraiser, and I am about to pursue my Master's of Library Science in hopes to work with a library sciences degree and my law degree in the mass incarceration system. And I'm just here because, you know, it's fascinating to me to see how much the New York City library system's budget has shrunk so consistently over the last several years, which is something you're inheriting. I see branches closing. I see less hours. I see one of my branches closed. It was supposed to open 16 months later. It's now 2.5 years later. It's still not open. And the reason I came is because the library is one of the last spaces where everyone is and should be welcome. It is the repository of like all of our greatest accomplishments and ingenuity. And at a time of political crisis, but also political change, when you're contemplating what the library's budget should be, I don't think it should be thought of in terms of a building that has a lot of books in it, that puts together some very sweet and wonderful programming. I think it should be thought of as a space that is a bridge to social mobility for so many people, particularly people who are forgotten, like people in prison, who otherwise have no access to information other than small drips that come from small organizations that decide to put their time towards bringing humanity to people who are locked up. And that's just one small part of, for example, Brooklyn Public Library's programming. So all I would ask of you is to reimagine really what the value of the library is in this city with the oldest MLIS program, in this city that seems, from my perspective as someone who lives here, to be providing less and less to its people, but expecting the libraries to be that. When we're cutting programs elsewhere, having the library be a place where a houseless person goes, having the library be a place where someone who doesn't have a job go. If we can't provide those things yet, I believe we can in the future for everyone who deserves it. Why not better support an infrastructure that's already there, that's already providing it to them? Thank you so much.
Thank you. And as I said from the last panel, I appreciate you coming and spending time out of your day. I know I don't take it lightly that people come and testify. So thank you so much for your testimony as a patron, and thank you so much. I'm looking forward to touring. I know I have to reschedule my date, but I look forward to coming to visit as chair of the committee, because I've been there a few times, but I look forward to coming as chair of the committee. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody that testified today, for sharing your thoughts and experiences, and thank you for your patience, most importantly. If there's anyone in the room who wishes to speak but has not yet had the opportunity to do so, please raise your hand and fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms at the back of the room. Nobody. Great. That concludes the in-person portion of our public testimony. We will now move to remote testimony. If you are testifying remotely, please listen for your name to be called. Once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you. You may then start your testimony once the Sergeant at Arms sets the clock and cues you to begin. Julia de Palacios, you may begin once you're unmuted, and the Sergeant cues you.
Time starts now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Dr. Williams and members of the committee. I'll keep it brief because I know it's been a long day for you all. My name is Julia del Palacio. I'm the Executive Director of Queens Theater, a proud member of the Cultural Institutions Group. Queens Theater reflects the lived experiences of Queens residents while supporting local creators, first-time producers, schools, and community organizations with accessibility and representation at the core of our mission. Our Theater for All initiative has served over 250 deaf and disabled performers, with alumni reaching Broadway and national TV. Through developing New American Voices, we've nurtured over 160 plays centered on immigrant and first-generation stories. Our Queens Theater education programs reach over 5,000 students and older adults annually, many in arts-poor schools and senior centers, providing vital cultural programming. We also serve multiple districts across Queens through Casa and Su Casa locations and have the capacity to do more. To continue this work and remain a stable civic anchor, we are asking the Council for support in 3 specific areas: baseline restoration of the $30 million already mentioned, inflation adjustments, and capital project reform. Queens Theater is a trusted partner and a neighborhood anchor. Your support ensures that culture remains affordable and accessible for all New Yorkers. We look forward to strengthening our partnership with this committee to keep the arts thriving in Queens and beyond. Thank you for your time and your commitment to the arts.
Thank you for being so concise. Next panelist, Doria Josma, followed by Jessica Baker.
Now.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Doria Josma. I am the Development Manager at Cool Culture, and I'm here on behalf of more than 50,000 New York City families, primarily families of color and families experiencing poverty, who access the city's cultural resources through our programs. For over 25 years, Cool Culture has worked at the intersection of arts, equity, and community well-being. Through our citywide program, families with young children receive free access to more than 90 museums, zoos, and cultural institutions across all 5 boroughs. Each year, families make over 180,000 visits, creating moments of joy, connection, and learning that arts and cultural access extends far beyond the classroom. But this work is about more than access. It's about belonging. Despite the vision of Create NYC, our city's cultural funding system continues to reflect deep inequities. An independent budget office analysis found that a small group of large institutions receives the majority of public funding, while more than 1,000 cultural organizations, many rooted in Black, Brown, and immigrant communities, share only a small fraction. Through our Parent Power for Cultural Equity work, families in Bedford-Stuyvesant told us art is everywhere, but access is not. They spoke about displacement shrinking space for community-based creativity and their hopes for intergenerational art spaces, healing-centered cultural hubs, and opportunities for their children to thrive. So today, on behalf of Cool Culture, we urge the Council to take bold action, reimagine our cultural funding model to address historic inequities, establish a baseline of sustained funding for BIPOC-led cultural organizations, and invest in the grassroots
Time expired.
cultural ecosystems. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jessica Baker, followed by Sophia Harrison.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and members of the committee. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify. My name is Jessica Baker Vidor, and I'm the president and CEO of Snug Harbor Cultural Center and Botanical Garden, and I'm also the CIG vice chair for Staten Island. Our institution is a proud member of the Cultural Institutions Group, and our site is home to 3 additional CIGs, the Staten Island Museum, the Staten Island Children's Museum, and the Noble Maritime Collection, as well as 39 different resident individual artists and CDF organizations. Staten Island also boasts 2 more CIGs in historic Richmond Town and the Staten Island Zoo, and together we represent the cultural backbone of our borough. Now entering our 50th year, Snug Harbor is a culture park on Staten Island offering arts, nature, history, education, and events for all. We envision a more culturally connected and thriving Staten Island. And Snug Harbor confronts the affordability barriers by providing accessible programming for our under-resourced community and the general public, much of it free or pay as you wish, thanks to consistent support from the City of New York. We are the city's only free botanical garden, open 365 days a year, and we steward a historic 83-acre campus with 26 buildings, providing free open green space adjacent to environmental justice communities. Our workforce development initiatives are funded with both private and city support, train emerging and young adults in environmental stewardship, very many of those thanks to City Council initiatives. Our artist residencies are also sought after, providing stipends and professional development as well as space to live, work, and create and share with the public. This in addition to the 39 subsidized studio tenants, artists, and individual organizations that cross genres from visual to performing arts. We welcomed over 500,000 visitors in fiscal year 25.
Time expired.
35% were free. Just wanted to uplift my colleagues' support for the baseline restoration of the 30 million annual adjustments, increasing our costs to address our costs and also to improve and reform the capital process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Sophia Harrison.
Time starts now.
Good day, Deputy Speaker, Dr. Natasha Williams, and all in attendance. I am Sophia Harrison, the Executive Director and founder of Arts House Schools of Music, Dance, and Fine Arts, located in Coney Island, Brooklyn. Locally, we serve the 47th and 48th districts. Since 2005, Arts House Schools' mission has been to provide culture and the humanities for children in the Coney Island community while providing them with the opportunity to build self-esteem, self-confidence, and develop poise, grace, and balance. Additionally, we believe it is our responsibility to engage our entire community in meaningful artistic activities that effectively communicate beauty, foster an appreciation for diversity, and create a life filled with meaning and purpose. This self-imposed responsibility is echoed through the 1,000+ arts and culture organizations and countless independent artists that serve NYC, including the outer boroughs and especially the culturally underserved neighborhoods of Southern and Eastern Brooklyn, Far Rockaway, Staten Island, and so many communities in the Bronx. Today, I'm requesting that the council stabilize funding for the Department of Cultural Affairs and in turn stabilize the sector. Unfortunately, after more than a decade of receiving funding from the Cultural Development Fund to provide dance scholarships to boys and girls ages 5 to 7, this year Arts House Schools was zeroed out. This sudden loss of funding not only reduces the number of students we are able to financially assist in their arts education, but also ripples down to the salaries of teaching artists, program and organizational staff, while placing a financial burden on the organization itself. For the past 19 years, Arts House Schools has worked hand in hand with our local council members to provide our community with experience and exposure in the arts. It has been the support of the entire council that organizations such as Arts House Schools have been able to step outside of our doors and support the community around us. Today, along with our colleagues, we are asking the council to stabilize the sector by restoring the baseline of last year's 30 million and add to the cultural budget. That the baseline be indexed so that automatically increases with inflation, the capital funding for culture be streamlined and revised for greater ease and efficiency, and that the funding of the culture
Time expired.
theaters of cultures be increased to 8 million to reflect the greater number of organizations served, and also that the council will consider a cultural budget of 1% of the city's budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Esther Welsh, Miriam Kaba, and Dylan Flesh.
Time starts now.
Esther, you can begin. Okay, if Esther, oh, the room is muted. They can't hear us. If anybody on the Zoom can hear us, Esther can begin. Oh, we're muted still? Okay, we'll try this again. Esther or Miriam? If you're on, Esther first, then Miriam. Kaba.
Okay, may I begin?
Yep.
Okay. My name is Esther Welsh. I am a library patron and a member of New York City Plan. I'm here today because public libraries need at least 0.5% of the city's budget. The preliminary budget as it is now allocates just 0.39%. New Yorkers will tell you that this city is the best city in the world. And this greatness is due in large part to the library. Our libraries are a place of intellectual freedom and learning. They're a place where people can go to build skills and community. It's an archive of our cultural heritage, and they serve as cooling centers, so they can literally save lives. The library deserves to have adequate and stable funding. Allocating 0.3% of the budget is a drop from the previous year's budget. This is not stable and it's not adequate. Let's see. So this number, this constant like budget cuts and different funding, it leaves libraries scrambling to maintain infrastructure, maintain their collections, their programming, and their accessible hours. Libraries deserve better than this, and New Yorkers deserve better than this. New York City Plan has asked that 0.5% of the budget be allocated to public libraries. And the mayor has agreed to this both in his campaign and has reiterated it after his election. So this is a commitment that needs to be honored. So yes, once again, we are asking for 0.5% of the city's budget and that this should be a benchmark for future budgets because libraries deserve stable funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Miriam.
Time starts now.
Hello, everybody. I'm sorry, it's telling me about unmuting and muting, so I'm struggling with it. I'm here. Thank you so much to the council for these hearings. My name is Miriam Kaba, and I am a New Yorker born and raised, and I am a member of the New York City Public Library Action Network, which is a grassroots group of New York City residents that are focused on a mission to make sure that our 3 library systems are strengthened, amplified, and can progress. Libraries, like most public institutions, perpetually deal with budget constraints. Mayors propose or threaten to cut library budgets, and then after public mobilization and outcry, sometimes restore funding at levels that do not keep up with inflation. The New York City Plan, of which I am a member, has been strategizing and organizing to stop this destructive budget dance. Our main demand is that the city allocate 0.5%, 0.5% of the expense budget to our public libraries annually. This demand has been amplified by the New York City public library system as well. The mayor included our demand in his platform during his campaign. After he won, he reiterated his support at an event at Greenpoint Library in December of 2025. When the budget was actually released in February, he actually allocated 0.39% of the city budget, which is much less than what was promised during the campaign. So we're asking the city council to please join us in advocating and executing an increase, and most importantly, stabilizing funding for our public library systems, which are essential democratic institutions and are being asked every single year to do more with not enough funding. We live in a time of pervasive disillusionment. People are rightly mistrustful of most institutions. The library can serve as one way to show that public goods are actually good and that institutions aren't meaningless. I ask the City Council to support the demand of 0.5% of the city expense budget to be allocated to our public libraries. As Rita Dove wrote, the library is an arena of possibility, opening both a window into the soul and a door onto the world. New York City is a
Time
city of
expired.
possibility and deserves the fully funded libraries. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dylan or Dylan.
Time starts now.
Hello. Thank you, Deputy Speaker Dr. Williams and the rest of this committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Dylan Flesh, and I'm a patron of the Brooklyn Public Library and a member of NYC Plan, the Public Library Action Network. I'm here to implore the City Council, especially Council leadership and the budget negotiating team, to fight with every tool at your disposal to fund public libraries at half of 1%, 0.5% of the total city expense budget. This number should be baselined and should be considered the minimum acceptable amount. I don't want the City Council to have to keep filling the gap through negotiations and discretionary funding year after year, as I'm sure you don't either. I'd like to compliment you, Chair Williams, on your handling of these proceedings today. I especially liked when you called out a previous speaker from DCLA for acting like the one-time funding that gets wrangled between the preliminary budget and the adopted budget was something they could count on, because it's not. And similarly, for libraries, they must act like the amount in the preliminary budget is the amount they're going to have to operate with. They can't and shouldn't count on those numbers increasing between now and July, and because of this, they can't plan, and they have to start operating under the logic of cuts. They stop hiring, they start planning reductions to services, and generally, they can't be all we need them to be. This is the impact of the budget dance, and we need it to stop. Library management is tiptoeing around this conversation because they're trying to maintain positive relationships with the mayor while they're doing backroom negotiations. The CEOs of the libraries consistently fail to recognize the need that NYC Plan and patrons and workers of libraries have been highlighting for years. We have to stop accepting these crumbs in the budget and fight for more. My son Griffin got his library card when he was 2 months old, and we've been able to access hundreds of books that we wouldn't have otherwise. We visit the Sunset Park branch of BPL frequently. It's a beautiful new branch with 100% affordable housing on top, but even my branch has now had to close the whole bottom floor due to a burst pipe and flooding. There are 10 closed branches in Brooklyn right now, so the 100 vacancies.
Time expired.
Thank you.
Did you have any 20-second last final things you wanted to say? Oh, okay. Or maybe not. Oh, you're going to get unmuted now. Oh, wait, you didn't unmute him. Okay. Well, I tried. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Okay, it's letting me now.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. 20
I wanted to
reference.
say, I'd call on you to hold the mayor to his promise of ending the budget dance and fight for at least half of 1% for the city budget for libraries.
Thank you. Okay, next panel. Susan Hoffman, Kathleen Collins, Brittany Shropshire, and Claire Park. So we'll start with Susan Hoffman.
Time starts now.
It looks like Susan left, so let's go to Kathleen Collins.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Deputy Speaker Dr. Williams and council members. My name is Kathleen Collins. I'm disabled from birth and I'm a native New Yorker. Also, I'm the treasurer of Disabled in Action. Libraries are important to everyone, but they are especially vital for New Yorkers with disabilities. We are living in a time where we are experiencing a deluge of information and data. Thus, it is essential that everyone, including people with disabilities, has equal access to that knowledge. The Andrew Haskell Braille and Talking Book Library is a lifeline for many New Yorkers who are blind, visually impaired, have reading disabilities, or other disabilities. It provides access to books, technology, and information that would otherwise be out of our reach. Personally, I have benefited greatly from being able to read books online from the 3 New York City public library systems. However, more needs to be done. New York City must increase funding for all our libraries, but especially for the Andrew Haskell Braille and Talking Book Library. Increased funding will expand accessible materials, improve assistive technology, and ensure that people with disabilities can fully participate in the information age. History shows that people with disabilities have changed the world. Individuals such as Albert Einstein, Stephen Hawking, Senator Dole, Senator Duckworth, President Franklin D. Roosevelt. The next great scientist or artist or leader could be a New Yorker with a disability who simply needs access to knowledge. If New York City truly believes in opportunity for all, then we must invest in accessible libraries because the cost of lost potential is far greater than the cost of funding them. Finally, access to information is a civil right. Please provide more funding for the Andrew Haskell Braille and Talking Book Library and affirm that New York City remains committed to equity, inclusion, and fundamental principle that knowledge must be accessible to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Brittany, followed by
Time,
Claire.
time starts now.
Hi, my name is Brittany Shropshire. I'm a resident of Queens and a longtime lover of the library. The library has been my second home since I've been able to read, and I have cards at all 3 library systems, as well as I visit my local branch in Briarwood weekly to check out books and access services. As a social worker, I also request professional development books through the library frequently. The library is truly a lifeline of the city, serving every single age gap and population, and should not be used as a bargaining chip every time budget talks come around. Not only is that heartbreaking to me, but also exhausting and frustrating to all of us who support the library and the staff members having to pour countless energy into advocating when they are already stretched thin by limited staffing. I'm asking for the mayor to follow through with allocating 0.5% of funding in the 2027 budget, and make that the benchmark for future budgets, and requesting that city council members also can support us in that advocacy. Thank you so much for all that you are doing in this committee.
Thank you. Claire.
Time starts now.
Hi, my name is Claire. I'm a resident of New York City. I'm also a member of the New York City Public Library Action Network, like so many of us today. I'm here today to ask City Council commit 0.5% of the total city budget for public library funding in the upcoming fiscal year. I just want to share some scenes from my library experiences over the last couple of weeks, just showing how much they do for me and my neighbors. I guess longer before, but this summer I didn't have any internet access at home or air conditioning, and I live on the top floor of my apartment. The Bay Ridge Library was the place where I could get both internet and AC for free, as well as cold filter water. While I was hanging out there, I met a group of adults with disabilities who came to read and hang out. Saw a lot of my senior neighbors reading the local newspaper. Last week, I went to the Crown Heights Library where there were back-to-back children's reading hours, and I noticed that during the reading hours, parents and also other caretakers could take a break from caregiving. The library also has an amazing book drop box that staff has decorated in the form of Bluey the dog, and I also got to use the bathroom there for free. Yesterday at the Brooklyn Heights Library, I skimmed through some new novels and I used the printer. I met a woman there who asked me for my help because of her low vision and printing documents for her church group. I learned how to read and write English by going to my local library as a kid, and by checking out and reading books. These are basic skills that allow me to make my livelihood today. The current allocation of only 0.39% for public libraries is unacceptable, and I urge City Council members to care for us, your constituents, by committing a minimum 0.5% of the city budget for all of the city's libraries this year and also going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next panel is Poetry Ranka Janet Cincinnati. I want to get everyone's names right. Okay, and Juliana Cope. So first one, poetry.
Time starts now.
Pottery.
Top and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Putri Rangkamanis. Good afternoon, Chair Dr. Williams and council members in the committee. I'm a founder and artistic director of Kinding Sindao, a non-for-profit cultural organization with 34 years of service to New York City's immigrant public school, public libraries, underserved and indigenous communities. We are member of New York Culture and Arts Coalition and also Dance NYC. Kinding Sindao preserves and advances the living tradition of the indigenous peoples and sultanates of southern Philippines and diaspora through dance, kulintang music, storytelling, martial art, and community-based cultural education. We serve youth, families, and senior across schools, libraries, and public programs, primarily in the underserved communities. For many, we serve Kinding Sindao is more than an art organization. It is a cultural lifeline. Our intergenerational programs sustain indigenous and diaspora languages, oral tradition, and embodied knowledge, strengthening identity, belonging, and mental health. Our work aligns with the city's priorities in equity, public health, and culturally responsive services. We support social emotional learning, reduce isolation, and build resilience among immigrant communities, serving as both a cultural anchor and bridge for cross-cultural understanding. However, small cultural organizations like ours face ongoing structural underfunding, rising costs for space, transportation, and fair wages for teaching artists threaten the sustainability of this work. We respectfully urge the Council to increase baseline of $30 million funding for Department of Cultural Affairs and prioritize coalition of
Time
genders,
expired.
CTC, and funding for people. Okay, thank you. And 8 million for CTC. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Next up, Janet, followed by Juliana.
Time starts now.
Thank you. It's Caesarati. So you almost had it.
Caesarati, thank you.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Deputy Speaker Dr. Williams and council members for this opportunity to testify. My name is Janet Caesarati, and I am a Program and Development Associate with Notes in Motion / Amanda Selwyn Dance Theater, founded in 2000. We are a New York City nonprofit that prevents innovative dance performances and provides comprehensive arts education in public schools. As a longtime Department of Education vendor, we serve students from 3K through 12th grade in styles ranging from modern and ballet to hip hop, Latin, African, Bollywood, and musical theater. Since our founding, we have directly served over 93,000 students across 190 schools and reached more than 528,000 young people in communities throughout all of New York City. Today, we partner with 190 schools across 45 council districts. Our programs give students confidence, discipline, and joy, skills that extend far beyond dance into school and life. Teachers and parents report that students who were previously disengaged are now participating, leading, and showing up differently in classes. Arts education also supports social emotional growth, academic engagement, and community connection, particularly for students in underserved neighborhoods. Yet, access remains inequitable. State data shows that only about 1/3 of 8th graders are meeting New York's arts education requirements. Too many students are still being denied consistent, high quality arts education, leaving gaps in both academic and personal development. As the City Council reviews the FY27 preliminary budget, we respectfully urge you to address the cost of living crisis for the arts education workforce, restore and baseline $30 million in DCLA funding to stabilize arts organizations and workers citywide, and preserve and improve arts education
Time
in schools
expired.
throughout the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, Juliana Cope.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Deputy Dr. Williams and members of the committee. I am Juliana Cope, Assistant Executive Director for Development and External Affairs at Mind Builders Creative Arts Center. Founded in 1978, Mind Builders began with a grassroots mission to inspire the growth of local youth and families in the Northeast Bronx by providing low-cost, high-quality arts education. Thanks to your support, we offer numerous free programs. All of our fee-for-service programs are subsidized, and no one is ever turned away for inability to pay. We provide music, dance, theater, folk culture, and production programs, serving hundreds of students each week and thousands of audience members each year. Organizations like Mind Builders Creative Arts Center touch every vital aspect of daily life. Intrinsic to our purpose is the community we serve. In the words of one of our incredible parent volunteers, AJ, in times like these, where we are so divided, this is our gathering place. our place of agreement, a place where our children can go, not only to learn about themselves, but their culture. Not only to learn about their culture, but themselves. We are not alone in serving New York City this way. We exist as part of this great ecosystem. As such, we stand with our colleagues calling on the city to continue your ongoing investments in the cultural sector, including restoring baselining last year's 30 million add to the culture budget and increasing funding for the Coalition of Theaters of Color to $8 million. Thank you for supporting this work that effectively transforms lives, neighborhoods, and our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Last but certainly not least, Stephen.
Time starts now.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm
We can hear
currently
you.
in transit. I'm with NYC Plan as well. You've already heard a lot from the rest of my group, so I'm just going to reiterate. We were trying to get a funding increase that the mayor had agreed to in his campaign for 0.5%. It looks like the mayor has instead proposed a budget cut, so we're asking City Council to fight for that 0.5% funding increase. I'm on my way to Flyer right now in support for this cause, but thank you so much for hearing our demand, and we hope that you'll fight for it because we all know how important libraries are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, I believe that concludes our preliminary budget hearing. I just want to make sure that I'm saying all the things that I need to say. And I think I am. Yeah. All right. So, seeing that there's no one else who wishes to testify, this hearing is officially adjourned.